Chapter 252. Qinzhe's heart was heavy. Why does everyone know that I have a depression complex? Homophone. When did Li Donglai see through me? This kind of shameful private matter is not like I am handsome, where everyone knows at a glance. I have disguised myself very well. I have not kissed my sister for a long time. Why do you say that, miss? Qinzhe sighed. Chen Qingyuan pursed her lips. Li Dong said that he doesn't like you. Maybe it's just that he doesn't like this type of girl. But he doesn't like my sister and doesn't like you either. This means that master's taste isn't with you girls. Chen Qingyuan continued. He also said that Qin Baobao is his sister. A person who has lived on Mount Everest for a long time suddenly came to the grassland. Will he be able to adapt? I think I should get rid of this disciple. I feel that he is telling the truth. Speaking of which, when did I start to have a depression complex? I did not notice it at all. Since you already know, I have nothing to explain. Qinzhe reached out and wanted to pat her shoulder. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. You are really not my type, he said. Although Chen Qingyuan had already noticed Qinzhe's hint, she was still a little depressed. She lowered her head slightly and was sad for a few seconds. She pulled herself together and proudly puffed out her chest. One day, I will also grow up to be the kind of woman you like. Will you accept me then? The girl was too full. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to stand out. No. Qinzhe shook his head. Chen Qingyuan was about to cry and said, Why? Could it be that you have become a mommy complex by then? Did this young lady watch too many Japanese educational films? Qinzhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, I have become a lowly complex. Think about it, I'm still young, so I'm a sucker. By the time you've grown into a sucker, I'll already be an uncle. Uncles should like lowly. Otherwise, why would they be called weird uncles? According to a psychological analysis, it's because you've eaten too much of something and want to change your taste. The little girl was petrified. After a moment of silence, she sniffled and said with a sobbing tone, I know you're lying to me, Qinggu. You just don't want to reject me and make me sad. You're a very considerate person. It's clearly the first time we've met. You could have ignored me, but you still stood up for me. You didn't have to tell me that, but you still did. I know it's all for my own good. Do you like me because I'm considerate? Fine, I'll change. Other than being handsome, I can't change anything else. I know that a little girl like me is very laughable in your eyes. You like big sisters because they are good at work and because they will shake the bed with you. I've looked it up on the internet. But I'll be an adult next year. F***ck. Chen Qingyuan, wake up. Don't read too much nonsense. You're still young. Please take back what you just said. Don't read it without limits. Chen Qingyuan shook her head vigorously. I know that I'm insignificant in your eyes. A little girl like me who doesn't know anything is not attractive in your eyes. She paused and shed a tear. But Qinggu, do you know? In my eyes you're a scenery. A scenery that I can only see but can't reach. I can only look at you from afar. I'm attracted and obsessed by the beautiful scenery. But I can only watch forever. In your world there's only big sister you. There's no place for little girls like me. At this point, the conversation had turned into a monologue and a confession by Chen Qingyuan. She must have been holding these words in her heart for a long time. It was not easy to say it in a text message, and she did not dare to say it over the phone. It was not easy to catch Qinzhe, so how could she not say it out loud? Qinzhe listened silently and did not interrupt. He just treated it as accompanying the little girl in her sadness. I've already said what I need to say. I've already sent out the good guy card. You're so stubborn. What can I do? Time can make grapes purple and wood black. Naturally, it can also heal the wounds in a girl's inexperienced love. Then let's leave it to time. So many great emperors have been destroyed by time. Can't I cut off your hair? I'm done. Chen Qingyuan sniffled and stared at him with moist eyes. Qinggu, can you not get married before I grow up to be big sister you? Qinzhe. Chen Qingyuan blushed and said softly, It's okay to get married. We can get a divorce. Qinzhe. The thoughts of you girls are even weirder than mine. On the other side, Wang Zijin and her aunt had just stepped out of the administrative building when they heard a shout behind them. Balls are in the sack. The principal stood at the top of the stairs, panting. He showed his two big nostrils and raised his hand to ask them to stay. Wang Zijin turned around with a smile. "Oh, principal, don't send us off." The principal ran down the stairs, his stomach shaking. "Don't go, don't go. Don't send us off. We're about to leave. Don't go, don't go. Let's continue talking." The principal wiped his sweat and said with a frown, "Our school was not proactive enough in handling this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's get Sun Wenwen's parents to come over and apologize and compensate." Her aunt was dumbfounded. She did not understand the principal's sudden 360-degree change in attitude. Wang Zijin sneered. "Who wants you to compensate? Who wants you to apologize? Why did you do it earlier?" Her aunt tugged at her sleeve. The principal was not angry at all. Instead, he said humbly, "It's the school that did not do its job well. I'll reflect, I'll reflect. Female comrade, I promise that similar incidents will not happen again. The school will resolutely deal with school violence." Wang Zijin said coldly, "It's not that I want to criticize you, but you old comrade, you need to improve your thinking." The principal was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Female comrade, you're right. I'll reflect, I'll reflect." The meeting was about to start. During this period, the slightest incident would be magnified infinitely. The principal could only admit defeat. He still wanted to climb up the ranks. At this moment, Wang Zijin saw Qinze return with her cousin. She immediately smiled brightly and left the principal aside to welcome them. "Why didn't you stay upstairs?" Qinze glanced at the principal and whispered, "I've settled the matter. No one will bully my cousin in the future." Wang Zijin smiled. "A's is the best. Let's go home." The principal came up to them. "Well, about this matter, can you?" Wang Zijin pulled a long face. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." The principal was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that this matter was over? Wang Zijin smiled. "The principal has already agreed to settle this matter. Auntie, you may have to stay here for a while to wait for the girl's parents. A's, let's go first. I still have work to do." Qinze looked at her thoughtfully. "Auntie, wait a little longer. We'll go back first. Call me if there's anything." Qinze and Wang Zijin left in the direction of the school gate. Wang Zijin waved fiercely, not caring whether her cousin could see it or not. As soon as they left on the principal's side, the dean who went to fish in troubled waters was summoned back by a phone call. It was a chubby middle-aged man with a big belly. He had a big round face and looked quite dignified. The dean glanced at the clingy mother and daughter and said in an unhappy tone, "Principal, I'm assigning work. Why did you call me back?" The principal slammed the table and said loudly, "The matter here hasn't been resolved. What work are you assigning? What work are you assigning?" "Headmaster, what could possibly happen here?" The academic affairs dean was confused. The principal pointed at him and said righteously, "How do you intend to deal with your relative, Sunwon? She bullied a classmate and violated the school rules. I think she should be kept in school for observation." The dean was stunned and said loudly, "Principal, how can you say that she bullied a classmate? This is a fight. Both parties are responsible. You can't just say whatever you want." The principal said in a disappointed tone, "The higher-ups have called. Old Lu, you'll be punished." The principal's meaning was clear. He was telling him that the other party had connections. The school affairs director was dumbfounded. "Did you call someone to ask for help?" Qinze and Wang Zijin walked side by side. They returned the badge to Uncle Qin and took the time to ask. "Yeah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you," Wang Zijin said with a smile. "I didn't bully you. I said it's official." Qinze thought to himself, "I called you here to bully you. You don't have to explain. That dean will definitely be responsible. The principal can't run away either. There will be trouble. But I didn't tell him any of this." Wang Zijin stopped abruptly. Oh no, she exposed her bad intentions with just a few words. The principal isn't a good person either. Officials protect each other. Qinze didn't notice her strange behavior and said to Uncle Qin, "Uncle Qin, it's boring to be a guard in a high school. Go to a university. That's a better place." Uncle Qin laughed and said, "I just called my connections a few days ago. Maybe I'll really be a guard in a university." Qinzhe gave him a thumbs up and left the school. His sister's little red horse was parked on the side of the road in front of the university. She was playing with her phone with her head down. Qinzhe knocked on the window a few times before she heard him. She lowered the window and asked, "Is it settled?" "It's nothing." Qinzhe went to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. He picked up his sister's short dark red windbreaker. Qin Baobao was wearing a dark green V-neck knitted sweater. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slim. Her legs were long and smooth in pencil pants. "Then I'll encourage you." Qin Baobao smiled like a flower. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Wang Zijin looking at her. She paused and said, "Zijin, there's no water in the car. Can you help me get some from the trunk?" "Okay." Wang Zijin had to get out of the car. "Sister, I'll reward you with a kiss." With the annoying light bulb gone, Qin Baobao was no longer afraid. She leaned over and kissed Qinzhe hard on the left side of his face. "Give me a kiss on the right side." Qinzhe's OCD was acting up. He turned his right face. His sister gave him a kiss on the right side of his face. "Then give me a kiss here?" Qinzhe pointed to his mouth. The trunk was tilted up, so Wang Zijin couldn't see the situation in the car. "No, get lost." Qin Baobao pushed his face away. When Qinzhe said no, his sister liked to play rogue. When Qinzhe said yes, his sister pretended to be shy. Women were so pretentious. Qinzhe grabbed a palm-sized Rem figurine and threw it in front of his sister's chest. The Rem was bounced away by the amazing elasticity. "I threw Rem at you." His sister was furious. She lowered her head, picked it up and threw it back. "If Rem doesn't speak, I'll throw a hammer at you." The Rem smashed on Qinzhe's head and bounced away. The siblings went to snatch the Remington. The sister wasn't as agile as the brother, so she didn't succeed. Qinzhe said, "The other party caught the Rem and had a good time. Then he threw a knife at you." He smashed the Rem on his sister's chest again. Wang Zijin came back with 3 bottles of water. She heard the sound of pa-pa-pa in the car. The siblings had already started fighting. They were fighting in the small space. Biting ears, poking nostrils, spanking, and all kinds of martial arts. It was very tragic. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin said helplessly. "I wasn't paying attention and you guys started fighting again." The brother and sister pair immediately gave up. Qinzhe rubbed his face. "No, I was just bitten by mosquitoes." Qin Baobao snorted. "My butt was rubbed by pigs." She rubbed her butt. Chapter 253. October 7th, the 19th of the lunar calendar. Lidong. Qin Baobao entered the dance studio at 10 in the morning. It wasn't a large dance studio that could accommodate dozens of people, but a studio reserved for B-list celebrities and above. She needed to make an appointment because there were no noisy girls here, nor were there any employees who used the excuse of passing by to admire the girl's graceful figure. The only person who could appreciate Qin Baobao's hot and graceful figure was Li Yanhong, who was sitting in a lounge chair in the corner. At first, she accompanied her because of her duties as her manager. Later, she gradually realized that admiring Qin Baobao's dance was a huge benefit. Even though she was already a middle-aged woman with fat on her belly, it didn't stop her from using her eyes to find beauty. Practicing dancing made Qin Baobao's figure more and more well-proportioned and stylish. When she wore a tight-fitting dance costume, her long legs were lethal. There was also her small waist that could be held with one hand, but had a strong explosive force. Then there were her round parts that couldn't be written now, twisting and turning flirtatiously. In the end, Qin Baobao was troubled by the fact that her chest size was too big, and it was a complete burden when dancing. Nowadays, there was no need for her to practice dancing. She wasn't a singer, and singing and dancing weren't popular now. She persisted in practicing dancing just to exercise her figure. Qin Baobao learned a variety of dances, such as ballet, jazz, and more casual modern dance. Occasionally, she would add a few moves herself, the kind that was especially seductive and enchanting. Li Yanhong asked her if she wanted to develop into a singer, and she said no. Then she asked why she added these seductive poses. Qin Baobao blushed and didn't say anything. Recently, she was obsessed with classical dance and practiced the famous Silk Road Flower Rain. Unfortunately, she couldn't dance with an ethereal and graceful air. Instead, she looked seductive. In the afternoon, she practiced in the recording studio. A person's memory was unreliable. Even if it was an original work, it would be forgotten if she didn't practice for a long time. At the end of the month, her concert would be held at Shanghai's Xinyu Stadium. Qin Baobao had been practicing hard these days, which made Li Yanhong admire her. Usually Qin Baobao was like a lazy cat. When she was tired from work, she would frown and be unhappy. Every time a commercial performance ended, she would secretly hide in a corner and call someone. She would say coquettishly, "I'm so tired. I'm working so hard to earn money to build this society." Calling herself sister, she should be calling Qinzhe, but it didn't seem like it. Her coquettish tone didn't seem like the right way for an elder sister to communicate with a younger brother. Li Yanhong thought that she should have a boyfriend. It was not strange for lovers to address each other as brother or sister. Li Yanhong pretended not to hear it. The contract forbade female stars from dating, but how could they really forbid them from dating? It was too inhumane. As long as it wasn't exposed, it would be fine. The management company had strict requirements for female celebrities. They were not allowed to date, but they were allowed to have rumored boyfriends because they wanted to create hype. However, they were not allowed to announce that they had a boyfriend on public platforms or occasions. Li Yanhong's biggest dissatisfaction with Qin Baobao was that she didn't work as a model. She would accept any job she had and rest if she didn't have any. She never took the initiative to fight for jobs. She didn't know what Qin Baobao's younger brother was like in the past. He ate his sister's flowers and had no qualms about being a salted fish. Qin Baobao hung out with her younger brother all day long. How could she be expected to work hard? However, her older sister's salted fish style was a little different from her younger brother's. When it was time to work hard, she would still work hard. For example, during the college entrance examination, she stayed up late to do practice questions a month before the examination. For example, when she participated in the program Singer, she practiced until her throat was hoarse. And this concert, Qin Baobao practiced until 7 in the afternoon. It was dark outside. She curled up on the leather sofa in the office and excitedly sent messages to her younger brother. "I want to eat egg yolk dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and beef dumplings." Wipe sweat. "You want me to make dumplings into a Manchu Han imperial feast? If Ace knows how to make it, I'm very willing to eat it. Take your balls and get lost. Sister Ziwei is already home. Why aren't you coming back? I'm in good shape today. I practiced a little late. I want to drink throat-soothing tea tonight." "No problem. I'll add a few drops of nutrient solution for you." "Funny. What nutrient solution?" Confused. "It's just throat-soothing tea that I made with great care. Ace is the best. Moi." Qin Baobao put away her phone and planned to go home. The office door was pushed open. An unexpected visitor came. "Sister Sue, are you still in the company today?" Qin Baobao looked at the visitor and put on an impeccably sweet smile. "Aren't you still in the company too?" Su Lu smiled. Su Lu was dressed exceptionally sexily today. Her makeup was exquisite. The two women didn't have any friendship at all. They even had conflicts. When Qin Baobao had just risen, Su Lu had once suppressed her. In the workplace, there were many examples of old people suppressing newcomers. There were countless cases of celebrities fighting for resources. But later, CEO Huang announced that Qin Baobao was under his protection. It was difficult for Su Lu to suppress Qin Baobao with her connections and qualifications. Su Lu gave up for a while. "I'm here on behalf of CEO Kong." Su Lu sat down elegantly on the other side of the sofa. "There's a dinner party tonight. CEO Kong is treating a few big clients to dinner. Baobao, if you're free, you can go and accompany them." "I'll go too." In the entertainment industry, it was common for big shots to have female celebrities accompany them for dinner. Of course, this wasn't free. It was one of the important sources of income for many female celebrities. Qin Baobao sat up straight and narrowed her eyes. She had been in the entertainment industry for 4 months. Other than the normal jobs, she hadn't encountered any messy rules. First of all, she was just singing and running jobs. The scope of her business was relatively narrow, and she didn't touch the film industry. Second of all, she had Huang Yizong to protect her, so she pushed away all the messy things. After getting married, CEO Huang went on a honeymoon. It was said that he was having fun in Australia. Before he left, he even joked that he would eat all the carps there and play boxing with a muscle kangaroo. With his body hollowed out by alcohol and women, he would probably be KO'd by the kangaroo. She didn't expect that after a week, some people couldn't sit still and showed their ferocious fangs. I never accept these messy jobs, Qin Baobao said lightly. CEO Kong is in charge of your concert at the end of the month. Isn't this a good opportunity to interact with him? Su Lu's smile hit a knife and implied a threat. Qin Baobao stared sharply at Su Lu. The latter looked back at her with a smile and didn't seem to be afraid. Forget about the interaction. You can go by yourself. Qin Baobao looked away and packed her things expressionlessly. Su Lu seemed to have expected Qin Baobao's reaction. She said happily, "Don't be impulsive. I've been through it before. If you stick to those unnecessary bottom lines, you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry." Qin Baobao laughed and said sarcastically, "You're good, okay? I'm not as good as you. Whether it's eating with the big boss or CEO Kong, it's better to go home and eat dumplings with my brother." She carried her Louis Vuitton bag on her left shoulder and walked straight to the door. When she opened the door, she turned around and said, "By the way, I don't know if I should say something." Su Lu looked at her with a cold smile. She seemed to have forgotten her words. Qin Baobao thought for a while and said, "My brother said that if you're ugly, you can go to Korea. If you're black, you can't get back your looks. Take care of yourself." Bam! She closed the door and left. Su Lu was hit where it hurt and her face turned gloomy. At this moment, the door opened again. Qin Baobao poked her head out and said, "Are you leaving or not? This seems to be my office." "Oh." Star Art Vice President's office. Kong Xian stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of whiskey in his palm. The golden liquid was soaked with high-quality ice cubes. Under the light, the ice cubes reflected a diamond-like light. Kong Xian felt the ice cubes in his palm melt. In a few minutes, the glass would turn into a water-cut whiskey that he was satisfied with. He was waiting for news. Waiting for the news that Su Lu brought back. The night view outside the window was beautiful. The neon lights intertwined into a dreamy light that extended to the camera lens. But in the end, he was tired of it. He would get tired of anything, and women were the same. For example, Su Lu. What was the saying? Behind every goddess there was a something man. Kong Xian admired Qin Baobao very much. He admired her appearance and figure. He felt that it was simply impossible for such a fine woman like Qin Baobao to survive in the entertainment industry without a single speck of dust. Why did Huang Yizong keep protecting Qin Baobao? In Kong Xian's eyes, it must be for the same reason. It was just that he didn't have time to eat her. That's not right. You can't eat alone. It's fine if you want to eat alone, but you're still protecting your food. You're heartless. The office door opened and Su Lu came in. There were only a few people in the company who could come in without knocking. Su Lu was one of them. She didn't agree. Su Lu said, "Forget it. If the client didn't specifically ask Qin Baobao to accompany him, I wouldn't even bother to look for her." Kong Xian smiled nonchalantly. He was a little disappointed, but it was expected. This invitation was the client's request. It was also his test for Qin Baobao. "I'll make a call and ask for a female artist," Kong Xian said. She still needed to grind down her pride. Chapter 254. If it weren't for Su Lu's words, Qin Baobao would be in a better mood today. There were often chicken soup articles on the internet that said don't let your good mood be ruined by people you don't care about. But things weren't that simple. You don't care about shit, but what if you stepped on it? Could you still maintain a good mood? People who said such things were all bullshit. Since her school days, Qin Baobao had felt the deep malice from various peers and salty uncles. One more Kong Xian didn't matter. She was currently doing well in star art and had Huang Yizong's protection. At first, she thought that the president was also one of the deep malice people. Later, she found out that someone from the Shanghai SRFT had helped her. Qin Baobao's clever brain easily guessed that her best friend was behind it. She didn't expose it. Between ordinary friends, it wasn't good to involve too many favors. And between her and Wang Zijin, there was no need to be too calculative about favors. "My brother is about to be seduced by you, and I still want to talk about favors with you?" Back then, Wang Zijin called and said that she had a falling out with her family and wanted to come out to relax. She came all the way to her. Qin Baobao patted her chest and agreed. Now her intestines were green with regret. Prevent fire, theft, and best friends. The person who said this was 2F** King cultured. She wanted to give her a big red packet. Sister is back, A's come out and receive. The word Jiao was stuck in her throat. Qin Baobao saw an unexpected guest. The guest had a delicate face that didn't lose to her. A cold temperament, beautiful long black hair, and a mature and coquettish office lady suit. Why did this white lotus come to my house? Yo, you came to my house. Qin Baobao put on a fake smile. Although Suyu was a rare girl who could compete with her in terms of looks, Qin Baobao still despised her. She despised all women without a D. Today is the winter solstice and Qin Zhe invited me over to eat dumplings. Suyu gave his old enemy a zombie face. Shanghai does not have the custom of celebrating the winter solstice, but Qin Ma does. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao would eat a bowl of hot dumplings on the winter solstice since they were young. When Qin Baobao was young, she only ate the stuffing and not the skin. However, if she wasted food, she would be beaten by her grandfather. Therefore, she gave all the skin to her younger brother. Another example would be eating watermelon. Don't hold the petal and eat it. You should eat half of it, but you only like to eat the middle part without seeds. Qin Zhe always complained that his parents loved his sister too much, causing her to develop all kinds of bad habits. In fact, many of these bad habits were raised by him. It was also because of him that his sister, who was already an adult, would always whine to him. Suyu didn't want to come, but the great god invited her. She couldn't refuse, so she came. The original dialogue. Today is the winter solstice. I'll get off work early to prepare the dumpling fillings. Dumplings for the winter solstice? Yeah, you don't even know that. No one makes dumplings for me. At that moment of bitterness and sadness, Qin Zhe's heart softened. Do you want to go to my house for a meal? Forget it. I'll go home today and try to break through to the Silver Realm. What Silver Realm? It's better to eat dumplings. Well then, let's go and eat. You see, in order to invite me to eat dumplings, the great god even swore. The line, "Your father is not your biological father," came from the living room. It was Wang Zijin watching a certain ethical drama. The sound of clattering came from the kitchen. It was Qin Zhe chopping the dumpling fillings. Qin Baobao looked around. Hey, where are my slippers? Where did my slippers go? Suyu was surprised. She lowered her head and looked at her pink slippers. Is it this pair? She stretched out her feet. No wonder when she came in just now, she felt something was wrong. Guests should wear disposable slippers. Why are you wearing my slippers? Qin Baobao's face was angry. She felt that this was a provocation from Bai Lianhua. Wang Zijin gave it to me to wear. Suyu said innocently. They looked together at Wang Zijin, who was curled up at the other end of the sofa, watching a TV series with great interest. Perhaps feeling a murderous gaze, Wang Zijin shivered and pretended to be at a loss. It seems that there are no disposable slippers at home. Obviously there are. Qin Baobao opened the shoe cabinet. Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. Wang Zijin sat up from the sofa. I'll go to the kitchen to help Ace chop the dumpling fillings. She slipped away. This little bitch is so scheming. Qin Baobao and Suyu had this thought at the same time. As soon as Wang Zijin left, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Qin Baobao sat on the single sofa expressionlessly, holding the remote control. Suyu was bored and playing with her mobile phone. Normally, the two of them would definitely fight, and at the worst they would fly all over the sky. But both of them are clever girls. After perceiving Wang Zijin's deep malice, they restrained the primitive force in their bodies. Wang Zijin, this black-hearted maggot, must kill her at night. Qin Baobao thought. Wang Zijin's mind is too deep. Later I have to find a way to get back at her. Suyu thought. Why don't you help? After a long silence, Suyu asked. Help with what? Qin Baobao was stunned. Suyu pointed to the kitchen. The meaning was very clear. Wang Zijin went to the kitchen to help. You, as the sister, have the nerve to stay here and watch TV? Besides, why is the brother cooking and the sister enjoying? The style doesn't seem right. Also, why does Wang Zijin live with them? Rent together? The relationship between a man and two women seems to be very complicated. She's more of a hindrance. At most she'll join in the fun. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. In the kitchen, Wang Zijin leaned back against the refrigerator and played with her mobile phone. Qin Zhe chopped the dumpling fillings. For large plates, namely beef fillings, shrimp and pork fillings, egg yolk fillings and leek fillings. Leek, also known as yang grass, is a good thing. This thing is prepared by Qin Zhe for himself. The sisters certainly don't like to eat leek and think it's too tasty. The sea-stabilizing needle is still inserted in the eye of the sea, temporarily useless. But this does not prevent Qin Zhe from accumulating the foundation for it. One day the stick will come out like a dragon and sweep away all the demons in the world. What demons and ghosts, what beauty's painted skin. What mountains of knives and seas of fire, what traps and tricks. Can't stop the stick that ate the leek. White dragon horse, the neck bell is anxious. Bumpy Tang, Xuanzang and the three brothers. It's not easy to go to the west. Easy to not be a female demon. Qin Zhe hummed a brisk song and struggled to chop the dumpling fillings. Wang Zijin looked up at him and said, "What are you humming? Is it a new song?" The sound of chopping fillings was too noisy to hear. "No, it's a children's song," Qin Zhe said. "Why did you come in? Aren't you afraid that they will fight in the living room? Then why did you invite Suyu home for dinner?" Wang Zijin said angrily. Qin Zhe was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because of pity. It was not convenient for him to talk about Suyu's family affairs. "Don't worry, they won't fight." Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan. "Because you gave Qin Baobao's slippers to Suyu?" Qin Zhe smiled. Wang Zijin. "Oh hey, my little trick was seen through by him? What should I do? Will he think that I'm very scheming and insidious? In this way, they will be wary of me and won't fight. I'm doing it for your own good," Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe squinted and gave her a funny expression. Wang Zijin clenched her small fist and hit him. If his sister hadn't revealed Wang Zijin's two-faced nature, he would have believed it. The little sister of the Wang family looked dignified and generous, not a woman who would play tricks. On the way back, Qin Zhe was still worried about how to stabilize the small waist and the cross-dresser. Su Teddy liked to make trouble and hated Qin Baobao to the bone. His sister was a jealous jar, or perverted possessive, hostile to all women who approached him. Battle of Fame. "Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you provoked outside?" The triangle was the most stable. This saying was too correct. At 8:30 the dumplings were ready. Qin Zhe put the dumplings with different fillings on their respective plates, and a large pot of pork bone broth boiled in the pressure cooker. Wang Zijin poured a stack of vinegar and let Qin Zhe break a few pieces of garlic. The three of them soaked the dumplings in the soup and drank the soup while eating the dumplings. "Do you want some soy sauce?" Qin Zhe asked. "No, girls shouldn't eat soy sauce. It will cause melanin precipitation, and the skin is easy to darken." Wang Zijin refused. Qin Zhe thought, was it just afraid of dark-skinned skin? Was there anything else? Eating soy sauce won't cause melanin precipitation. Your statement is unscientific. The straight-A student Suyu retorted seriously. "You talk too much." Wang Zijin glanced at her. "Then why can't you eat soy sauce with wounds?" Qin Baobao also retorted. Suyu felt the hostility from the two women and was not afraid at all. She opened her mouth. "Your statement is the same as her point of view just now. There is no scientific basis. Melanin precipitation is related to endocrine, and has nothing to do with soy sauce." Qin Zhe coughed. Eat dumplings." But his words didn't play any role, and were automatically ignored. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin attacked Suyu. The scene was very embarrassing. In the end, there was no reason to argue. In the eyes of women, what the right answer is not important. "I can't eat anymore." Qin Baobao peeled the skin in the bowl into Qin Zhe's bowl. Qin Zhe ate it quickly and Qin Baobao sipped the soup. Wang Zijin was a little helpless. Getting along with the siblings, she felt isolated from time to time. The reason was that they had a high tacit understanding of life habits and had long been integrated. This is a habit that has been precipitated over time. She can only envy. Suyu is also very envious. A warm and loving way of life is not what she desires most. She felt that she had been fed a stomach full of dog food. "Qin Zhe, I can't eat anymore," Suyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, She felt two sharp gazes that seemed to have materialized. These two women are terrible. Chapter 255. After eating the dumplings, Suyu sat at home for a moment and got up to leave. Chinze sent Suyu out, thinking about the recent chaos around, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. He sent her to the underground parking lot. Suyu took out the key and remotely unlocked the door. She, who was always cold, finally smiled. "Thank you, I had a good time eating this meal. I can't see where you are happy." "That's good, come back later," Chinze said politely. "Well, I will come next time." Suyu nodded vigorously. Chinze. He watched Suyu's Ferrari drive to the garage exit. He always felt pity for Suyu. When he first saw her, he thought she was the legendary iceberg beauty. Chinze often saw the setting of iceberg beauties in novels, but in fact they are almost extinct in reality. A beautiful girl has a good EQ. 3 women and iceberg women are characters in novels and cartoons. Since knowing that the small waist is Suyu, the fantasy of my beautiful president and my iceberg beautiful president collapsed. Later he learned about Suyu's bitter childhood, bitter adolescence and bitter youth. Adolescence, youth refers to people at this stage, not only to men or women. This is a poor girl who hovers on the edge of schizophrenia and autism. Having a home is equivalent to having no home. Having parents is equivalent to having no parents. What kind of feeling is this? Chinze can't understand. At present his family is very complete. A strict father, a gentle mother, and a sister who is very dependent on him. Suyu's birthday is on November 20th. And Chinze plans to buy a cake for her to celebrate, just to show his appreciation. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was lead gray, and a winter rain has been falling since the early hours of last night. The cold wind rolled the drizzle and the chill came. Because of the weather, Chinze and Wang Zijin did not meet in the small park. It is good to keep exercising, and there is no need to be stubborn. Running outside for an hour in the wind and rain? Those guys who insist on exercising in the wind and rain are either chinibyu or pretentious. He did several sets of push-ups and sit-ups in the room, the former to exercise the ability to rise and fall, the latter to exercise the waist strength. Then he practiced the second set of primary school radio gymnastics. At 8:30, she went out and bought breakfast for her sisters. Qin Bao Bao was dragged out of the bed by him. The happiest thing in winter was to be entangled with the quilt until the end of time. Qin Bao Bao babbled and refused to get up no matter what, calling him a black-hearted maggot. His eyes were still closed, but his mouth was already cursing. He was very angry when he woke up. It was reasonable for her sister to throw a tantrum. She didn't have to clock into work, so why should she wake up early? Wang Zijin took advantage of the fact that Chinze was grabbing Qin Bao to spank her a few times. Wang Zijin woke up this morning because her neck was almost broken by Qin Bao Bao's long legs last night. Of course she had to take revenge. Qin Bao rubbed her eyes and pouted. "You're so annoying." The little girl acted like a spoiled child. "Cute. Damn it. Sleepy in spring, weak in summer, weak in autumn, the best sleep in winter." Qin Bao Bao stretched, revealing her snow-white belly and little belly button. "It's a pity that there's a little pervert at home. Sad, sad and pitiful." He finally woke up. During breakfast, Chinze scrolled through the news on his phone and found a very interesting piece of news. A cultivator undergoing tribulation at the Oriental Pearl Tower. Hundreds of people watching. Oh my God, there was such a thing? System, didn't you say that cultivation is not allowed in this world? What's going on? System. Cultivation is still possible. There are so many people cultivating every day. But cultivation doesn't increase one's strength. It will only bring you one step closer to heaven. Then how do you explain this? Maybe it's a certain hacking system? Because of a disagreement it activated national cultivation. Or it could also be national evolution. System. Why is your voice trembling? System. Host, let's wait and see. You've been showing your divinity recently. What use do I have for your system? This is so troublesome. What should I do if I offend a big boss? Deshang stage urban cultivator? Urban super soldier king? Master Chan who loves to show off? Or hack to the heavens? A lowly system host like me will definitely be defeated. I can't even defeat the shock demon. My system is so trashy. I'm full, I'll send you guys to work. Qin Baobao poured half a bowl of soy milk into her brother's bowl. Let's go. A real man gulped it down. Let's not think about it for now. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Baobao came to her office. Li Yanhong sat on the sofa, drinking coffee and writing a proposal. She had her own office, but she usually stayed at Qin Baobao's place as a part-time assistant. Qin Baobao's assistants were sent away by her. She only brought them along when she went out for work. There were often female celebrities online who needed 2 assistants to help them put on their boots. It felt like an ancient aristocrat. They had maids to serve them when they bathed and undressed. Qin Baobao was not used to that kind of lifestyle. Going to dance practice? Yes. At this time someone came in without knocking. Qin Baobao, this is your schedule. There are some changes, take a look. The marketing staff put the new schedule on the glass coffee table. Li Yanhong opened it and looked. The schedule was no different from before. The advertisements and performances were all signed and would not change. The only change was that the concert plan was cancelled. It was changed to a small role in a movie that Star Art Entertainment invested in. Where's the concert? The concert at the end of the month? Li Yanhong angrily asked. It's been adjusted. Su Lu is going to have a concert at the end of the month. The promotion work has already started today. The staff said. What concert? I didn't hear about it before. Li Yanhong said angrily. Go ask the marketing department leader yourself. I'm just a small role. The staff waved his hand and left. Li Yanhong said. What's going on? The concert was cancelled for no reason? What are these people doing? Qin Baobao pursed her lips. Someone wants to beat me up. Believe it or not, after this month's schedule is over, I'll be rotting at home and have no work to do next month. She was furious. What happened? Li Yanhong looked at her. Qin Baobao told her what happened yesterday. Li Yanhong. She didn't know what to say. From the standpoint of a manager, she had to persuade Qin Baobao not to be stubborn and not to go against the leader. Although celebrities were glamorous, they were still employees of the management company. From past experience, no celebrity could be alive and kicking after going against the company. But from the perspective of a friend, she agreed with Qin Baobao. If she took a step back with her appearance, there would be more and more messy things in the future. I'll go ask the marketing department. Li Yanhong said. Qin Baobao didn't stop her. There wouldn't be any results even if she went. It would just be useless. 10 minutes later, Li Yanhong came back. Her face full of unwillingness and frustration. The concert is still going on. Everything is going according to plan, but the singer isn't you, it's Su Lu. Li Yanhong said dejectedly. Su Lu has snatched all your things and those songs. She placed a song list in front of Qin Baobao. 1/3 of the songs for Su Lu's concert were Qin Baobao's songs. Blue and White Porcelain, Farewell Song, The Most Familiar Stranger, Legend, Time Boils the Rain, and Fairy Tale. This is too much. They didn't leave you any face. What will the company think of you? Are you deliberately letting others know that the company is trying to beat you up? I'll call President Huang. Qin Baobao dialed Huang Yitsong's cell phone. It was better to talk to Huang Yitsong than to argue with the company's leader. Baobao, what's the matter? Huang Yitsong's voice was a bit tired and weak. President Huang, you're a newlywed. You have to take care of your body. Qin Baobao was stunned. In just a few days, the president's voice was so weak. She thought there's no need to be so crazy. Anyway, they're married. There's still a long way to go. The old driver smiled and didn't care. He said in a weak voice, My body is a bit weak. I'm still lying in the hospital. What's wrong? There are kangaroos everywhere in Australia. Just now I was playing with a kangaroo and was punched by it. That fellow did not let me off and strangled me tightly, pressing me down on its crotch. I nearly broke my waist. Damn it, I nearly lost my life. Huang Yitsong laughed. Those damned aboriginals. Not only did they not help me, they even laughed at me from the side. Fortunately, my wife was reliable. Without saying anything, she rushed up and punched the kangaroo in the face and saved me. Then how are you now? Qin Baobao asked with concern. If you keep looking for trouble, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. I'm fine. My nose isn't broken but my neck is twisted. I feel like my body has been emptied. Huang Yizong said. You still haven't said what happened. It's about the concert. Qin Baobao was angry at the mention of this. She said angrily, Kong Xian cancelled my concert and gave it to Su Lu. He wants me to be an extra in some film crew. That son of a bitch is restless. Huang Yizong sighed. How should I say this? He and I were both appointed by the board of directors. I have more power than him, but I don't have the power to directly order him. If I was in the company, this matter would be settled for you. But I'm overseas and the emperor is far away. He can completely ignore me. Qin Baobao was silent. She remembered that Huang Yizong and Kong Xian's father were both shareholders of Star Art. How about this, when I come back I'll arrange another concert for you. Huang Yizong said. Thank you, CEO Huang. Qin Baobao couldn't say anything else. Li Yanhong was listening on the side. When Qin Baobao hung up, she sighed. That's the only way. Chapter 256. Qin Baobao said in a low voice, This tells me something. What is it? There are no tricks to being the CEO. The biggest shareholder is the king. She muttered. I'll invest some money in him another day. I want to catch up with Teddy Su in terms of shares. Li Yanhong. 19th floor marketing department. Su Lu came to the marketing manager's office and did not see the argument she expected. Qin Baobao didn't come to make a scene? The marketing manager got up and poured a glass of water for this popular vice president. He pointed to the door and said, She came to make a scene, but she knew it was useless. She went back. I wish she wasn't so tactful. Su Lu sounded disappointed. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. He smiled and did not express his opinion. Is it okay if I sing her song? Su Lu asked. It's okay. Have you forgotten? Her songs are all licensed to the company. You just need to pay Qin Zhe a sum of money after the event. The marketing manager crossed his arms and gave an affirmative answer. Su Lu nodded in satisfaction. Start the promotion work as soon as possible. The concert will be brought forward to 13th of November. I still have a brand endorsement contract in the middle of the month. The marketing manager smiled and said no problem. 1 week was enough for promotion and setting up the venue. It was not a national concert tour. It was not that troublesome. Soon the company knew that Qin Baobao's concert was cancelled, and Su Lu was going to perform. The gossip of 2 A-list celebrities was the most attractive. Everyone was talking about it. Some said that Qin Baobao was too arrogant recently and offended the company's higher-ups. Some said that Qin Baobao wanted to jump ship, but the company found out and decided to freeze Qin Bao. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. Therefore, wherever Qin Baobao went, there were pairs of meaningful eyes looking at her. Don't you have anything to do? Gossiping. I give you so much free time and you talk about this? If you have time, you should improve your self-cultivation. Qin Baobao, who had just come out of the office, heard Li Yanhong shouting in the next room. That was the office for her manager and assistant. Li Yanhong was teaching Qin Baobao's 2 assistants a lesson, while the female assistants straightened their necks and didn't speak. Sister Li, what's wrong? Qin Baobao knocked on the door. Let's talk in your office. Li Yanhong turned her head and reprimanded. If I hear you again, you can quit your job. She left with Qin Baobao. The 2 female assistants curled their lips and rolled their eyes. They said in disdain, You're about to be frozen, yet you're still so arrogant. In the office, Qin Baobao asked, What's going on? Those 2 little cheese were talking about you behind your back. They said that you were too arrogant and were going to be blacklisted by the company. He said something like, It's just that you're developing too quickly. You're probably starting to be arrogant, so you should keep a low profile. Otherwise, we'll be finished. I'm so angry. You're not bad to them, but they're talking about you behind your back. Li Yanhong gritted her teeth. Those who were talking about Qin Baobao in the company were jealous because she was indeed climbing too fast. She finished the journey that others took a few years in a few months. Who wouldn't be jealous? Dismiss them. Qin Baobao was very decisive. Let them go back to where they came from. Li Yanhong nodded and went out to deal with it. Time passed and soon it was the day before the concert. With the company's strong promotion, the news of Su Lu's concert caused a heated discussion on the internet. Concert tickets were sold on major websites, and entertainment news was constantly promoting the news. Sulu's fans were excitedly chatting on Tieba and forums. This is Sulu's first concert, right? After the lip-syncing incident was exposed. After so many years, Sulu's concert is finally here. I've already bought the tickets. The concert will start tomorrow. I've already bought the high-speed train tickets. Haha, I'm in Shanghai at the Shanyu Stadium. It's not far from my house. I want to go, but it's too far. I envy those who live close. Don't worry. If this concert is successful, there will definitely be a national tour next year. Let's wait for next year. I heard that the concert was originally going to be performed by Qin Baobao. Then it was changed to our Sulu. I heard that too, but it's just gossip. It's not very credible. I heard that Qin Baobao was too arrogant and offended the company's executives. Therefore, she might be frozen and the concert was changed to Sulu. I'm not sure if it's true. Let's see if she's active in the future. Haha, Sulu got lucky. The concert would start tomorrow, and Sulu practiced even harder. Her manager and assistant accompanied the sound engineer. When Sulu came out, they hurriedly served her throat-soothing tea. Lulu, your singing is getting better and better. Tomorrow's concert will be no problem, her manager said. Yes. Especially Qin Baobao's songs. I feel that she sang better than her, Assistant A said. After this concert, there might be people online saying that you sang better than the original singer, Assistant B said. Sulu smiled happily. I'll take a 10-minute break and practice again. I haven't stood on a concert stage for many years. I can't make any mistakes. Her manager immediately said, Yes. If you sing well in this concert, you'll most likely rise in the music industry. In Qin Baobao's office, Li Yanhong had already received the notice to substitute for the concert. A movie contract had to be signed by Qin Baobao. The movie was about the old Shanghai of the Republic of China. The foreign power separated the old Shanghai and established concessions. At that time, the Republic of China and the Japanese had just signed the Songhu Armistice Agreement. The old Shanghai was in chaos. The male lead was a small fry. He relied on his courage to fight, rape, and fight easily, to climb from a small fry to the position of a gang leader. In the end, he married the daughter of a rich businessman who was entangled in love and hate. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bao Bao. Qin Baobao played the third female lead. She was a prostitute who was abandoned by the male lead. She took things too hard and threw herself into the Huangpu River. She had 15 minutes of scenes. It's okay that you don't have much time. Otherwise, you don't have any acting foundation. If you have too many scenes, you'll be criticized by the audience, Li Yanhong said. The shooting location is at Songjiang Chengdun Film Base. The crew asked us to go this week. Actually, it's also an opportunity. Maybe you can develop in the film industry. Li Yanhong nagged for a long time and was still unwilling to give up. Your path as a singer hasn't reached the peak yet. Those A-list singers, which one of them hasn't held a concert? Bao Bao, you're just going to let it go. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. She thought that you're finally done nagging. I thought you were going to nag until you got off work. Let it go? How is that possible? Qin Baobao sneered. Am I so easy to bully? By the way, Sulu has been practicing her singing quite diligently recently. Humph! Li Yanhong said with a look of displeasure. It's almost time, Qin Baobao muttered and said. Sister Li, you go out for a while. Li Yanhong was at a loss and left as she was told. Qin Baobao opened the drawer of the glass coffee table. She stored snacks to satisfy her cravings. She picked up a lollipop and licked it happily for a moment. Then she slowly dialed her phone. The call went through. Qin Zhe said, Sister. Ace. Qin Baobao's face changed in a second. She wiped her tears and said in a pitiful tone, Sister is being bullied again. It's too much, sob sob sob. Her sister lay on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her two long legs. For a while, there was no sound from the other side. Sister is being bullied again, Qin Baobao repeated angrily. Oh, I heard that. Qin Zhe was puzzled. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Did I wear it? Ooh. Half an hour later, Qin Zhe arrived at Xingyi Entertainment and went straight to his sister's office. The moment he opened the door, he suspected that he had worn it. His sister was sitting on the sofa, munching on a chocolate bar. This scene was so familiar. Seemed to be the same last time. She called and said, "Sister is being bullied, sob sob sob." Then she summoned him. When was that? Was her song stolen? Or was it her guest singer? He couldn't remember. Anyway, she was always making things difficult for her brother. If she wasn't making things difficult for him, then she was on her way to make things difficult for him. What's wrong now? Qin Zhe sat beside her calmly. Qin Baobao leaned over and said while eating snacks, "Sulu, that little B***teach is playing tricks on me again. I'm going to kill her this time." His sister told him what had happened recently. "It's been almost a week, and you're only telling me now." Qin Zhe looked at his sister and was shocked. This didn't make sense. With his sister's personality, she should have said it long ago and asked for comfort. The time isn't right. Qin Baobao smiled like a sly little fox. "I can't give the enemy a chance to prepare. This time, I'm going to kill that B***T. Please start your performance. By the way, let me remind you that I can't help you with this matter." Qin Zhe said. "Young man, you must have confidence in yourself." The young lady patted him on the shoulder. Sulu's original works can be counted with one hand. In this concert song list, 1/3 of it is your song. Because your songs are of the worst quality, the company made this choice to save costs. When I saw the song list that day, I knew it was a done deal. Her concert starts tomorrow night. Now it's time for you to perform. You're saying that I have to terminate my contract with Xing Yi? Does that mean I have to pay for it? Qin Zhe understood. Don't. Qin Baobao had a strategic look on her face. Don't forget, the contract you signed was an authorization contract. It's different from the contract you signed with the internet copyright. The latter requires compensation, but the former doesn't. You're only authorizing Xing Yi to help you with the operation. There's a difference between the two. Party A's responsibility. Since the signing of the agreement, Party A is not allowed to transfer the business operation rights to other companies within a year. Qin Zhe didn't understand. The contract was made by his sister, and he was only responsible for signing it. But he knew the difference between an authorization contract and a copyright contract. Xing Yi was only helping him with a few songs, producing CDs, karaoke services, other variety shows using his songs, etc. The profits were split, but the copyright was still in Qin Zhe's hands. The latter directly sold the internet copyright. If he broke the contract, he would have to pay for it. Then I can't use those songs to make money in the future. Qin Zhe frowned. The commercial value derived from the songs is limited, but there's no problem with using the copyright. Just like how you can still sell the internet copyright. You can also sing in concerts, but you have to make a CD and sell it to karaoke. These channels are not allowed. There are detailed rules. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. Qin Zhe repeated it 3 times in his heart. He got up and strode out of the office. Understood. I'll perform for you now. A few minutes later, Qin Zhe knocked on the door of the marketing manager's office. Chapter 257. The marketing manager was in contact with the venue and reminded them about the concert. He had to go to the stadium personally later to check on the situation. When he heard the office door open, he thought it was an employee reporting to him, but it turned out to be the famous fast shooter. "Io, why is Miss Qin here?" The marketing manager quickly got up to serve him and ran to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water. Qin Zhe took the water and took a sip. "I have something to talk to you guys about." He had seen this marketing manager before. When he came to the company to help his sister make a single, the two of them had met once. With Qin Zhe's status in the entertainment industry and his reputation as a fast shooter, he would be warmly welcomed wherever he went. Especially those outdated and unrated singers who couldn't wait to hug the legs of the big shots and refused to let go. "Go ahead." The marketing manager sat back in his seat. "I heard that my sister was going to hold a concert, but for no reason, it was suspended by the company and replaced by Sulu." Qin Zhe held a disposable paper cup and smiled gently. He always used such a smile to hide his salted fish nature. Over time, he gave people a very gentle and peaceful feeling. The person beside him said, "Your sister is so beautiful." Qin Zhe smiled. "Your sister is so smart." Qin Zhe smiled. Your sister is so outstanding. Qinze smiled. You're so useless. You're completely different from your sister. Qinze still had to smile and say, F***ck. As time passed, he developed a different kind of shrewdness. The marketing manager understood in his heart. So it was because of this matter. It was obvious that Vice President Kong wanted to beat Qin Baobao. Anyone with a bit of foresight would know that the reason was still unknown. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. This kind of thing was commonplace. After working in star art for more than 10 years, he had seen a few artists who were once very popular get banned, frozen, or fade out of the entertainment industry. In just 2 or 3 years, they were completely forgotten by the fans. Qin Baobao had good potential and was rising quickly. But in terms of earning money, which of those celebrities who were banned couldn't earn money? Some celebrities were arrogant and offended the leaders. Some were disobedient and couldn't be ordered around. Some wanted to jump ship and were discovered. There were all kinds of them. If you don't want to be banned, then you have to pay the penalty. Hence the company released him. Generally, those who could afford to pay the penalty were either very experienced big shots or companies that were willing to pay for them. Such celebrities were in the minority. Obviously, Qin Baobao was not. She was famous, but her connections in the entertainment industry were too shallow. She had only been in the industry for 4 months. With such little connections, she would not be able to survive after leaving the company. Therefore, Qin Baobao had no choice but to swallow this loss. I'm not in charge of that. This is the company's arrangement. As soon as he heard this, the marketing manager's attitude changed. It was an instinctive rejection. Why did he come to the company to denounce them? You Qinze may have fame and status, but I Xingyi am not a nobody. Just because my sister was wronged a little, you ran over to find trouble with us? You have to give me an explanation, don't you think so? After Qinze finished speaking, the office door was knocked again. It was an employee reporting to him. He hesitated when he saw Qinze in the office. It's about the concert, right? Wait a moment. The marketing manager said, then turned to Qinze and said, Miss Qin, our company has its own arrangements. If Qin Baobao has any opinions, I suggest you let her talk to the management. You've come to the wrong place. The employee listened with a face full of gossip. It was about Qin Baobao. Recently, the whole company was talking about it. I still have things to do here. Sulu's concert starts tomorrow. Today, there are still some things at the stadium that have not been settled. The marketing manager did not want to talk too much and directly asked him to leave. I didn't come to the wrong place. Your department is in charge of the concert, right? Yes. Qinze nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to cancel all the songs that I wrote in Sulu's concert. The marketing manager was stunned. Qinze looked at him and crossed his legs. He had an arrogant look on his face. From today onwards, I'm canceling all licensing agreements with Star Art. Star Art can no longer use or operate any of my works. The marketing manager's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? In a moment, I'll send the cancellation agreement to Vice President Kang's office. Don't try to drag it out. If Sulu sings my songs in tomorrow's concert, then Star Art can wait to be sued. I'll make you pay compensation and a public apology. The marketing manager thought for a moment and waved to the employee. You can leave first. I'll talk to him. The staff member turned around and left. The moment he stepped out of the door, his face was filled with the excitement of a paparazzi who had caught some exclusive gossip. He ran back to the office and said excitedly, Exclusive news, exclusive news. Qinze wants to cancel the licensing agreement with Star Art. He won't let Sulu sing his songs at the concert. What? That exciting? Are you serious? Don't play with us. That's impossible. Qin Baobao really dares to do that? The news quickly spread throughout the company. From the marketing department to the planning department, then to the company's internal communication group. The crowd was excited. The conflict intensified. Qin Baobao wanted to fight to the death with the company. The situation escalated. Just thinking about it made one want to eat chicken. Miss Qin, don't joke around. The concert will start tomorrow and the publicity is out. It's impossible to ask Sulu to step down and replace her with Qin Baobao. The marketing manager was patient. He had to calm him down first. This is a decision made after careful consideration. It's not impulsive at all. Qinze put on a gentle smile, making the marketing manager want to hit him. Qinze, you're too impulsive. If you do this, how will your sister face the company in the future? How will others look at her? Oh, the company has other plans and she's stirring up trouble? She only thinks about herself and doesn't think about the company. Does she still want her reputation? Will the company give her any resources in the future? The marketing manager said angrily, I don't see the company paying much attention to her. Since singer, her songs were all written by me. Why? Because the lyricist was snatched away by Su Lu. I was the guest for the grand final. Why? Because the guest was also snatched away by Su Lu. And that PR crisis, your company handled it. Aren't you afraid of ruining her future? Qinze shrugged. I think it's necessary to terminate the partnership with you. But you can't deny that the company spent a lot of resources on her. They arranged a lot of work for her. Star Art is also making money, isn't it? Just like what your old leader said, you're happy, I'm happy, everyone is happy. No one owes anyone anything. The marketing manager's face turned green. The concert was about to start. Changing the song at the last minute was very dangerous. On the other side, the sound engineer. Su Lu was called out by her assistant. Her manager and assistant looked terrible. They waved at her from outside the soundproof glass. What's wrong? Su Lu said unhappily. Her singing was getting better and better. She wanted to experience that feeling more and hold on to it. But she was interrupted. Her manager opened her mouth. She wanted to say something but didn't. She passed the phone over. In the company's artists group. Qinze is 2F** King Ruthless. I didn't expect this. The concert is about to start and he's doing this. This was the latest message. It was from a female singer in the company. Su Lu's heart sank. She looked at the chat history. Many artists were tagging her. I heard that Qinze wants to terminate the licensing agreement and let the company sell his songs? Is it true? I'm outside and don't know the situation. Give me a definite answer. There's such a thing? What did I miss? At Su Lu, what's going on? It's true. Qinze came to the company today. The news came from the marketing department. My assistant just told me. There's indeed such a thing. Is it because of the concert? Su Yunhan. Qin Baobao, your brother came to the company. Qin Baobao replied concisely. Yes. Su Yunhan. Su Lu's vision darkened. Her manager said angrily, what should we do now? The concert is starting tomorrow. Lulu, did you practice all those songs for nothing? It was very troublesome to change songs at the last minute. A concert was not a recording studio. Anyone who had been to a recording studio knew that as long as you didn't sing too badly, you could still produce a heavenly voice. But there was no editing in a concert. It required real skill. In that case, practicing songs was very important. The rhythm and emotions needed to be practiced. A celebrity couldn't just sing well with a microphone. Moreover, Su Lu had learned her lesson from lip-syncing. This time she didn't dare to do it again. She practiced especially hard, but now a third of her songs were ruined. Qin Baobao. Su Lu gritted her teeth and rushed out of the recording studio. Lulu, where are you going? Her manager shouted. I'm going to settle scores with her, Su Lu said angrily. Chapter 258. How dare Qin Baobao do this? She's challenging the company. She's too irrational. This was someone who disagreed with Qin Baobao. Yeah, just a concert. Is it worth it? We'll cancel all her events later. Let's see how she cries. This was someone who enjoyed the show. I think it's quite. Anyway, no one would be happy if this happened to them. This was someone who agreed with Qin Baobao, but it was not appropriate to criticize the company. Very few people agreed with Qin Baobao's actions. The company had its own arrangements. If she made a scene just because she was wronged, would she still want to work in the company in the future? The wind did not blow. Previously, no one had thought that Qin Baobao would do something like this. If she was unhappy with the company, the one who would suffer was still the artist. She was not a veteran artist with deep connections and experience. Why was she so stubborn? In the words of the workplace, do you still want to work? Qin Baobao sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the office. excitedly scrolling through the company's internal chat channels. She twirled a lollipop in one hand, and the candy ball in her mouth made a sound as it collided with her teeth. Almost everyone in the department's chat group, the artist chat group, the logistics chat group, and so on were discussing. The atmosphere was thick with gossip. If there was a title for this incident, it would probably be Qin Siblings Tear Apart Su Lu. Well, the comments were more interesting than the incident. Bao Bao, your brother is so capable. This is so satisfying. Li Yanhong was also in the office. After looking at her phone, she said excitedly, "Of course my brother is capable." Qin Bao Bao's tone was a little smug. "But this is not good for your reputation. After this incident, even if CEO Huang covers for you and the company won't criticize you publicly, others will definitely leak it and take the opportunity to smear your reputation." Li Yanhong considered the consequences. "Don't worry, watch how I perform later." Qin Bao Bao grinned. "Quickly write a contract termination and send it to the marketing department. Let the marketing manager sign it, then send it to the finance department to stamp it." Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Li Yanhong went to open the door. She thought that Qin Zhe had returned, but when she opened the door, it turned out to be Su Lu. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately gave her a poker face and mocked, "Yo, superstar Su, what are you doing here instead of practicing?" Of course, Su Lu would not bicker with a small fry. Without Qin Bao Bao, she Li Yanhong was nothing. She came to settle accounts with Qin Bao. Her eyes fell on Qin Bao, and she immediately raised a bright smile. "Bao Bao, this suddenly happened. Don't you think your brother is too impulsive?" Su Lu's jealousy was very strong, and her sense of crisis was very strong. Since Qin Bao Bao stood out in the singer program, she had always been deeply hostile to Qin Bao. Her intuition was right. Qin Bao Bao had been in the industry for 4 months. Her excellent performance in the singer program, as well as her long-term songs that dominated the charts, made her popular all over the country. Then she released a single that broke the daily, weekly, and monthly sales records, pushing her to the top position. When Su Lu was planning to return to the music industry, Qin Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere. Su Lu had no reason not to be hostile to her. Take this concert for example. If Qin Bao Bao had not been there, this opportunity would have definitely been hers. Of course, the most jealous thing was that she had a fast shooter brother. She was really King lucky. Although envious, jealous, and hateful, Su Lu seemed to have never spoken ill of Qin Bao Bao in front of her. After scheming against her, there was no need to show off in front of others. It was meaningless. Because of the same mentality, Qin Bao Bao would not show off at this time. Qin Bao Bao took out the lollipop and finally took a sip. She smiled helplessly. "Sister Su, I'm really sorry. My brother is very stubborn and disobedient. Alas, he has been disobedient since he was a child, and his parents spoil him. I really can't do anything about it." Women were really born actors. Su Lu frowned helplessly. She seemed to be a gentle elder sister who was annoyed by her brother's naughtiness. Su Lu stared at the gorgeous face that she envied. Her heart was full of hatred, but she did not show it on her face. She said softly, "Bao Bao, you go and persuade him again. I know that the concert made you unhappy, but this was arranged by the company. Sister Su can't do anything about it. Isn't this reasonable?" Of course, she would not come and scold Qin Bao Bao. It was meaningless. She planned to calm Qin Bao Bao first. This concert went wrong. The one who suffered the most was not the company, but Su Lu. She would push the blame to the company and play the victim. Su Lu had already prepared a speech in her mind. She wanted to use emotions to move people. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao was very straightforward. Qin Bao Bao said, "Sister Su, don't worry. I will definitely convince him. We will go over now." This little b asterisk tch was so straightforward? Well, she would settle this matter first and then buy news to smear her. While Huang Yizong was not back yet, she would freeze her for a while. That show-off Huang Yizong took his wife for their honeymoon. It was said that they would be away for a month and would only be back in December. During this time, Vice President Kong had the final say in the company's affairs. Kong Xian and Huang Yizong had different positions, but they were not subordinates. Their fathers were shareholders. This was Kong Xian's confidence. It was also Huang Yizong's helplessness after receiving Qin Baobao's call. I am abroad and can't deal with the company's affairs. If I call them, they can ignore me. Qin Baobao and Su Lu rushed to the marketing department and were met with a bunch of surprised gazes. Why are Qin Baobao and Su Lu together? Shouldn't they be fighting? They are going to the marketing department. I want to follow them. Quick, tell the colleagues in the marketing department to help us do a live broadcast. The onlookers whispered to each other. Qin Baobao came to the marketing department and walked into the marketing manager's office under the gossipy gazes of the employees. She purposely left the door open in the office. The marketing manager was still persuading Qin Zhe. Didn't you go home? You came here secretly to terminate the contract. If someone in the company didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you were acting on your own, Qin Baobao said angrily. Qin Zhe and his sister's eyes met. Years of tacit understanding allowed him to instantly understand what his scheming sister was thinking. I have already decided on this matter. You don't have to persuade me, Qin Zhe said in a low voice. His tone was like a martial arts novel where the master of a sect passed the position to a weak disciple, and then told the elders that he had already decided on this matter. Su Lu was angry. She was about to say something when Qin Baobao's agitated and sad voice suddenly sounded. No, I don't agree. The marketing manager was startled. Her voice was so shrill that it sounded like a helpless wife whose husband was about to take home his mistress. Pa! Qin Zhe slammed the table. Shut up. This time it was Su Lu's turn to be startled. At first, you said that the company's composer didn't have time and I would write songs for you. You said that the company's artist didn't have time and I would be your guest singer. You wanted to release a single and I would write songs for you. You said that the company wanted to sell my songs. Okay, I signed without hesitation. Qin Zhe changed from a gentle sheep to a furious lion. Took him 2 seconds to prepare. It was obvious that his acting skills were not as pure as his sister's. In the big office, more than 10 employees stared at the manager's office. They saw Qin Zhe jumping up and down inside and heard his voice. But what did you get? The composer was robbed, the guest singer was robbed, and now even the concert was robbed. You have to be more careful. This stupid company is still thinking about them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to sign the agreement today. Qin Baobao said, you can't do this. You can't do this. Qin Zhe said, I want to do this. Get out of my way. Qin Baobao said, I love the company deeply. Qin Zhe said, I hate it so much that I go crazy. In the quarrel between the siblings, they exposed the matter without leaving a trace, and pointed the contradiction at Su Lu. The low-level employees suddenly understood. Oh, so there was such a thing. It turned out that Qin Baobao had always been targeted. This time Qin Zhe was angry. Some employees secretly turned on the recording function of their phones. Some typed and broadcasted exclusive news in the group. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao quarreled in the marketing department. There were replies. What's the situation? Why did the siblings quarrel? Tell us. Marketing staff. It turned out that it was Qin Zhe's own decision to terminate the agreement. He was angry and wanted to stand up for his sister. It turned out that Qin Baobao had always been targeted by Su Lu. This incident was the same, so her brother couldn't stand it anymore. But Qin Baobao kept persuading her brother not to be impulsive and not to terminate the agreement. So the two of them quarreled in the marketing department. Onlookers. What? Always targeted? Is it true? You don't say. I heard that Su Lu couldn't stand Qin Baobao. Marketing staff. I heard from Qin Zhe that when they were at Singer, Su Lu snatched Qin Baobao's lyricist. She had no choice but to ask her brother to write songs. It was the same for the guest singer. And this concert it was suddenly changed to Su Lu. We thought that Qin Baobao was arrogant and offended the leader. But it turned out that it was Su Lu who had been causing trouble all along. Onlookers. So that's the case. Wow, there are so many inside stories. Qin Baobao was treated unfairly, but she still tried to persuade her brother. If it were me, I would definitely fall out with her. Fall out with her. Ooh. At this moment, Su Lu looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Her face was green. If she couldn't tell that the siblings were putting on a show, she would be too stupid. The onlookers didn't know, but she knew in her heart that the conflict between her and Qin Baobao was tacit. So Qin Bao Bao was putting on an act, but she still pretended to be so magnanimous. There's no need to say anymore. I will definitely terminate the agreement. You can tolerate this, but I can't. Qin Zhe roared and then left in a huff. Qin Bao Bao chased after him. Brother, wait, don't be rash. They left. The marketing manager closed the door and looked at Su Lu, whose veins were popping out. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but felt that it was unnecessary. He sighed. Then I will definitely sign this agreement. Our marketing department was in charge of it. We can't get sued. After the marketing manager said that, Su Lu glared at him. Why don't you change to another song to practice? Su Lu was so angry that she cried. Practice? The concert is tomorrow. How do you want me to practice? There are so many songs. Her head was shaking. She really wanted to tear these 2B* cheese apart. Chapter 259. Back in the office, Qin Bao closed the door and laughed out loud. She threw herself on the sofa and rolled around. So good, so good. Little B***, you dare to fight with me? After enduring for so long, I finally got my revenge. She really thought that I was going to help her. How naive. Su Lu wanted to hit her. Then she looked at her brother with a smile and said proudly, Can I be good? Good, very good, and very capable. Qin Zhe admired his sister's acting skills. In this way, her image was corrected. When people talked about this, they would only say that Su Lu suppressed Qin Bao, and then Qin Zhe broke the agreement out of anger. Su Lu took the blame and Qin Zhe was the bad guy. Qin Bao was an innocent little girl. Your acting just now wasn't good enough. Your voice was too soft. Why did it make you sound angry? You should have slammed the table and shouted at the same time. Your expression wasn't fierce enough. Qin Bao nitpicked. Forget it, it should have been good. I'll reward you with a lollipop. She took out one from the drawer and gave it to her brother. Qin Zhe threw it back. You should eat this. He sat beside his sister and looked at her seriously, licking the lollipop. But it still has an impact on you. The company's higher-ups are definitely unhappy with you. Huang Yizong doesn't have the final say in Star Art. He's only the CEO appointed by the board of directors. You won't have an easy time. Qin Bao Bao mainly cheated Su Lu, but the company's losses were also quite big. His songs made a lot of money. Last time, when they failed with leverage, his sister donated her own money. In less than 2 months, they had more than 2 million in income. How scary. As they were talking, a leader of Star Art came in. The old man was about 1.6 meters tall. He was full of smiles and sighed. How did it end up like this? Miss Qin, think about it again. Didn't we have a good cooperation? You unilaterally broke the agreement. You're also at a loss, right? Qin Bao Bao immediately agreed. Brother, think about it. She was still biting the lollipop in her mouth. She didn't have time to take it out. Shut up. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Oh. Sister obediently sat on the sofa like a duck. I don't see how it's pleasant. Qin Zhe said impatiently. Don't look for me in the future. My songs have nothing to do with your company anymore. After a pause, he gave the other party a disdainful look. You think I'm short of money? Do you know my nickname? He still had to pretend to be angry and domineering. It was really tiring. Quick shooter. The little old man was stunned. God of stocks. Qin Zhe was really angry this time. Star Art is such a bully, I can't work with you anymore. Look at what you're saying. This is a normal job transfer in the company. There's no bullying of Qin Bao. How about this? Next month, no, next week, we'll arrange another concert for her. Qin Zhe sneered in his heart. What af** king bastard. If I don't get serious, you won't know that Qin Bao has someone above her. When you beat her, why didn't you think that I would fall out with you? Do you think that with the contract you can bully Qin Bao just because she's inexperienced? In the end, the little old man left unhappily because they couldn't reach an agreement. On the other side, the company's executives had a small meeting. Conference room number 3. It wasn't big and there weren't many people. There were only 6 of them. Other than the CEO and vice CEO, these 6 people were the most powerful leaders. How did it end up like this? This Qin Zhe really doesn't know what's good for him. It's just a small matter and he came to the company to make a scene. He even wants to terminate the contract? One of the leaders slammed the table. Young man, he's too impulsive. He doesn't even think about what Qin Bao will do in the company in the future. Another leader said unhappily, Qin Bao hasn't become a big shot yet. If she leaves the company, she won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. What a pity. These songs are well managed. If they continue to operate in the long run, it will be a very objective income. Some classic and immortal songs could feed the singer for a lifetime. CEO Kong didn't handle this matter well. Why did he beat up Qin Bao for no reason? It's meaningless. Yeah, when CEO Huang comes back, the two of them will quarrel again. The contract hasn't been terminated yet. There's still room for negotiation. Old Chun went over to persuade them. There were also leaders who disagreed with Kong Xian's approach. At this moment, the little old man came over and pushed open the door of the conference room. Old Chun, have you convinced Qin Zhe? Communicate with him. Everyone looked at him. The little old man shook his head. It's hopeless. Damn it. Several people slammed the table. What did CEO Kong say? He suggested that we put Qin Bao on ice for the time being. CEO Huang won't agree, but he won't be back until December. Then we'll follow CEO Kang's suggestion and put her on ice for a period of time. The leaders began to discuss. If it's not good, then it's not good. Anyway, once CEO Huang comes back, these things won't be a problem. Qin Bao didn't care at all. But even if CEO Huang is protecting you, you still have a grudge in your heart. Qin Zhe said, you must have other plans. With Qin Bao's personality, Star Art had made things difficult for her time and again. She could still hold it in. Now that she was done with Su Lu, she should have the intention to leave. I want to go out on my own. Qin Bao twisted her waist and acted coquettishly. Ayaya, have you figured me out? Don't worry, I haven't figured you out. Qin Zhe said. Do you have a detailed plan? No, the contract is a problem. I can't afford the liquidated damages. In the entertainment industry, I don't have many connections either. I only have a few celebrity friends and very few industry insiders. For a celebrity like me who only has fame and no connections, leaving the agency is the end of me. The best choice was to open her own studio. There was no point in jumping ship. Another agency might be even more disgusting than Star Art. At least Star Art had Huang Yizong's protection. If she went to another agency, a woman like Qin Bao would have a lot of guys who wanted to be above her. I can deal with the liquidated damages. I really can't do anything about the entertainment industry. His sister's previous contract was for newcomers. After becoming an A-lister, the contract naturally changed. That's why sister is quite troubled. Wait a little longer. When I have more money, I can spend money to build a deep network. Qin Zhe said as he patted his chest. Sister didn't dote on you for nothing. Qin Bao hugged her brother's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Let me give you a stamp. That's a financial stamp. Give me a stamp too. Qin Zhe pointed to his mouth. I'm at the office. Qin Bao's face was slightly red. She was a little shy. My Qing dynasty is gone, but your tricks haven't changed. Qin Zhe said. My face is already immune to your rewards. Then just a little. Qin Bao bit her lips and straddled her brother's legs. I'll close my eyes. Qin Zhe was a little scared. Okay. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by him made her feel awkward. Qin Zhe closed his eyes. Just as his sister was about to give him a stamp, the office door was pushed open. Bao. Li Yanhong saw the scene in the office and was shocked. What did she see? Qin Bao was straddling her brother's legs and hugging his neck. Qin Zhe. Qin Bao. After 0.1 seconds, Qin Zhe finished writing the script. My eyes hurt. There's dust in them. Help me blow it out. Qin Bao also received her brother's script in 0.1 seconds. Don't move. Sister will help you take a look. The siblings started to act again. I have some eye drops. I'll bring them over. Her skillful acting successfully fooled Li Yanhong and successfully diverted her attention. No need. It's much better. Qin Zhe said. No need to go through so much trouble. Qin Bao got down from her brother's legs and pinched his waist hard. Her cheeks were slightly red. Li Yanhong put the termination contract on the table. It's done. The contract is here. The excited middle-aged woman started to nag. Not only did she change Bao Bao's image, but she also took the opportunity to ruin Su Lu's reputation. But the siblings were absent-minded. Neither of them cared about what she said. Chapter 260. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the news of Qin Baobao and Xingyi's discord was written by unscrupulous online media editors. Qin Baobao and Su Lu turn against each other in public. For the sake of a concert, two female stars actually did such a thing in public. Qinze wreaks havoc in Xingyi. Qin Baobao will be frozen. Fresh news articles were published one after another, and the contradictions were all directed at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao's Weibo was flooded with a large number of Su Lu's fans. All kinds of shouting and cursing. I didn't expect Qin Baobao to be such a person. She's too arrogant. Just because she has a lot of good songs, she dares to challenge her seniors. Her character is so bad. What a waste of her beauty. For the sake of a concert, she let her brother come to the company to terminate his contract? Haha. This kind of artist should be banned. Then Qin Baobao's fans angrily shouted, "Bunch of idiots, get lost. You believe this kind of gossip? Haters? Water Army." The two sides were in a heated argument, and the fans were fiercely attacking each other. At that time, Qinze was taking a taxi to his investment company. When he saw the news on the internet, he immediately called his sister. Yes, how can the news spread so quickly, unless someone took the initiative to pay for the news to defame me? Qin Baobao gave her brother an affirmative answer. Needless to say, it's Su Lu who did it, and maybe Kong Xian is behind it. It's the Water Army again. Didn't you say that you're going to start a real name system? Hurry up. Qinze said angrily. Don't worry, I won't fall into the same trap twice. His sister was very confident. What are you going to do? I've already asked Wolf inside to write the article. She'll help me contact the internet media. I can't use the company's channels. Sister is really capable. Then I'm relieved. Qinze was about to hang up when he suddenly froze. What Wolf inside? Beep beep beep. His sister hung up. Hey, hung up on me, you troublesome woman. He had to pay a little more attention to his sister's matter. He could afford the liquidated damages, but if he wanted to set up a studio, he would have to rebuild his team if he wanted to prosper. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, networking was very important. You had to have channels to get jobs. In this aspect, Qinze was completely clueless. He remembered that Sister Pei had set up a management company before, but it failed. He would ask about the situation another day. Bao's investment was no longer what it used to be. The last time he pulled in 300 million, it was all investments from celebrities. The people in the entertainment industry were indeed very rich. These were also connections, but their friendship wasn't deep, so he couldn't count on them for the time being. The number of employees in the company had increased to 30, and there was also a beautiful front desk. She was a coquettish young lady. Every time Qinze came to work, she would coquettishly say, "Good morning, Zhao Qin." When Qinze got off work, she said coyly, "Goodbye, Zhao Qin." Regarding the position of the front desk, Qinze specifically told Suyu that he must recruit beautiful and capable girls, preferably with more than 2 years of work experience. He remembered that he had read a certain urban novel called 3 Things Between Me and the Front Desk Girl. He read it slightly. Later he couldn't find it. The front desk of the company was a 7 out of 10 goddess outside. Unfortunately, in Qinze's eyes, 7 out of 10 was just a passing grade. Zhangye had 8 out of 10. Suyu gave her a salary of 7,000 a month, which was already very high. The work was also easy. In addition to entertaining customers, it was to help CEO Qin and CEO Su order takeout. Qinze didn't dare to let Suyu order anymore. Every time he ordered Hunan cuisine, he was almost upgraded from an ambitious youth to a youth with hemorrhoids. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Qinze began to pay attention to his sister's Weibo. On the internet, the fans of both sides were fiercely fighting. You attack my idol's Weibo? Well, let's team up and attack your forum. You attack the forum? Let's attack Tieba. Su Lu's fans had the support of the Internet Water Army and the endorsement of the news content. What they said was reasonable and well-founded. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's fans had a lot of empty words and could only curse. However, the direction of public opinion on the internet quickly changed. Qin Baobao also began to buy news and began to fight back. There was an article that was written very frequently. Behind the falling out between Qin Baobao and Su Lu, is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Such a high-powered title had a magic power that made people unable to help but click on it. Why do Qin Baobao and Su Lu repeatedly fall out? Why did Qin Zhe cause trouble in Star Art? Is the termination of the contract true or false? What secrets are hidden behind the concert? Behind all this, is it the arrogance of the newcomers or the suppression of the seniors? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? The article also revealed, according to an anonymous employee of Star Art, the concert at Shanyu Stadium originally belonged to Qin Baobao. Later, for some unknown reason, it was changed to Su Lu, Qin Baobao's younger brother. After Qin Zhe found out, he went to Star Art and made a big fuss. According to him, baby Qin has been receiving unfair treatment since the start of I Am a Singer. He directly accused Su Lu of suppressing newcomers, including this concert. It was also Su Lu who secretly made things difficult for him. At the end of the article, there was also a video. The video was secretly shot with a phone. In a certain office, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were arguing. But what did you get? The composer was stolen, the guest was stolen, and now the concert was stolen. You have to be more careful. With this lousy company, you're still thinking for them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to come into contact with the agreement today. You can't do this, you can't do this. I want to do this, get out of my way. I love the company deeply. I hate it to the point of madness. Not long after, various articles exposing Su Lu's dark secrets appeared on the internet and were pushed and spread through the app. Qin Baobao's fans' morale soared and they turned from defense to offense. Where's the haters? Continue to scold. Please continue to perform. A thief crying thief. It's obviously Su Lu who is suppressing Qin Baobao. I didn't expect Su Lu to be such a person. She's the one with a bad character. She used to lip sync and now she's bullying my goddess. The younger brother is so good. The younger brother is so tall. So satisfying. Give me a stack of younger brothers like this. Su Lu's fans. MDZZ. Idiots. They're all paid posters, disgusting. Qin Zhe browsed the news for a while and sent a message to his sister. Not bad, a beautiful counterattack. That's right, I used to be a newbie and didn't know the tricks of the entertainment industry. Now I'm a veteran. How can I continue to be tricked by Su Lu? I've long been on guard against this move of hers. Qin Baobao sent an emoji of laughing with arms akimbo. She had always been a person who couldn't stand compliments. Once you praised her, she would become arrogant. Veteran, quickly take me flying. Qin Zhe clicked his tongue and said, the article was well written. The paid posters you bought were very good. The title was fresh and refined, breaking away from the shackles of the shock party. It's a clear stream in the editor's circle. You mean the article with the video? Qin Baobao chuckled. That was written by Wang Zijin. I laughed for a long time. It was so interesting. A series of snickering emojis. It was actually written by Wang Zijin. The writing was sophisticated, and the killing intent was hidden. The dark was restrained and the dark was flawless. But it was Sister Ziwei who had sex. I spent a lot of money. I paid for it myself. Qin Baobao said with grievance. My heart hurts. I'm poor, not as rich as you. I had no choice but to deduct it from your wife's account. Why did my wife's account have to be used to help you solve this problem? Qin Zhe sent an emoji of 3 feet of anger. Qin Baobao. If you don't give your wife's account to me, will it rot? Qin Zhe. I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qin Zhe. Epsilon equals 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 Qin Baobao. I don't understand. This is awkward. My sister was born with a coquettish buff. In fact, her heart was very pure. She had never experienced love before. She didn't visit forums or tieba. Her knowledge and experience in that area were even worse than JK, who had shaken his bed in high school. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe's brain twitched. He sent a message to Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qinzai. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, "Wow, Sister Ziwei really understood." This emoji was very in line with Wang Zijin's character. By the way, try Suyu's reaction again to see if she understood. Qinzai. Suyu, are you there? Suyu. What's the matter? I'll come to your office to talk. Qinzai. No, I'll send you an emoji. You understand it yourself. Qinzai. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. There was a long silence over there. Suyu replied, "Oh, greater than over equality, oh Qinzai." He couldn't bear to look at it. He couldn't bear to look at it. Qinzai suddenly had a bold idea. Why don't he try to see if Sister Pei understood it? The next second he rejected the idea. Whether it was Suyu or Wang Zijin, although they didn't have a thorough understanding of his sister, they knew more or less the depth. Nanman Pei was too deep, and he couldn't grasp that degree for the time being. It was better not to court death. Chapter 261. In a certain online media company, Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat when she saw the instant understanding emoticon on her phone screen. What did he mean by sending this emoticon? A hint? How could there be such a blatant hint? It didn't fit his lazy and cowardly personality. But why did he send this emoticon? A normal man wouldn't send something like this to a normal woman. Wang Zijin panicked. Are you serious? Delete. Are you serious? Delete. Are you at home or at the hotel? Delete. She held her phone and didn't know how to reply. Just then her phone rang. It was an unknown number. The caller ID showed that it was from Beijing. Wang Zijin changed her phone number after she came to Shanghai. She only told Zhang Ling her number. Her friends and family in Beijing probably didn't know her number. But Zhang Ling might have leaked it. Hello, who is this? Wang Zijin picked up the phone. It's me, Missy. It's your loyal follower. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Go Dai? No. Then it's Qin Shou. Could it be Ji Liang? Wang Zijin's face turned serious. I'm not playing anymore. Sister Ziwei, your mouth is so sarcastic. The man said gloomily. Zhao Taizhu, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm at work. Wang Zijin said in a huff. Zhao Taizhu's original name was Zhao Biao. She was Wang Zijin's childhood playmate. When Wang Zijin was very young, before her grandfather retired and her father took up a post outside, she lived with her grandparents in the military district. It was what the outside world called the big courtyard. There were many children in the military district, and Zhao Biao was one of them. There were many children, so there were many hills. 3 or 4 children formed a small group to play marbles and fight with each other with wooden swords. Today they bullied you, but tomorrow you came back for revenge. The children's Jianghu could be said to be a bloody mess. Wang Zijin, this kind of young lady, was the kind of person who would be teased and bullied by the king of the children when she had nothing better to do. The first child who lifted Wang Zijin's skirt was called Zhao Biao. He had a strong personality and was the devil incarnate in the military district. In Zhao Biao's eyes, all the girls in the military district were part of his harem. He didn't only lift Wang Zijin's skirt. He even lifted the skirts of several girls. But he had kicked an iron plate. Wang Zijin didn't cry like the other girls. She was very calm. But the next day, while Zhao Biao was playing with his friends, she stuffed the fat girl that she had prepared in advance into Zhao Biao's school bag. Then she ran home, took off her clothes in her room, and cried for her grandfather. He accused Zhao Biao of his evil deeds. Her grandfather lifted his granddaughter's skirt and saw his granddaughter's little butt. He exploded on the spot. He took a Red Star 54 and went to Zhao Biao's house. Poor Zhao Biao's father. He was beaten up by the old general for no reason. He cried for his parents and begged for mercy. Then Zhao Biao was miserable. That night, Zhao Biao's screams lasted until midnight. Those who heard it were sad and those who heard it cried. At that time Wang Zijin was 9 years old. She was in the 3rd grade of primary school. Since then, Zhao Biao was willing to be Wang Zijin's lackey and became the queen's loyal subordinate. After that, Wang Zijin started her great career of ruling the military district. Wang Zijin learned how to kill with a borrowed knife and bully with numbers without a teacher. First, she had the advantage of numbers and swallowed up the scattered soldiers. Then she used the borrowed knife to kill with a borrowed knife. She used all kinds of methods to frame people and hold on to their weaknesses. She frequently wrote reports and borrowed the hands of their parents to teach a lesson to those who were difficult to deal with. Zhang Ling's brother Zhang Mingcheng was captured by Wang Zijin during this process. He and Zhao Biao were known as the Second Tiger General. The old general of the Wang family admired his granddaughter's black-bellied and scheming. He secretly taught her to suppress others with power and tempt them with benefits. It was the art of using virtue to convince people. His smart granddaughter opened a new chapter in her great career of ruling the country. She successfully integrated the 18 warlords of the military district before she was in primary school, and successfully ruled the country. If Wang Zijin's childhood were to be written into a book, it would be called How to Become a Female Bad Guy, or The Black-Bellied Lady's Coquettish Style. At that time, the group of children who were more rebellious were all taught a lesson by Wang Zijin. She had all their weaknesses in her hands. Later, many of the children left the courtyard one by one following their father's transfer. However, Wang Zijin left a psychological shadow in their hearts. Many years later, they still couldn't help but scold her for being black-hearted. During Wang Zijin's era, Zhang Ling was still a little girl with 2 lines of snot running down her nose. Even after many years, she still didn't have the courage to challenge Wang Zijin. "I'm in Shanghai on business. Sister Ziwei, come out for a meal. I'll be very grateful." Zhao Biao was 30 years old this year. He had a family and a career long ago. He was currently working in the government. Over the years they met less often, but they still kept in touch. The henchmen who followed Sister Ziwei in the past were still very loyal. The memories of their childhood, whether it was nightmares or beautiful dreams, were still fresh in their minds. "If it's possible, ask your little lover to come too. I really want to see what kind of hero he is to be able to subdue Sister Ziwei and get rid of a big threat for us. I know that Zhang Mingqing has no chance. He liked you since he was young. Back then, he was secretly competing with me. TSK. Actually, the outcome was already decided. How can a henchman marry the boss? It's not realistic. I'm not free." Wang Zijin curled her lips. "Let's meet again when I'm back in Beijing. My life is very peaceful now. I don't want to interact with a bunch of second-generation heirs like you." Wang Zijin's life now was like a famous song. "I haven't been a boss for many years." "Forget it then. I'm meeting a guy in private equity tonight. I want to do some shady business with him. If you agree to have a meal with me, I'll turn him down. Let's meet tomorrow." Zhao Biao said disappointedly. "You want to get involved in the stock market? We are also ordinary people. We can't lack money. We have to live. But it's not convenient for me to do such things in public." Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. "Then let's have a meal together tonight. I can talk to you." Zhao Biao. "What do you mean?" Wang Zijin smiled. "Turn down the guy in private equity. I'll introduce you to someone who might do it." After a moment of silence, Zhao Biao asked for a sky-high price. "Okay then. But I want a bigger share. No less than 50%. Zhao Taizhu, are you too arrogant? Or am I, Wang Zijin, too weak to do anything?" Wang Zijin sneered. "I'm taking a big risk. How can I not take a bigger share? Sister Ziwei, you don't have to do this. This is a matter of principle. I won't back down," Zhao Taizhu said firmly. This was the main reason why he had come to Shanghai. "Okay, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Does your sister-in-law know about your affairs outside? There's one in 4th Ring Road and another in 2nd Ring Road. That charming sister of yours is asking for a divorce. She's dead set on being your lover. Does your sister-in-law know about this? If she doesn't know, I'll talk to her later." Zhao Taizhu said everything. Fortunately, Wang Zijin was well versed in the art of carrots and carrots. She said earnestly, "Taizhu, don't do too many PY deals. It's not safe. Work hard and serve the country and the people. Listen to me. If you cooperate with him, the risk you have to take is very small. If you give him a tip at a critical moment, you'll have a lot of money. Then ask him to bring the quarterly report. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Wait for my news. I'll call him and ask for his opinion. If he agrees, we'll sit down and talk. If he's not willing, then you can continue with your work. There's no need to eat. It's over. My sister Ziwei is really being taught a lesson. I'm going to write in my diary and send it to my friends in the circle. You don't want to live anymore? Try it. Dinner was booked at a local restaurant in Jia Province in Suhui. Wang Zijin made the reservation and sent the address to Qinzai. Qinzai took a taxi here after work. Wang Zijin had already told him about it. Qinzai was a little hesitant at first, but Wang Zijin said, "It's not a big deal. Don't think too much. My friend knows what he's doing. He won't cross the line. At most, he'll make a little money." Qinzai thought, the business is getting bigger and bigger, so there must be someone above. This was an inevitable trend. As long as he controlled it, there would be no problem. He agreed to today's dinner. I didn't expect that the first dirty PY deal in my life was facilitated by Sister Ziwei. Led by the waiter, he came to a big private room. There was a big table big enough for 10 people. Wang Zijin and a strange man sat there. Including him, there were 3 people in total. The moment Qinzai entered the door, he immediately felt Zhao Tieju's dignified gaze. It was the gaze of a big shot sizing up a rookie. On the internet, it was the group leader sizing up a little rookie. Chapter 262. These arrogant, disdainful and aggressive gazes made Qinzai recall the first time he had entered a chat group. The big shots had all sent him disdainful expressions. "You're Qinzai? You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Other than being a little more handsome than me and having a better figure, you don't have much charm." A short-haired man in a casual suit snorted. The first time he entered the group, the bosses also used the same arrogant tone to say, "Newcomer, quickly dress up as a girl." "Hello." Qinzai nodded at the boss, but the boss ignored him. Zhao Biao nicknamed Taiju my childhood friend. Wang Zijin considerately warmed up the atmosphere for Qinzai and kicked Zhao Taiju under the table. Zhao Biao took a mouthful of food. "I've heard about you. You're good at writing songs. You're a fast shooter, right? I've heard that you're good at trading stocks, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Oh right, you also have a beautiful sister." He was a little handsome and energetic. He had a sharp look between his brows. This was honed in the military. Unfortunately, this guy's heart was not in the military. He liked the outside world. In the end, he went into politics through his family's connections. The first time she heard of Qinzai's name was in September. After she came back from a trip to Shanghai, Qinzai's big name spread in a small circle in Beijing. Zhao Taiju did a simple check on Qinzai's background. King's man. That was how her friends teased Qinzai back then. Wang Zijin was the king of the children in the courtyard, so there was nothing wrong with it. He was the king's man. Actually, strictly speaking, we are love rivals. I was Zijin's boyfriend when she was in elementary school. Now I'm not. I didn't catch up and was eliminated. But I'm still working hard to be Zijin's boyfriend. Zhao Biao looked at the young man in front of him provocatively. Wang Zijin didn't explain. She gazed at Qinzai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see how he would respond to this matter. Qinzai asked curiously, "Do you know a guy called Zhang Mingcheng?" "Yes, he's my childhood friend." "Then can you eliminate Zhang Mingcheng first?" "Why? Am I not handsome? Not as competitive as that guy?" Zhao Taiju was unconvinced. "Alright, stop messing around." Wang Zijin sighed. Sometimes the little pervert was stupid, but sometimes he was very smart. Zhao Taiju was still acting. "I'm not messing around. How am I not as good as this guy? Is it because I'm not good at Two-Finger Diana? Or is it because I'm not as good at talking as him?" Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at his glib tongue. "Because of your name." Qinzai held back his laughter. Zhao Taiju in Sister Ziwei's heart. This name alone is enough to send you to the 18th level of hell. Wang Zijin was a female hipster. Although she was a bit two-faced for a female hipster, it didn't matter if your name wasn't Long Out Yen. If your name didn't have Shi Mo Yi Bai and so on, she could make do with it. But if your name was Taiju, that wouldn't do. Even if you looked like Long Out Yen, we could only meet in the next life. He suddenly remembered that according to his mother, if he was named Qin Hao or Qin Xiaofan, in Sister Ziwei's heart, wouldn't he be sent to the death prison? After all, Sister Ziwei had already graduated from the team of network veterans. The word how was no longer high and mighty. Instead, it was easy to associate it with teddy bear. Zhao Taizhu, who grew up together, also understood, but he was still unconvinced. My name is Zhao Biao. Qinzhe thought to himself, Zhao Biao and Fat Tiger have the same meaning. Zhao Taizhu looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was too embarrassed to be too direct, so she said tactfully, your name is actually okay. It gives you a sense of security. Is she saying that I'm like the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right? Is that what she means? Zhao Taizhu understood, painfully understood. According to the rumors about the two of them in a certain circle, they were in the same boat, and he was the outsider. She said that she would cooperate with him, but as soon as her little lover came, her elbow turned to his side. Qinzhe chatted with Zhao Taizhu. Since he was Sister Ziwei's childhood friend, he must be either the son of an official or a rich man. He understood that Sister Ziwei was introducing him to people. With more friends, he could walk a wider path and go further. Compared to insider information, he was more interested in making friends with rich men. He didn't need insider information to make money. He had the system and he was proud of it. Cheating was better than cheating, just like how permed hair couldn't beat tattooed hair. If not for the tense situation, he could still dominate the officialdom. If there were immortal cultivators in the world, he could still dominate the immortal realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't become a demon after the founding of the country, and he couldn't ascend after the founding of the republic. Halfway through the meal and several bottles of wine, Qinzhe got up to go to the toilet. As soon as he left, Zhao Taizhu stopped smiling and said seriously, do you really plan to have an indescribable relationship with him? What's indescribable about a proper relationship? Wang Zijin finished and sighed. We haven't even started yet. What do you mean? You two haven't reached the stage yet? Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin's face was full of resentment. She muttered to herself, far from it. There's a jealous lover at home, and there's a flirtatious bitch outside. Both of them are very troublesome. The one at home is nothing to worry about, and he's not a real threat. But the teddy outside is a bit dangerous, and it's quite good-looking. Also, that Nanman Pei needs to be on guard at all times. Zhao Taizhu listened to her muttering and was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does my sister Ziwei's love life sound so bumpy? Wait, what do you like about him? He's quite handsome, but if you, Wang Zijin, like handsome guys, you can't even pick them with both hands and legs. If it's not because of his looks, then it's because of his temperament. Please, he has no temperament at all. Can he make money? Does my sister Ziwei lack money? Write songs? Unorthodox methods are not attractive at all. Not to mention Zhang Mingcheng, even I can't take this lying down. Why? Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. It's just a feeling. Wang Zijin said softly. What? What did you say? Zhao Taizhu was in disbelief. When I'm with him, I feel very relaxed and happy. I don't know why, but there's always a natural sense of closeness. Wang Zijin said blankly, I'm also very confused. What do I like about him? Why do I like him? I can't explain it, but I just like him. Maybe it's because we were born together. Isn't this the legendary saying? Do you need a reason to like someone? Okay, let's not talk about this topic for now. Later I'm going to test him. I'll help you check him out. How are you going to test him? Wang Zijin frowned. Let's skip this topic again. Zijin. Taizhu was glared at by Wang Zijin, so he changed his words. Sister Ziwei, don't you feel that this guy is acting a little cold? I've already extended my strong legs to him, but he's not excited at all. Maybe it's because you're paving the way for him too obviously. You're clearly telling him that your sister is feeding you. Open your mouth, a man's self-esteem is hurt. Now that he said it, it seemed to be true. Qinzhe wasn't excited at all. He's just a little calmer. In this kind of situation, there's absolutely no such thing as his self-esteem being trampled on. Based on his understanding of Qinzhe, with his lazy and sometimes cheap personality, he wasn't a straight man. Qinzhe came back from the toilet. Zhao Taizhu pondered for a moment and said, Qinzhe, this time I'm planning to find someone to work with to earn some extra money. If it weren't for Zijin's recommendation, I definitely wouldn't have chosen you. Let's not talk about some things that will die in the light of day. You know the business. Secondly, I can be the person above you. If you run into any trouble with the government, I'll solve it for you. As long as you follow me, I'll take a bite of meat and you'll take a bite of soup. As a reward, I want 10% of your profits. It's not much. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even want to cry and beg for money. After saying that, Zhao Taizhu looked at him like a big boss looking at a newbie. The meaning of his words was very clear. Kid, follow the big boss. The big boss is giving you a chance to suck up to him because of Wang Zijin. He gave himself full marks for this wave of ridicule. Zhao Taizhu looked forward to seeing Qinzhe holding back his anger and forcing a smile. It would be even better if he fell out with him. Look, Sister Ziwei, this is the man you chose. Speaking of which, Comrade Taizhu and Zhang Mingqing were both capable henchmen who knelt down for Sister Ziwei. They opened up new territories for Sister Ziwei, and they were both men who once wanted to be kings. Who wouldn't like such a fierce girl? He remembered that when he graduated from primary school, Zhao Taizhu made a scene at home and threatened his father to go to the Wang family to propose marriage. If he didn't, he would kill himself and let the Zhao family have no descendants. Zhao Taizhu showed that if he didn't marry Wang Zijin, he would kill himself. But his father, who was born in the military, raised his hand and slapped him left and right, scolding him as he hit him. Is this the reason you lifted her skirt? So many years had passed, and his childhood ambition of marrying no one but Wang Zijin had long been annihilated by time. This feeling could be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. Comrade Tiezhu's feelings were quite complicated. He wanted to slap this kid to death, but he also hoped that he was a good man. This way, he could barely be worthy of his sister Ziwei. Qinzhe smiled very sincerely. Thank you, Brother Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, please take care of me in the future. Zhao Taizhu was speechless. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Epsilon #. Qinzhe had self-esteem, but he didn't have arrogance. He was used to going through the back door. His father helped him get into the Qaeda because his grades were at the bottom. During every final exam, his father also slapped a stack of important content on his desk. It could be said that his father was worried sick for his good-for-nothing son. Therefore, when Wang Zijin opened the back door for him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust and quickly got in. This was the first time Wang Zijin opened the back door for someone. There was a poem that described it very well. The flower path has never been swept by the guest, but the door is now open for the gentleman. Take out the quarterly report for me to see. Since I've promised Zijin, I don't care about your company's current profit situation. If it's a little worse, then it's a little worse. Anyway, just listen to my instructions in the future. Kid, if it weren't for Zijin's face, you wouldn't have the chance to get it, Zhao Taizhu said. Qinzhe took out a document from his bag. There's no quarterly report. My private equity company has been established for less than a month. This is the summary I asked someone to compile. It's the profit for the past half a month. What? Half a month? What are you doing? A new company. A private equity company that has only been established for half a month. Are you sure you're not a general without an army? How much capital do you have? Even if I take the risk and give you a bunch of PY transactions, how long do you need to accumulate capital to take off? The bull market will be long over by then. Zhao Taizhu felt that he had been tricked. He turned his head to look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin nodded and confirmed Qinzhe's words. Let's drink, let's drink. Zhao Taizhu sighed and didn't take the report for half a month. Mountains and rivers were still feelings. He would just treat it as doing Zijin a favor. Fine, this trip to Shanghai was a waste. Chapter 263. Qinzhe felt awkward. Although he didn't refuse to be a freeloader, this brother was not giving him any face. Wasn't this forcing him to be a freeloader? He was about to take back the report when Wang Zijin took it and handed it to Zhao Taizhu. Take a look. If you don't look, how can he act cool? Qinzhe. It was just a company that had been established for half a month. What was there to look at? There was nothing to see in the report. At most it would earn a few million. No, a few 100,000 at most. He had checked Qinzhe's background. His family was very ordinary and he could freeload off his sister. The company's total assets were only 2 to 3 million. To be able to earn a few 100,000 in half a month was already not bad. Young Master Zhao was too lazy to even look at such a small company. But since his childhood friend had said so, Zhao Taizhu couldn't refuse. He looked at the report and his gaze froze. There were more than 10 projects on the report, and the profits were clearly written. Zhao Taizhu naturally wouldn't look at them one by one. He just glanced at the total funds and profits. What did he see? About 500 million in total funds. Half-month profit rate, 63.8%. Half a month profits of more than 300 million. Zhao Taizhu was stunned for a while. After a long while, he looked at Qin Zhe. You already have someone above you? No, you are the first person above me. And it's because of Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe shook his head. I don't believe it. The report is fake. Zhao Tiezhu's expression was serious. Wang Zijin took it and looked at it. In half a month you only earn this much money? Qin Zhe said embarrassedly. It's mainly because I have a lot of things to do recently. I will work hard next month. Wang Zijin said unhappily. The performance has dropped so much. Bastard, treat it seriously. Qin Zhe was embarrassed again. I will try to triple next month. Zhao Taizhu. What were they talking about? He didn't understand at all. They seemed so powerful. Were they sure they weren't bragging? Was this the latest way to act cool? Do you know the popular goal of making 100 million yuan recently? Wang Zijin smiled with satisfaction when she saw the effect. Well, it's all over the circle. This kid is really good at bragging. Zhao Taizhu nodded. He still admired the guy who could create a trending phrase on the internet. I'm not bragging. He had 4 million in capital and 10 times the leverage. He earned 100 million in a month, Wang Zijin said with a smile. It was rare for Zhao Taizhu to feel a sense of helplessness. Is this the man that Wang Zijin likes? He didn't know why, but in his heart, there was always the goddess of his first love, a crush. She would bring her boyfriend to the poor loser of the past, smile and say, How have you been these few years? Oh, this is my boyfriend. 30 years of river flow. Usually, the role of the goddess boyfriend was played by him, young Master Zhao. Zhao Taizhu thought sourly. Although Long Outyan is convinced, I Zhao Riqian am not. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Tiezhu's eyes. It's good for a man to be able to earn money. But the thing that can give a woman a sense of security is still developed muscles. He gestured to his biceps. Qin Zhe could guess what he was thinking. So you want to fight him one-on-one? Wang Zijin looked at her childhood friend. After so many years, Zhao Taizhu hadn't changed at all. Although he had been trained in the system to be shrewd enough to hide a dagger behind a smile, as well as the hypocrisy of speaking human language when meeting people and ghosts when meeting ghosts. But when he saw the queen that he used to work for, Zhao Taizhu became the fat tiger of the past, who liked to solve things with his fists. Qin Zhe finally felt the malice from the rich dog. Just like Zhang Ling, but the former made him feel disgusted. Zhao Tiezhu's displeasure was written all over his face. You stole my primary school girlfriend, so I'm going to give you some trouble. Wang Zijin thought. Taizhu, this idiot, begged me to bring Qin Zhe for a meal just to show his power. Qin Zhe smiled. Brother, I agree. Muscles give a woman a sense of security. Muscles give a woman a sense of happiness. He raised his wine glass. Let me toast to you, brother. Zhao Taizhu didn't raise his glass and looked at him calmly. At this moment, the wine cup suddenly cracked and a spiderweb-like crack appeared on it. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Zhe's face was expressionless. He placed the cracked glass to the side and filled a porcelain teacup with wine. When he raised the cup, there was another crack, and the porcelain teacup cracked. This time Zhao Taizhu saw it clearly. The teacup didn't crack because of the quality. He clearly saw Qin Zhe's hand holding the teacup suddenly exerting force. His fingers tightened and veins popped out. Then the teacup cracked. Vibrating essence. Qin Zhe sighed. Looks like we can't drink this wine. Brother Zhao, let's have a few rounds. Zhao Taizhu stood up abruptly, picked up the wine glass and drank it. He said seriously, a man should be all-powerful at the table. Brother Zhao, you were just joking. He thought about it and drank 3 more glasses. It wasn't safe. That's right. Qin Zhe smiled. He was indeed the king's man. He couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Zijin. The meal lasted until 7:30 p.m. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin hailed a taxi by the roadside. He was a big shot with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. After attending a social event, he actually took a taxi. This made Qin Zhe want to buy a car. As for buying a car, his sister said that she would buy a good car for him as a birthday present. In the end, she only accompanied him to watch the fireworks that day. At that time, Qin Zhe was tight on money and couldn't afford to buy a car. Now it was different. He could buy a lot of luxury cars: Ferrari, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Porsche. He could buy whatever he wanted. But he felt that it was too ostentatious to drive a luxury car. And it wasn't cost-effective for him. It was better to put a few million yuan in the stock market. His personal idea was to buy a car worth 100 or 200,000 yuan. He wouldn't go to the entrance of the university to sell drinks. Why would he buy such a good one? He wasn't familiar with cars. If he bought a vehicle, he would be too lazy to go out himself. His sister had experience, but if Qin Bao went to buy it, she would definitely drag him along. This matter could be handed over to Suyu, and the secretary would do it. No problem. Sorry, Zhao Biao's character is like this. He's actually quite loyal. Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe nodded. Better than Zhang Ling. Speaking of that girl, Wang Zijin's face fell. He hadn't been a big brother for many years, and His Majesty was not as good as before. When he returned to the capital, he must teach her a lesson. A's my friend maybe in the future won't be too kind. Wang Zijin silently added in her heart. If I become your girlfriend. If the two of them really went to that point, the Wang family's attitude was obvious. They definitely wouldn't like this son-in-law. And most of her friends would also silently criticize him. A toad eating a swan's meat. If it was a friend, then it would be fine. Zhao Taizhu, for example, was unhappy. He didn't have the qualifications to break up a couple, but he was afraid that Qin Zhe would be unhappy. Although this man was a little salted fish, he still had self-esteem. Was he really going to fall out with the Wang family? Since ancient times, marriage would be very difficult if the social status was not the same. The most famous example was the cowboy who married the weaver girl who came down to earth. They only had one day a year to do what they wanted to do. Wang Zijin's question was very vague. Qin Zhe shouldn't have understood, but at this time he didn't know why, but he understood. Maybe his EQ was successful. He whispered. Don't be afraid, I will strive to make money in the future and be the man above you. Wang Zijin blushed and whispered. So the expression you sent in the afternoon, was it serious? Qin Zhe was stunned. The expression he sent in the afternoon was purely on a whim. He wanted to see if other women besides his sister could understand it. Thinking about it, it was indeed rude to the beauty. No, I was playing with Qin Bao Bao. She didn't understand. I think Sister Ziwei must be smarter than her. I also sent Suyu. Probably the amount of recharge was not much and his EQ was lacking. I also sent Suyu. Wang Zijin MMP. Don't send random expressions in the future. Those who don't know will think that you and Suyu have some secret relationship. Wang Zijin said faintly. Oh. Chapter 264. Sister Ziwei and his sister didn't seem to like Suyu. His sister didn't mind, but Sister Ziwei didn't like Suyu. Was it because women were jealous of each other? Sister Ziwei was generous and straightforward. She gave people a comfortable feeling. She shouldn't be jealous of each other, even though Suyu was beautiful. I don't understand. I really don't know what's going on. Ding. Qin Zhe waited for a while, but there was no response. He asked, System, what's up? System. Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. It's a message from me. Qin Zhe reacted and changed the message ringtone. Every time he received a message, he would mistake it as a mission from the system. System. You're trying to make my presence known. Well done. The system was so scared that it didn't dare to show up for a few days. It didn't dare to issue missions because it was afraid that a big shot from the system world would come. You can continue to hide. I'll let you know when I'm sure there's no big shot. Qin Zhe opened the message and saw that it was from Zhao Taizhu. They had already exchanged phone numbers at the dining table. When Qin Zhe asked for his phone number in the tone of a big boss, Zhao Taizhu turned into a little newbie. He bowed his head to the big boss while reading out his phone number. The message said, Qinze, have you practiced martial arts before? I used to be in the military and have seen people like you who have a few strong moves. Although people weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country, Chinese martial arts were real. It wasn't that mysterious. It was just the use of strength and speed coupled with years of hard work. The military also had a set of special fighting skills. For example, the special forces should have no problem beating up 4 or 5 adults. I've practiced, Qinze replied. What was that move just now? Zhao Taizhu asked. Qinze thought for a while and replied, 23 years of Qilin arm. His original intention was to make a joke. The fame of Qilin arm was something that all veterans had heard of. However, he had forgotten that he and Zhao Taizhu were not from the same world. How could young Master Zhao be proficient in internet memes? While the keyboard warriors were busy conquering the major forums, young Master Zhao was also conquering the bed of one goddess after another. They were from completely different worlds. Iron Pillar believed him and asked, Do you have a gang? Qinze's brain twitched. Yes, I learned from the Exploding Heavens faction. Exploding Heavens faction? Young Master Zhao didn't understand. Yes, there aren't many of them, but all of them are elites. Impressive, impressive. At this time, Zhao Taizhu was in a pure black BMW sedan, dialing the phone of an old comrade in the army. This comrade in arms was very powerful. Henan was from the Shaolin Temple. When he was a child, he had learned martial arts for a few years. He could split bricks with his hands and smash tiles with his brain. Fortunately, the call went through and she was not in training. Hey old ma, I met a martial arts expert. A martial arts master? Breaking a rock with his chest or bending a steel bar with his throat. You're just messing around. This friend of mine is too powerful. With one hand he could break a thick glass. What kind of concept is that? With that grip strength, if he shook hands with me, he could break my palm in minutes. Impossible. The comrade in arms didn't believe him and said in a firm tone. There were such videos on the internet. An ordinary person could easily break an egg. But if it was a palm grip, even if you used all your strength, the egg would still be intact. Of course, they didn't know that Qinze had cheated. The second set of elementary school gymnastics gifted to him by the system was beginning to show results. If he couldn't even break a cup, how could he be a man comparable to Teddy? I can swear that this is absolutely true. I just had dinner with him and even provoked him. He broke 2 cups on the spot for me to see. The comrade in arms was silent for a moment. If that's the case, then congratulations. No, you're mistaken. I didn't accept him as a bodyguard. No, you're mistaken too. I just want to congratulate you for escaping a disaster. If what you said is true, he can slap you to the wall. Young Master Zhao's life as a stallion is over. Zhao Taizhu laughed. That won't happen. Oh right, he said he's from the Exploding Heavens faction. Have you heard of it? Exploding Heavens faction? The comrade in arms thought, which idiot would dare to come up with such a brainless name? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up? Maybe it's some folk sect. I've never heard of it. He hung up the phone. Zhao Biao asked the driver, Is there a club nearby? The driver was a local and sighed. The checks have been strict recently. The world is tough. Zhao Biao laughed. No cost. No loans. We bring our own equipment for production. The driver said. Brother Zhao's political awareness is high. Where are we going now? Find a bar. I want to go to the bar. Qinze and Wang Zijin returned to the neighborhood and took the elevator upstairs. Before entering, Wang Zijin suddenly said, Ace, my leg hurts. I might have sprained it somewhere. Can you carry me? They were already at the door, and he still wanted to carry her home? Based on his understanding of his sister, she must be sitting on the sofa, waiting for them to come home unhappily. Based on his understanding of Wang Zijin, this was definitely not a simple matter of carrying me home. Qinze charged himself with an intelligence card of 250, then rejected Miss Wang's request and decisively took out the key to open the door. In the living room, his sister sat upright and looked at her black-hearted maggot and the wolf who had broken into her house. Both of them returned home. Qinze was glad that he was quick-witted. If he carried Wang Zijin home, his sister's face would not be expressionless. It would be as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was once when Qin Baobao asked Qin Zhe to carry her home in the car. He was too young at the time and thought his sister was just being coquettish. Now Wang Zijin had her revenge. His sister's tricks were as deep as the sea. The little cutie trembled with fear. The air conditioner was on in the living room and it was very warm. "Yo, you're going on a date," Qin Baobao said sarcastically. She seemed to have just taken a shower and washed herself clean. She was wearing a loose t-shirt that reached her thighs. She should be wearing a plump bra inside, but with the t-shirt covering it, it made people feel that she was wearing nothing below. Originally, Qin Zhe had a chance to see if his sister was wearing a plump bra. But the moment her brother and best friend came in, Qin Baobao changed from her posture to a lady sitting posture with her legs together. "Yeah, I had a lot of fun. By the way, Baobao, have you eaten dinner? If you haven't, ordered takeout. We didn't bring you any." Wang Zijin smiled. If it were 2 months ago, Qin Baobao would definitely have denied it with a red face if she teased her like this. Qin Baobao did not throw a tantrum. She hugged the pillow and watched TV. Qin Zhe told her that he was meeting friends and discussing business. Of course, he did not tell his sister that it was a deal. However, there was still a strange atmosphere in the air. Qin Zhe saw the murderous intent between the two sisters when they looked at each other. He felt that he was done for. He did not know when it started, but the quarrels between the two of them became more and more frequent, and their schemes became more and more cunning. She remembered that when Sister Ziwei first came, she was watching from the side while her sister was fooling around with her. Now that the tables had turned, this did not seem to be something to be happy about. This damn brother complex, he's jealous even when eating a meal. Wang Zijin thought to herself. This wolf in the house is already known to everyone. The pressure is huge. Qin Baobao thought. Qin Zhe pretended as if nothing had happened. He pressed the remote control and randomly chose a period drama. "Have you heard? Little Ling said that Empress Gao is going to be reinstated." "Don't talk nonsense. What if Li Guren hears it? She is just a noble. If the Empress is really reinstated, you and I will have to change the limelight. How can we care about her? I heard that Li Guren has some bargaining chips in her hands." Unfortunately, it was a palace drama. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and said with a smile, The food in that restaurant is quite delicious. Let's find a chance to go there next time." She emphasized the words find a chance. Qin Baobao immediately looked at her brother pitifully. Her soft eyes hid her grievances. Shamefully cute. Qin Zhe said, "It's just a business deal. Let's eat another day. Let's go together." Wang Zijin. Stupid teammate. The elder sister cast a provocative look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin knew that normal methods would not work against this damn brother complex. She had to come up with a killer move. "Sister Ziwei, are we going next week?" Qin Zhe asked. Wang Zijin was expressionless. "Don't call me Sister Ziwei. The Wang Zijin from back then is already dead. Now I am called Nayukula Zijin." Qin Zhe. Chapter 265. The next day, Qin Zhe came to the company, and the glass door opened automatically. The girl at the front desk stood up with a big chest and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Boss Qin." During this time, the girl at the front desk showed off in her circle of friends every day, saying that she worked in a new company and the boss was Qin Zhe. Then she posted the photos of Qin Zhe secretly taken. Immediately, there were little sisters who liked it and replied sourly, "I envy the boss who touches the little fresh meat up close. Is your company still recruiting? I can do anything. Quick, get me an autographed photo." She has become a popular person in her circle of friends. In the past, if it is a photo of other little fresh meat, the male comrades in the circle of friends must be jealous of a few words, but Qin Zhe is different. He has a beautiful sister. The male comrades have asked her to help them get Qin Baobao's autographed photo. The girl at the front desk refused one by one. She was just bragging. So far, her communication with Qin Zhe is limited to, "Good morning, Boss Qin." "Goodbye, Boss Qin." "What would Boss Qin like to eat today?" Qin Zhe stared at the stock in the office, and sometimes went to the staff office to guide the traders. The traders held a small notebook and carefully recorded every word of the stock god. Under the company's strong performance results, the employees worshiped Qin Zhe as a god. If the opinions and insights of the stock god were written in secret books and spread out, It would definitely set off a bloody storm in the underworld, just like the 9 manual in the past. At noon, Suyu came in with a delicate takeout meal in her hand and swayed her small waist to have lunch with the president. The two sat opposite each other. You eat chopsticks, I eat chopsticks. During the meal, Qinzhe said, I found a friend to join and he took 5% of the shares. There is no agreement, just a verbal promise. His identity is not convenient to go through the formal procedures. The shares are not real shares, only dividends are enjoyed. Suyu's chopsticks paused and raised her beautiful and refined face. Don't play too much. No, I have a sense of propriety. Qinzhe laughed. Suyu nodded and lowered her head to eat. At this moment she scratched her head. It was unknown whether it was intentional or intentional, but a strand of hair hung down and hung above the food. Qinzhe tucked her hair behind her ear. You're very similar to Qin Bao Bao. You like this kind of messy hairstyle. Sister Ziwei isn't like this. She wears her hair in a ponytail when eating. She doesn't have this kind of trouble. Although a woman deliberately keeps this long hair, it will look very charming and moving, especially a woman like Suyu. But it is also very troublesome. When eating, she has to keep the hair behind her ears. Qinzhe, what are your arrangements for the evening? Suyu suddenly asked. Yeah, I'm watching a movie with. Qinzhe said. Suyu said, oh, and was a little disappointed. What happened? Nothing. She glanced at Qinzhe's cigarette on the table and said on a whim, I want a cigarette after dinner too. Qinzhe pushed the lighter to her. If his sister wants to smoke, Qinzhe will let her know what it means to have a butt blooming. But Suyu wants to smoke. Qinzhe thinks it's fun. She bit the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Cough. After living for 27 years, she tried smoking for the first time. What Suyu experienced was not a cigarette after dinner, but a violent cough and a sore throat. Women should not try men's things. Qinzhe pushed the teacup in front of her, took off the cigarette and put it out in the crystal ashtray. Suyu, I have something to ask you. Qinzhe saw her slow down and her face was no longer red. He put forward his plan to buy a car. Buying a car is the same as buying clothes. You need to test it yourself. Suyu finished and suddenly found that the tea she drank was Qinzhe's. She immediately raised her eyebrows. Did you do it on purpose? Qinzhe took a sip of the teacup and said, It's even. You can buy it without worry. I don't care about the model, brand, and don't be too expensive. I just want to find a means of transportation. He thought about it and added, Don't want that kind of car. The space is better to be comfortable and spacious. He always felt that sports cars were not cost-effective except for showing off, especially the co-driver's seat. The space was too small and his legs were sore. Moreover, if one day he had a whim, he would like to shake it. I don't have a partner now, but it doesn't mean that I won't have one in the future. The sports car was not up to the task at all. At most it would take a bite. Oh, I'll help you look at it another day. Suyu generally did not refuse his request. If she refused, Qinzhe would slap the table and put on a sour face, and she would be obedient. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinzhe left immediately. He was always like this. He generally did not stay in the company for long. The working hours were the opening and closing time of the stock market. Usually at this time, the company was only left with Suyu to guard for him. She watched the employees for him. She studied the market for him. She reviewed his performance for him. In the empty office, there was only the sound of her flipping through the documents. Then she worked silently until she got off work and returned to her lonely nest. Today was a little different. Today was her birthday. She wanted to ask if he had time. If he had time, they could go out for a meal and simply celebrate. Didn't need to be so grand. In the name of the company's benefits to the employees, she was already very happy. But he had to watch a movie with his sisters. He didn't have time to accompany a passerby. The sisters were graceful, the sisters were attractive, and the sisters were charming. Maybe they would shamelessly shake their buttocks at you. Suyu remembered a very heart-wrenching joke on the internet. The general meaning was that you were eating instant noodles at home, watching the computer and chatting with the goddess. The goddess occasionally replied to you with a few words, and you felt very warm. But you didn't know that at this time the goddess might be kissing or having sex with her boyfriend. The boyfriend was conserving his energy. The goddess grabbed the phone and replied to you with a smile and went to take a shower. Forget it, don't think about him. It was getting dark. Suyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the traffic coming and going outside. They all had a clear purpose and couldn't wait to go home with their families. She was really envious. Hey Nanman, do you have time tonight? I don't have time. Pei Nanman answered without hesitation. Hey, are you a fake best friend? Today is my birthday. I really don't have time. My shameless ex-husband is here again. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Nanman Pei's voice was full of annoyance. Remember not to kill him. Bye. Boring. Let's go home and eat chicken. Her phone rang again. It was her father, Su Tong. Since she left Julie, her relationship with her father had become much colder. But her father would occasionally call to ask about her daughter's situation. Suyu bragged to her father that her life was so comfortable with this god. She made hundreds of millions a month. Was he afraid? Dad, are you off work? Su Tong's voice was very kind. I'll be off work soon. Come home for dinner tonight. Today is your birthday. I always remember. Without warning, Suyu's eyes turned red. Like a prodigal son wandering outside, she received a letter from her mother from afar. Suyu's heart had drifted outside for so many years. Suddenly, she heard her father's words. Her father said that he always remembered her birthday. Yes, she choked. Yangpu, a villa area. This villa area had been completed for more than 20 years. Just looking at the outer wall, one could clearly feel the traces of time. But the security system was very well done, and the property management was first-class modern. Suyu's luxury Ferrari stopped at the gate of the community. The window was lowered. The guard glanced at her and let her go. Her face was a success. Of course, the guard knew the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family lived in the king of this community, a villa by the artificial lake. Not to mention her identity, just her beautiful face alone was enough to make the guards unable to forget her. Perhaps knowing that the eldest daughter was going home, the iron gate of the Su family was open, and the villa was brightly lit. Suyu parked the car in the garage, carried her bag, and walked into the villa expressionlessly. Suyu always felt that she was Snow White, and there was a vicious queen living in her home. In fairy tales, she always wanted to feed her a poisonous apple when her father was not there. Now the tables have turned. The man behind me is called the God of Stocks. I don't need to rely on the Su family for a long time. Chapter 266. In the bedroom on the second floor, Su Hao was talking to his mother. His father, Su Tong, was waiting for his daughter in the living room downstairs. The nanny was busy preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen. That wretched girl is really something. She went out to set up her own company and made a name for herself, Su Hao's mother said. Su Hao's mother was a woman who still had the charm of the past. She took good care of herself. Decades of living as a rich wife had made her lose the temperament of a pretty girl from a humble family. However, in her bones, she still could not get rid of the short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness of a commoner. She had bad taste, but she was able to pick Su Tong, who had great potential, out of many suitors. She was willing to be his mistress and even gave birth to a son. Qinzhe suspected that old man Su was gifted in some way, but he could not find out the truth for the time being. However, she had good taste, but she was narrow-minded and could only see what was in front of her. She was deeply hostile to her stepdaughter. She just got lucky, Su Hao said in a jealous tone. With such a mother, how good could Su Hao's taste be when he was influenced by her? Since he was young, his mother had told Su Hao that the wretched girl would steal his family property in the future. That wretched girl was his enemy in his previous life. That wretched girl, that wretched girl. She's still better than you. Su Hao's mother poked her son hard with her finger and said in an exasperated tone. How old are you? You're not promising at all. Your father worked hard to pave the way for you, but what about you? You can't even run an investment company well. 2 years ago, you didn't make any achievements at the headquarters. Your father asked you to go to the branch company to expand, but you're still the same. The board of directors doesn't approve of you being the president. Your father can't help you even if he wants to. When he retires to the second line, will you still have a say in the company? The company invested so much money to amass profits, but you didn't make any achievements. A few days ago at the shareholders' meeting, many shareholders wanted to withdraw their investment. Su Hao looked embarrassed. Last night, I heard from your father that the wretched girl's company's performance was excellent. In just half a month, the profit was 60%. The wretched girl was so proud of herself. Your father said happily, "Oh, my daughter is so promising. It's heartbreaking to hear. But if you can hitch a ride with her and do well in your business, your father will be able to speak up for you on the board of directors." Mom, if you get Dad to invite her back for the birthday. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Then he shook his head and said, "Will Dad agree? Your dad thought that I wanted to reconcile with her and was overjoyed. I didn't tell him about this." A cunning look flashed across Mother Su's eyes. "Watch my performance later." At this moment, Su Tong's laughter could be heard. You're back. Let's go downstairs for dinner." The mother and son went downstairs and saw Su Tong and Su Yu sitting at a long, solid wooden table in the spacious and bright hall. Mother Su smiled kindly and gently. Is it so difficult to come home? If it wasn't your birthday today, I don't know when I would be able to see you again." "Yes, you're beautiful again." Su Yu also smiled. "Sister-in-law hasn't come back yet?" Although it was indeed wrong for Big Brother to stir up trouble outside, how long would he be sulking like this? Doesn't Big Brother know to bring sister-in-law back? Su Hao's wife went back to her mother's house in a fit of pique because of his affair with his secretary. She also took away their 2-year-old daughter. Speaking of this matter, Su Tong was angry and said angrily, "If your brother was half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry about him." Mother Su's face stiffened. The wretched girl had really grown up. She was no longer the little girl who was bullied by her in the past. The family of 4 sat down and began to enjoy the carefully prepared dinner. Su Yu and Mother Su drank red wine, while Su Tong and his son drank Maotai. It was rare for the family of 4 to get together, and Mother Su did not mock them, which made Su Tong very pleased. Unknowingly, they drank half a bottle of Maotai, and Father Su's face was red. "Dad, don't drink so much. Your fatty liver is still there," Su Yu said. Su Tong pressed his hand. "Today is my daughter's birthday. I'm happy." Su Yu's delicate face finally showed a smile. What she yearned for the most was fatherly and maternal love. It was a terrible feeling to be invisible when someone took her to heart. Mother Su suddenly said, You recently opened an investment company with a friend. Is the performance very good?" Su Yu frowned and suddenly became alert. "It's okay," she said. "Honey, I told you. Yor has been clever since she was a child. You don't have to worry about her. But our Hao-er is stupid. Alas." Mother Su sighed. "So you thought, it's rare that my stepmother has self-awareness. It's okay. I just hitched a ride with Qin Zhe," Su Yu said. Su Tong's face was unnatural. That boy was a fine horse, and he had run away from him that day. I'm very comforted to see you grow up and have a bright future. It's not right for your birth mother." Mother Su played the family card whenever she felt uncomfortable. "But your brother is a good-for-nothing. In the future, you need to take care of him." Su Yu was silent. Mother Su said again, "I heard from your father that your company has just been established. You must be short of funds, right? Your brother wants to invest. Do you think it's okay?" Su Tong frowned. "Why are you talking about this? Today is Yuer's birthday. Let's not talk about this." Mother Su looked sad. "Honey, although Hao-er is a good-for-nothing, he is my son after all. He is the only male in the Su family. If he can't take over your position in the future, how will he behave in the company? Many people will laugh at him behind his back." Her words hit old Su's sore spot. Su Tong looked at his daughter. Su Yu hated this woman from the bottom of her heart, but today was her father's birthday. She didn't want to fall out with this woman. She said lightly, "Our company will launch a new project before the end of the month. You can come over and buy some. I won't charge you a management fee." Su Hao opened his mouth to speak, but his mother glared at him. Mother Su said, "What I mean is invest. Auntie, I don't have the final say on this. In fact, our Baozi company is not short of startup funds. It's not worthwhile to invest." Su Yu said, "You still won't help your brother. Did I do something wrong and offend you?" Mother Su looked sad. This woman was still so good at acting. Suyu sneered. How much do you want to invest? How many shares do you want? Mother Su's eyes flashed with joy. This money has to go through the account of profits. It's an investment for the company. You don't know, but Howard didn't do well in several investments. Some of the funds are stuck. If you can't take out more, you can invest 100 million and take 50% of the shares. What do you think? Suyu laughed. 100 million yuan for 50% of the shares? Was she dreaming? Baozi now has assets of 500 million yuan. Auntie, you want half of the shares for 100 million yuan. She smiled and said, or I'll give you all the shares. I'll work for you. What do you think? Mother Su was very good at negotiating. She deliberately raised her request and bargained. I don't understand. How much do you think is appropriate? Howard is your brother after all. You have to help him. In this way, Suyu fell into her trap. Now they were not discussing whether she could invest, but how much was appropriate. Suyu sneered. I don't have a single cent of shares. Mother Su was stunned and felt sad. I told you that she was still angry about what happened back then. She blamed me for forcing her mother away. I'm a shameless mistress. As Mother Su spoke, she began to cry. Su Hao comforted her and did not forget to glare at Suyu. Su Tong's face was livid. These words were hurtful. He was the one who divorced and brought back the woman outside. Su Tong said in a deep voice, don't mention the past. Help your brother. Invest 100 million yuan in Julie and 20% of the shares. As for Qin Zhe, give me his number. I'll talk to him. This was an order given as a father. Suyu was stunned and looked at her father. Her voice was a little hollow. Dad, today is my birthday. Can we not talk about this? Su Tong's face was sullen and he did not speak. Suyu said sadly, Dad, do you think I should agree? Your company has just started. Why don't you accept the investment? In order to get investment, I went around begging people. Su Tong said. Unconsciously, the family of three united. All of a sudden, the pressure was on Suyu's side. In the brightly lit hall and the fragrant dinner, the original warm and harmonious atmosphere suddenly disappeared without a trace. In a trance, the memory of the fairy tale was overturned in her heart and flashed by. Her mother left decisively. Her stepmother's disgusted eyes, her illegitimate son's insults, and her father's favoritism and indifference. Suyu suddenly understood that it was not that she was not good enough. It was not that she was not good enough. Since the day her parents divorced, her family had been broken. For so many years, she had moved from China to the United States and returned from the United States in disappointment. She had been looking for illusory family affection. Whether it was the father or the mother, they all had new families. They had wives, husbands, and other children. Only she was redundant. It was not that they did not love her. It was just that the care they could give her was so little that she could not feel a trace of warmth. Suyu took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, Auntie, your son is really a good-for-nothing. With such a big company behind him, it was ruined by him. Why should I agree to invest and let him tell me what to do and let him ruin my company? I tell you, in your dreams. What do you mean by this? Is this your attitude? Do you still want to go back to this home? Suyu's mother was furious and glared at her fiercely. Suyu glanced at her father, who was already furious. She said, I'm not happy with this meal. Don't call me back if there's nothing. She was really unhappy. She was disappointed. After Suyu finished speaking, she got up, picked up the bag on the sofa, and left without looking back. Behind her, there was the loud sound of Su Tong slamming the table and her stepmother scolding. The Ferrari sped out of the villa, out of the community, and stopped on the side of the road. Suyu leaned over the steering wheel and sobbed. She returned to her apartment. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Suyu's heart was empty. Today was her birthday, a ridiculous birthday. Ding! The elevator arrived and slowly opened. Suyu walked out of the car and took out the key from her bag. At this time, she stopped and saw a guy squatting at the door smoking. Damn it, do you have a boyfriend? Did you just come back from a party? The guy exhaled a puff of smoke and said gloomily, I squatted at your door for 2 hours. Chapter 267. Qin Zhe was depressed. Of course he knew that today was Su Teddy's birthday. As a boss, he had to be considerate to his employees and let them feel the warmth of home during their stay in the company. Suyu asked him if he had time in the evening. He pretended to be stupid, mainly to give her a surprise. Life without surprises is no different from salted fish. Isn't that how novels and TV dramas play? Give a woman a surprise and she will be moved. Give Suyu a surprise and she will work diligently. But reality always has a little way out from novels. He bought a 12-inch strawberry cake in a hurry and wanted to surprise Suyu. As a result, she was not at home at all. Open the door, you little bitch, why don't you open the door? I'm embarrassed. Chinze knocked on the door for a long time but no one answered. He wanted to call and ask where she was, but wouldn't it be a waste of the surprise? So he waited at the door. Standing and waiting, sitting and waiting, squatting and waiting, smoking one cigarette after another. From 6:30 in the evening, he stayed up until 8:30. What a collapse of life. So don't always think about surprising people. They may not follow your script. Where the hell are you? My legs are almost broken. Chinze pinched out the cigarette and stood up shakily. Suyu blinked and looked at him. Then her eyes fell on the big cake at his feet. She pursed her lips, a little surprised and a little aggrieved. Didn't you watch a movie with my sister? Today is your birthday, I always remember. Didn't I want to surprise you? Who knew you wouldn't go home after work? Chinze was depressed. I've always remembered it. Suyu's heart somewhere was touched a little. I am going home. Suyu whispered. She took out the key to open the door. The corridor was brightly lit, but she couldn't insert the key into the keyhole. After several attempts, her hands trembled, and then her shoulders trembled. Chinze gently pressed her shoulder, his eyes soft. Cry, women cry, crying is not a crime. Suyu cried out, leaning her head on his shoulder, crying and choking. Today is my birthday, they want me to give them shares. They must not be sincere, it's too much. Needless to guess, Suyu's they referred to his family. Logically speaking, other people's family matters had nothing to do with Chinze, but he still felt angry. This favoritism had gone to the other side of the ocean. Chinze took out a tissue and gave it to her. Suyu was sad and didn't answer. Please pick it up, I beg you. I don't care about your tears, but please don't wipe your snot on my clothes. Chinze felt very tired. He recalled the fear of his sister wiping her nose. He had also passed a tissue to his sister, but she had never taken it. She had shamelessly said, Sister is a little fairy, I won't have a runny nose. She had then grabbed his clothes to wipe her nose. Suyu cried until she was out of breath, as if she wanted to vent out all the grievances she had suffered for the past 10 years. Chinze had no choice but to take the key and open the door. He half hugged and half supported her into the house. Chinze opened the cake and lit the candles. Before inserting the candles, he hesitated and asked curiously, I don't know if you have a nominal age or a full-fledged one. The nominal age should be 28. If you are a full-fledged one, your month is small 26. Suyu's eyes were red. Hearing this, she wiped her nose. She looked at the 4 candles of 28 and 26 and only felt that they were dazzling and suffocating. I'll do it myself. She moved the table, pursed her thin lips, thought for a while, threw away the 8 and 6, leaving 2 22 candles, inserted them in the cake and smiled sweetly. That's all right. Chinze. Make a wish. Chinze took out a lighter and lit the candles. Women love to deceive themselves and get used to it. Having said that, his sister hated birthdays more and more, because after her birthday she would be 25 years old. Although in a big city a 25-year-old girl is still very young, but after all she is one step closer to her goal of 30 years old. His sister often said that women after 18 years old can't mention their age. Before I make a wish, I want to take a picture. Suyu picked up the mobile phone and took a picture with Chinze. Then she closed her eyes and made a wish that no one knew in the voice of Chinze singing the birthday song. Suyu licked the cream cake, looked at him and said carefully, Is there no birthday gift? Chinze, who was also licking the cream cake, was stunned. I bought a cake to celebrate with you. What else do you want? There is no birthday gift. Do you want an iron bar? Cake is a standard for birthdays. Isn't a gift? Suyu felt wronged. I haven't received a gift for many years. The kitten's timid eyes moved Chinze. I thought about buying a whip, A rope or a dog chain, but I can't find that kind of store for a while. Qinzhe was distressed. Su Yu's tender body trembled and looked at him in fear. Why do you want to give me those things? I'm not a pervert. But you are a masochist. If you say this, the boat of friendship will definitely capsize. Qinzhe thought for a moment. Then I will make up for your birthday gift. He asked Su Yu for the key to the Ferrari, said to wait for him, and hurried out. Su Yu sat alone in the living room, feeling very nervous. Will he come back with a whip? Tie her up in the living room, put a collar around her neck, and laugh while whipping. The more Su Yu thought about it, the more scared she became. Her legs trembled and she curled up on the sofa, thinking, should I open the door later? Should I call the police? Or open the door? It's okay to whip a few times. For a moment she filled in the end names and pictures in her brain. Mama, I'm so scared. Can you come down and help me? At this time Qinzhe sent a message. When Su Yu ran downstairs, she saw the Ferrari parked in the open space downstairs, with a bouquet of red roses beside the car. The guy was squatting, melting the bottom of the white candles with a lighter, and then standing them up. Su Yu came over doubtfully and stood behind him, slim and graceful. I wanted to learn from those pretentious big shots on the internet, but after buying things, I found that it takes a lot of time to arrange this thing. I guess you were asleep and I didn't arrange it well. Qinzhe said. In fact, it would be much simpler to set off fireworks. Fireworks are a sharp weapon to get girls, and they are always successful. But fireworks are not allowed in Shanghai, and even the government is not used to such a pretentious way of confession. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a little joy. How can I help? You put the roses in the shape of a heart. I drew the shape and you put it according to it. Oh. Su Yu trotted over, holding the roses, and began to help arrange her birthday gift. She always felt weird. Is it when men and women confess on the internet they also arrange it together? Half an hour later they finally set it up, during which they dealt with a group of business that came to check the situation, and promised to tidy things up afterwards. Qinzhe's lighter broke halfway. He pulled up a candle and continued to light it. The night was dark, the wind was cold, and the candles were swaying in the wind, shining with a star-like halo. The heart-shaped roses surrounded the words Happy Birthday. Su Yu's dark and bright eyes were facing the dancing candlelight. She turned her head and saw Qinzhe sweating in the winter. The night wind lifted her hair and blurred her eyes. At this moment, she fell in love with someone. Tears came out and she smelled the sour smell of love. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Su Yu cried. Qinzhe smiled and then gave her a smile and touched the dog's head. They stood in the cold wind and watched the candles burning. In mid-November, the night was already very cold. Qinzhe was fine and his physique was strong, but Su Yu couldn't stand it, and her body trembled a little. Go back, I'll clean it up. Qinzhe said that he should take off his coat at this time, and then accompany his sister to watch the meteor shower candlelight. But Qinzhe felt that if he didn't go home, his sister's call would come, and it was hard to guarantee that Su Teddy would not do something at this time. Su Yu nodded reluctantly, and while Qinzhe turned to pull out the candles, she took out her mobile phone and clicked it. After cleaning up the candles and flowers, it was 9:45 in the evening, and Qinzhe was going to leave. He and his sister said that he was working overtime in the company. What kind of shift did he have to work until 10 o'clock in the evening? He must go back, or his suspicious sisters will think that he was drinking wine or something. I'll send you, Su Yu said. She looked at Qinzhe's eyes, and there was reluctance. Forget it, I'll take a taxi myself. Su Yu's mood at this time was like the blooming of fireworks, particularly lonely. She suddenly remembered the joke she had seen on the internet, saying that the goddess invited him to repair the computer at home, but he couldn't fix it. Then the goddess said, let's take a break and do something else. He felt that his skills were insulted and said, it's okay, I must fix it. Su Yu's computer was not broken. Seeing that Qinzhe was about to leave, she had to summon up her courage and shouted, Qinzhe, you do something? Qinzhe thought about it and replied, there's still a long way to go, let's go to River Crab first. Ooh. Su Yu went upstairs alone and returned to her happy nest. She found the diary that she hadn't written for a long time and wrote, today is my birthday, he gave me an unforgettable night. My mood is a little agitated, I like it. Just a few words, it's over. Too many words can't outline a happy mood. Suyu closed the diary and still felt unsatisfied. If she didn't vent her agitated emotions, it would be easy for her to lose sleep at night. So she lit up the mobile phone screen, clicked into the group, and uploaded the photos of the birthday cake, as well as the rose heart shape and the fluttering candlelight. Both pictures have Qinzhe's figure, Qinzhe holding his chin and smiling. Anyway, Suyu thought so. Qinzhe leaned over to pull out the candles and considerately took over the work. Caption: Happy. A few minutes later. Wang Zijin. Haha. Qin Bao Bao. Ha ha ha. Nan Man Pei didn't speak. At this moment, she was already teaching her annoying ex-husband a lesson. In the taxi, Qinzhe stared at the mobile phone screen and felt that he was petrified inch by inch from the inside out. His heart was cold. He seemed to hear the system prompt in his ears ding. Wang Zijin's favorability plummeted by 50%. Qin Bao Bao's aggro bar was full, and there were 30 minutes to arrive at the battlefield. System, save me, I won't say you're low anymore. System, please. System. The system lost contact. Sigma, degree winky face. Chapter 268. November 15th, Wednesday, sunny day. Today's condition was terrible. I didn't see Sister Ziwei when I woke up in the morning. I finished my morning exercise alone. I brought them breakfast, but they didn't eat it. I'm so tired. I don't know how to explain. November 16th, Thursday, sunny day. I still ran alone, ate breakfast alone, and ate dinner alone. Today, Su Lu was criticized on the internet. Because of a mistake in the second half of the concert, my sister seemed to have hired a water army to slander her. What a scheming girl. In short, the negative news was overwhelming. I took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with my sister. I praised her, but she ignored me. She looked at me as if she was looking at a salted fish. November 17th, Friday, cloudy day. She hasn't talked to me for 3 days. Not only does my sister look at me like a salted fish, but Sister Ziwei also looks at me like a salted fish. I don't know if I can get their affection back. On the 3rd day of the cold, I miss my sister's facial cleanser. I plan to buy a washboard and kneel until they forgive me. My sister abused me thousands of times, but I treat her like my first love. November 18th, Saturday, rainy day. In the end, I didn't buy a washboard. I don't want to lose face. Today, the company made a lot of money. Teddy Sue invited me to dinner. In her dreams. I hate her to death. My sisters. I'm going to cry if I talk too much. I asked Sister Man for help, but she sent me a hee-hee. What does that mean? Waiting online. November 19th, Sunday, rainy day. Today, in the living room, I overheard my sisters whispering in the room. They seem to be buying a house. Do they mean to move out? Do they mean to leave me behind? System, save me. System, give me an idea. My system is low. I might be a fake protagonist. Oh, I can't write the system in my diary. My sister will peek. I'll tear this page and rewrite it. RIP, November 20th, Monday, cloudy day. There seems to be some problems with my sister's first film. It's called Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. It's said that some investors suddenly withdrew their investment. This made the crew very anxious. They were looking for investors everywhere. The filming was seriously affected. I plan to invest in their crew. I'll keep this a secret for now. I'll let Teddy Sue do it. I'll give my sister a surprise. She's the easiest to coax. If Teddy Sue causes trouble again, I swear I'll *CK her to death. Today, Songjiang Film Park. Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach film crew. Pa pa pa, the sound of gunshots was endless. In a narrow alley filled with the atmosphere of the Republic of China in the 20th century, the protagonist and his good friend were in a gunfight with the enemy forces. You shot me, I shot you, small pistols were making sounds. The director sat on the pulley and focused on filming this scene. Crack! The director shouted, "Second male lead, that's not how you shoot a gun. You have to have the right posture, your right hand has to be clenched tightly, and your speed has to be fast. Your muzzle is slanted." Gunshots rang out again. After 3 gunfights, the director was finally satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's go to the next location." The male lead was called Gu Zhengyu, an A-list movie star in the country. He was 34 years old and had a handsome face. He had acted in many excellent movies and won the Best Actor award in 2015. which pushed him to the peak of his acting career. In the past 2 years there had been some quietness. This was probably the law of decline after the peak of prosperity. Gu Jingyu said, "Director, will the sponsor come today?" As the male lead, he was also very concerned about the funding of the crew. The other members of the film crew also looked over. If they couldn't raise funds, the film would be cut in all kinds of ways because of the lack of money, and it would become a shoddy flop. "I've already contacted them. They will come to inspect the crew at noon. If there are no problems, we can sign the contract on the spot." The director was full of confidence. In the past few days, the director had been working hard to raise funds. As an excellent director, he had to face all kinds of problems such as the sudden withdrawal of funds, famous brands acting like big shots, and so on. The director had seen the investor. She was very beautiful. If she were to work in the entertainment industry, she would definitely be a big star. The crew members were very happy. "That's great. Our script is top-notch and so are the actors. The sponsor will definitely be satisfied. Director, you have to treat the sponsor well." The extras were also very happy. "Director, we have the funds. Let's add chicken drumsticks for lunch." The director turned his head and scolded, "Get lost. We'll add chicken drumsticks when you die. At most, we'll add a poached egg for lunch." A group of people carried the props and rushed to the next location. Qin Baobao, her manager, Li Yanhong, and 2 new assistants followed the crew. When celebrities were filming, their managers usually didn't stay on the set. At most, they would come a few times. However, Li Yanhong looked after Qin Baobao like she was looking after her own daughter. She followed her around all the time. "Baobao, how's your memorization of the lines?" Li Yanhong asked. "I've memorized them." Qin Baobao nodded. There was no doubt about the memory of a top student. Moreover, the character of Yun Yan only appeared for 15 minutes. She didn't have too many lines, so memorizing the lines wasn't difficult. What she needed to figure out was the soul of the character. A prostitute should have the charm of a mature woman, and a little licentious in her actions. Her brain was trembling. Acting was so difficult. The plot unfolded like this. The male lead couldn't wait to show off in front of people at a gathering of big shots. He arrogantly said, "Everyone here is trash." His strength attracted hatred and he offended a big shot. The big shot then sent his underlings to kill him. That's why it felt good to show off for a while, but the whole family. The male lead raised his small pistol and fought back. However, because he was outnumbered, he escaped to the legendary Yihong brothel. He broke into the boudoir of a popular girl called Yun Yan, played by Qin Baobao. At this time, Qin Baobao was bathing naked in a bathtub. Oh, of course it was the stuntman. The male lead broke in, pointed a gun at the girl's head and said, "Don't make a sound if you don't want to die." Then the male lead's face changed. Hearing movement outside the door, he didn't say anything and went into Yun Yan's bathtub. For this kind of plot, there must be flower petals in the bathtub. 2 fierce-looking guys pushed the door open. They looked around and found that there was only a girl bathing in the room. There were no suspicious people. Just as they were about to search, the male lead's halo activated. Yun Yan screamed. The 2 underlings were afraid that things would get out of hand. After all, those who could open Yihong brothel had big shots backing them. They quickly left and the male lead escaped. After this part of the plot ended, the crew and Gu Zhengyu's assistant came forward, handed him a towel, and helped him out of the bathtub. The cameramen scattered and discussed the scenes they had shot. The female stuntman stood up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, teachers." But no one paid attention to her, and no one looked at her body. In this line of work, they were already used to it. The director said, "Let's take a 10-minute break and start the second part of the plot." The correct way to shoot a movie was not to follow the script step by step. Some scenes were shot in advance and edited in post-production. If they followed the script, Qin Baobao didn't have to come today. She would come again in 3 days, a week, and 10 days. She had to do it again at the end. "Miss Qin, how are the preparations? Are there any problems with the lines?" The director smiled. Qin Baobao was an A-lister after all. She was famous and would be respected wherever she went. Qin Baobao smiled and said, "Director, there are no problems with the lines." The second part of the plot began. Ever since Yun Yan saved the male lead, the 2 became friends. Every time the male lead was hurt or lonely, He would come to Yihong brothel to take care of Yunyan's business. After a while the two became close friends. The second part of the plot was the first time they had a friendly exchange and a show of gratitude. The male lead sat in his room drinking wine. The light shone on his chiseled face, and he looked a little cold. He was the kind of mature and handsome man that could make young girls scream and rich women weak in the knees. Qin Baobao changed into a costume from the Republic of China. It was a sky blue cheongsam embroidered with lotus flowers. The cheongsam was one of the most beautiful women's costumes in modern times. It was known as the national treasure and women's national costume. It could perfectly accentuate a woman's graceful figure, and it was completely different from the current uniforms. As soon as she appeared, she blinded the eyes of all the men present. Her figure was King domineering. "Director, we can start now." The assistant director whispered to the director, who was in a daze. Chapter 269. At first, the director wanted Su Lu to play the role of Yun Yin. She was a mature woman in her 30s with good looks, a good figure, and a good foundation in acting. She was only a guest star, so her pay was not high. However, Su Lu had snatched the concert away, so she gave the small role that she didn't like to baby Qin. At that time, Qin Baobao was the only artiste in star art who had the same fame and schedule. The moment Qin Baobao put on the cheongsam, the director realized that it was an unexpected surprise. Under the cheongsam was a hot figure, a gorgeous face, and a pair of seductive eyes. He felt that he had another sole role in this movie. Qin Baobao was the template of a flirtatious slut. If there was a suitable role in the future, he would definitely look for her. The crew set up the set and covered the windows with a sunshade to create a dark atmosphere. The lights in the room were dim. With a paw sound, the plot began. The main character sat at the round table and drank. This little hooligan was very domineering and had a cold face. In fact, this was Gu Zhengyu's signature expression. He could use this expression to complete a movie. It was this characteristic that made him successful and defeated him. It was also this paralyzed face that caused him to be criticized in recent years. Qin Baobao held a brocade handkerchief in her hand. She walked over and sat opposite the main character. She rested her chin on one hand and said, "Hey little brother, you're especially lonely today. Tonight I..." "Cut." The director stopped her and said, "Miss Qin, don't be so stiff. Let's do it again." The second time, action. "Hey little brother, you're especially lonely today. Tonight I..." Once again the director shouted, "Teacher Qin, your eyes are too guarded. You're acting as a prostitute now. You're used to seeing the fickleness of human nature. You're an experienced driver who can use all kinds of positions. Therefore, your eyes must be charming and seductive, not full of caution." The third time, action. "Hey little brother, you're especially lonely today. Tonight I..." The director was stopped again. He crossed his arms and opened his mouth as if he was about to scold her. Finally he sighed. "Take a 5-minute break." "Director, isn't it a waste of time to film such a small scene for so long?" Gu Zhengyu was also impatient. "Give me the script. I'll change it. If it doesn't work, we'll just cut it out." The director immediately comforted him. An A-list big shot, the male lead was not a small character. No matter which drama it was, the director had to coax him. Qin Baobao glanced at him but did not say anything. The director really wanted to film an actor's self-cultivation on Qin Baobao. He thought for a moment and changed his wording. "Miss Qin, do you have a boyfriend?" Qin Baobao was taken aback. For some reason she felt guilty. "Oh, I'm being presumptuous. Have you ever liked someone?" the director asked. Qin Baobao was wearing a cheongsam. She crossed her legs in a seductive posture. Suddenly, a face that she had been particularly disgusted with recently popped up in her mind. "I understand that you've never acted before. How about this? When you're saying your lines, you can imagine that the person sitting opposite you is someone you like. Try and see if that's better," the director said. In the circle of actors, the ability to imagine was very important. After all, the script was dead. The actors had to figure out the best way to figure out the character by themselves. Qin Baobao nodded. "I'll try." Again, action. With the director's command, the clapper played. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and adjusted her state of mind. She repeated in her heart, "Someone I like, someone I like." Then Qinzai's face popped up in her mind. Oh, it's him again. I hate him so much. I don't want to talk to him recently. Someone I like, someone I like. Qinzai's face popped up again. Get lost again. Then it popped up again. Forget it. It seems that the only man I'm close to is my brother. I'll just treat him as my boyfriend. Qin Baobao walked gracefully and sat opposite the male lead. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her own black-hearted maggot. As if she had been hypnotized, she suddenly dropped her guard and awkwardness. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at him with a smile. Hey little brother, you're particularly lonely today. How about I spend a good night with you tonight? If it was really her brother sitting opposite her, he would definitely be excited and pretentious. Go away, go away, go away. Qin Baobao felt that it was interesting and smiled sweetly. Gu Zhengyu looked at her in a daze. Cut, the director said excitedly. Perfect. It was not over yet. Qin Baobao's scenes lasted for 15 minutes. They were the first meeting, the bed scene, the bed scene, the bed scene, and the suicide by jumping into a river. She played the role of such a sorrowful woman in the play. Of course, after the bed scene, the male lead had to find the courage and determination to fight again. Unfortunately, in the end, the male lead fell in love with the woman of a rich businessman. He married the fair, rich, and beautiful woman and reached the peak of life. Next was the kissing scene. Qin Baobao sat on the chair and did not move. She ate a bag of peeled pecans. To be a qualified sister, she had to be able to beat the mistress and the wolf in the house. First, she had to nourish her brain. The stuntman was in position. Gu Zhengyu glanced at Qin Baobao, who was acting as a bystander, and suddenly said, Director, I don't want a stuntman. I know. You don't like stuntmen when you're filming. The director said, It's best if you don't use a stuntman. Gu Zhengyu pointed at Qin Baobao and said, I told her not to use a stuntman. If she uses a stuntman, I don't feel it. I can't act it. At first it sounded shameless, but the crew, including the director, did not think there was anything wrong with it. They turned to look at Qin Baobao. If she uses a stuntman, I don't feel it. I can't act it. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Actors always had to focus on filming, and the director also had to focus on filming. In front of filming, everything was useless. Some actors suffered from depression in order to play a role. There were also some who were trapped in the role and could not extricate themselves, so they became monks. As for the kissing scene and the bed scene, these were not worth mentioning. Which actress had not kissed someone in the movie? Kissing was nothing. Even car sex was not a problem. The most awesome thing was sex on the horse. Miss Qin, then you should do it yourself, the director said. Director, I don't do kissing scenes, Qin Baobao said with a smile. Gu Zhengyu said angrily, Don't we actors do it for the sake of filming? If we don't do this or that, what kind of actors are we? Qin Baobao was too lazy to argue with him. At this time it was time for her agent to make a strong appearance. Li Yanhong said, Our Baobao is a singer. The director gestured for everyone to stop talking and listen to him. Miss Qin, everything can be discussed. Director, before we came we talked about it. Baobao does not know how to act in bed or kissing scenes. You said that we can find a stunt double. That's what we agreed on. Li Yanhong did not give in. The director was embarrassed and turned to look at the male lead. Gu Zhengyu shrugged. Anyway, I don't feel it, so I can't act it out. He sat there and took the tea from his assistant. He took a sip and was calm. Qin Baobao frowned and said in a low voice, This person is too annoying. I used to think that he was a good person when I watched his dramas. Li Yanhong also lowered her voice. Not bad, my ass. This guy is famous for being a drama tyrant. The celebrities who have worked with him all say that he is very domineering. He changes the script without permission and removes other people's scenes for no reason. Last year there was a rumor on the internet that during a martial arts scene, he beat a newcomer with a stick and broke a few sticks. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. A female artist revealed on a variety show that he forced a kissing scene to be filmed 3 times. Wow, he's even more shameless than Qin Zai. Qin Baobao was shocked. This kind of thing happens a lot. The film industry is more chaotic than the music industry. Hey Baobao, you've been talking bad about your brother these days. Did you two quarrel? Don't mention him. It's annoying. Seeing that both sides were in a deadlock, the director felt a little awkward. If he was a famous director, he would have slapped her. Who cares if she was Qin Baobao or Guo Zhengyu? But he was not. On the contrary, the few dramas he had filmed in the past few years were criticized by the internet. He still wanted to use this drama to make a good comeback. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. The guest actress was of course not as important as the male lead. The director tried his best to persuade her. Miss Qin, although we have a verbal agreement, there's no need to be so calculative. It's just a kissing scene. It's normal. Qin Baobao looked around and suddenly, her eyes lit up when she saw a guy squeezing in from outside the set. Her face was filled with surprise, but she quickly hid it and kept a straight face. Chapter 270. Qin Zhe walked into the set and said to the staff that he was here to visit. If it was an ordinary cat or dog, the staff would not let people in, but Qin Zhe's face was a little famous. Everyone knew that he was the younger brother of Qin Bao. He successfully entered the set with his face. He came at the right time. The crew was not filming. Qin Zhe glanced around and found his sister wearing a cheongsam. He was amazed. Wow, is this a cheongsam? Is this my sister's cheongsam? It's great, I want to buy 10 pieces. It has to be said that Qin Baobao, who wore a cheongsam, had a coquettish charm. Qin Baobao's face was stiff and her tone was cold. What are you doing here? I came to see the little sister. Qin Zhe showed a flattering smile. The little sister is working outside to make money. It's very hard. Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Qin Zhe came as a financier. With such a grand identity, the director should lead the actors to warmly welcome him. But in order to surprise his sister, he did not let Suyu call the crew. On the way, Suyu went to the toilet. Go to hell. Qin Baobao snorted. She would not be coaxed by a few words. The little red guy hid it from her to celebrate Su Teddy's birthday, and also made a rose of love. Did he want to annoy her to death? Qin Baobao almost dropped her mobile phone at that time. She grabbed Wang Zijin's collar and said fiercely, I said it, this white lotus flower demon is evil. At first glance, it is not easy to get along with. Wang Zijin was also angry, and her small face was serious. It's time to teach the little red guy a lesson. So there was a week-long Cold War. I bought you a lollipop. Qin Zhe took out his sister's favorite lollipop. Qin Baobao took it and licked it blankly, giving her brother a little face. Have you forgiven me? No, get lost. Qin Baobao wanted to pinch the waist of the black-hearted maggot, but her hand suddenly paused halfway. It wasn't because she had to consider her image, but because she suddenly realized that she had agreed to fight a Cold War and ignore him. Why was she arguing with him again for no reason? Qin Baobao had said, get lost. I don't want to talk to you. And you're annoying countless times in her life. But it seemed that as long as her brother apologized and gave in, she would quickly lose her stance. She had never won against her younger brother before. At this time, the director was about to explode. As soon as Qin Zhe appeared, Qin Baobao only had eyes for her younger brother. She forgot about the crew and the director. The director listened to the siblings bickering, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. His expression was terrible. Director, this is my younger brother, Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao finally remembered the business. The director nodded at Qin Zhe and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, help me persuade your sister. She's so stubborn it's not easy for us to film. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at his sister's perfect side profile and sparkling earlobes. He wondered, what's wrong? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at him. It's a bad thing. It's useless to tell you. I'm too lazy to say more. The director said, Miss Qin, we had a verbal agreement before. That's true, but everything has to be done for the sake of filming. If we can't film well because you don't want to film the kissing scene, then that's too much. Besides, there are too many artists who want to enter the film and television industry. Look at those little fresh meat who debuted as a singer. They've all changed their career to film and television. If you seize this opportunity, you'll have more opportunities in the future. Qin Zhe frowned and didn't say anything. The assistant director came over and persuaded. What's wrong with filming a kissing scene? It's a normal thing. Why do you have to be so pretentious? The executive director also came over. He was a middle-aged man with big shoulders and a thick waist. He said angrily, What are you doing? It's just a kissing scene. Do you have to be so pretentious? Everyone is waiting here. Director, do you still want to film this scene? If you don't, we'll change to a clapper. Change the plot. When the director said this, he was also angry. He said, no matter what, this scene has to be filmed. The sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can get it done. Miss Chin, you have a contract. If this stalemate spreads, it won't be good for your reputation in the industry. Now, not only was the moral pressure on Qin Baobao's shoulders, but there was also the addition of a contract. Li Yanhong said angrily, Director, it's you who changed your mind. We agreed to use a stunt double for the kissing and bed scenes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken this job. The director's voice was a few decibels higher. He was furious. Is it fine to use a stunt double for the bed scenes? It's just a kissing scene. Do you have to be so pretentious? If you don't accept kissing and bed scenes, why are you filming this movie? Director, after listening to this for so long, I can only hear one problem. Qin Zhe, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His gaze swept across the faces of the director, assistant director, and executive director. Why can't we use a stunt double? Why must my sister do it herself? Qin Baobao tugged at his arm. She knew her brother too well. She could tell from his eyes that he was angry. She was actually quite happy. She felt that she had a man to support her. At the same time, she was also afraid that he would argue with the production team. It's fine. It's fine as long as it's a stalemate. His sister whispered in Qin Zhe's ear. Qin Zhe scratched his earlobe as the orchid fragrance wafted into his ears. He was not like Qin Baobao, who would go limp after biting his ear. I didn't say that I don't want to act. Sister, you know the rules. In the end, either the production team and I negotiate a breakup, or that guy gives in and agrees to use a stunt double, Qin Baobao said in a low voice. Look at you. Instead of singing, you came to film a movie. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Qin Zhe said helplessly. I followed the schedule. It's not my fault. Qin Baobao frowned and pouted. She acted like a little girl in front of her brother. I thought that before Huang Yizong came back, the company would definitely freeze me. Then I had to hurry up and make money. Our family, we haven't bought a house yet. Also, I had communicated with the director at the beginning that I would use a stunt double for the kissing and bed scenes. But the male lead insisted that I do the kissing scene in person. Understood. It was a male star who wanted to take advantage of his sister. He was obviously bullying his sister because she was a guest star. He was bullying her because she was inexperienced. What a reckless guy. I'm the only one who can kiss my sister. Director, I think you should communicate with the male lead about this. He can hold on to a woman and kiss her. But isn't a stunt double a person? Isn't that the purpose of a stunt double? Also, although it's only a verbal agreement, you promised to use a stunt double. You can't just turn around and go back on your word. Qin Zhe looked at the director and said in a sincere tone, Listen to me. Listen to you? The director, assistant director, and executive director looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They also felt a little disdainful. This young man was really interesting. He was just a little famous in the music industry, but he was blindly confident. So what if he was good at writing songs? So what if he was popular in the eyes of singers? What did it have to do with them? They weren't in the same field. Director, are we still going to film? Who is this person? An outsider is telling the crew what to do. What is he doing? What right does he have to speak? Guo Jingyu said loudly. Actually, he recognized Qin Zhe. He was just saying that on purpose. Of course. The director had a different attitude towards the male lead. Let's see how you're going to film without money, Qin Zhe muttered. What did you say? Qin Baobao thought he was talking to her. Qin Baobao, are you going to film or not? If you don't, we'll terminate the contract. The director's patience ran out and he directly turned hostile. With the director's shout, more than 10 people present looked over. Qin Baobao had such a strong temperament, but her pretty face was red. Director, President Su from the financial side is here. The staff outside let a tall and cold beauty in. He was still holding the business card given to him by Su Yu. The people in the room turned their heads and focused their attention on the beautiful woman. The director took the lead and smiled. "Oh, President Su, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Most of our crew and equipment are here." The director's face was relaxed. He had already shown the script to President Su. In fact, the ease of this investment made him feel incredible. First, through the introduction of friends in the circle, then the director and President Su met. After President Su read the script, he said that he was very optimistic about the play and promised to invest. But he needed to come to the set to see it in person. "President Su, let's find a place to eat first and talk about the details," the director said. "Talk about the details?" Suyu was stunned. She withdrew her gaze from Qin in the distance and looked at the director. She laughed and said, "President Qin has been here for half a day, and you haven't talked about the details yet?" She actually disagreed with Qin's investment in the film. It was not that the investment was bad. Suyu was jealous when she saw Qin trying to please her sister. The director's face stiffened, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. The assistant director and executive director's heart jumped. The director forced a smile and said, Who is President Qin?" Suyu pointed to Qin. "Qin, my boss. He has the final say in this investment." The air suddenly became quiet. Click. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads. They saw the flame jump up and lit the cigarette butt. President Qin's arrogant face reflected the fire. Chapter 271. The atmosphere on the set was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone couldn't help but think of the conflict just now. Qin Baobao's grievance, Guo Zhengyu's excessive request, and the director's carrot and stick words. "Oh right," Guo Zhengyu just said. "What right does he have to tell me what to do?" The assistant director's eyes widened, and his face was blank. The executive director swallowed his saliva. The crew members were speechless. The director's body swayed, and he felt as if the heavens were going to kill him. In order to prepare for this movie, he had spent a year and a half. However, the road to success was strewn with setbacks. The investor withdrew their investment at the critical moment, leaving him in an extremely awkward situation. Then, a second investor quickly filled his position. Who knew? "No, I have to save him." The director turned around, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. He ran to Qin like a lackey. Boss Qin, you're visiting incognito. Look at this mess. If you'd explained the situation earlier." It was so awkward that the director couldn't continue. The crew members couldn't bear to see this scene, and they felt sorry for the director. Boss Qin was very calm, and his posture as he sat on the stool couldn't help but reveal a sense of firmness. While exhaling smoke, he didn't forget to throw a flirtatious look at the beautiful sister. Sure enough, it was better to show off in front of the sister. "This way I can see more clearly and more carefully." Boss Qin smiled meaningfully. "Don't you think so, director?" "Oh right, what's your surname?" "My surname is Su." Boss Qin nodded, turned to the sister and said softly, "Don't film anymore. What kind of rubbish role is this? Just focus on singing." With his temper, he would only invest if he saw ghosts. His original intention was to appear in the crew as a savior, to blind the sister and show off a little. Who would have thought that he would see the sister being bullied? Qin Baobao whispered, "But I don't have any jobs recently. What else can I do besides film?" Qin thought for a while, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a ding from the system. "Host, your desires have been detected. There are currently 2 missions for you to consider." The system actually asked for my opinion when giving out missions. Mission 1. Slap the director in the face and leave with your teddy and sister. Mission 2. Act as the male lead in the movie and increase investment in the movie. Qin was stunned. The first task was to ask for my understanding. After all, my sister was bullied and I was angry. What's with the second mission? I'm not interested in acting. You are not interested in acting, but you are interested in. Alright, that's enough. Qin hurriedly interrupted. In the future, he would not dwell on such things. He would always be slapped in the face by the system. I choose the second mission. Mission generated. Success will reward 400 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. Director Su, I won't pretend that nothing happened. Now I'll give you 2 options. Qin put out the cigarette and threw it into the paper cup. The first option is for us to leave right now. We won't be filming the movie anymore. You can choose another character and find another investor. However, I reckon that you won't be able to get any investors in a short period of time. If that's the case, other than reducing your budget and making a lousy show, you can only stop filming. The longer it drags on, the more likely the other investors will withdraw their investment. The director nodded. That made sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. What's the second option? Qinzhe sneered and pointed at Guo Jingyu. Get him out of here. I'll be the male lead. Wow, Ace was so domineering. Qin Baobao looked at him. The crew was in an uproar. Kick out the male lead? How could that be possible? The male lead was one of the selling points. Countless Guo Jingyu's fans were looking forward to the release of the movie. It was too risky to change the male lead. Guo Jingyu sneered. Director, there are so many people jumping up and down for a little money. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. In this movie, other than him, the female lead was a B-lister and the second male lead was a C-lister. In other words, he was the boss of this movie. Without him, the crew couldn't handle it. Boss Qin patted the director's shoulder. It's up to you whether to wait for a lousy show or for the other investors to withdraw their investment. I heard from Boss Su that Director Su has been preparing for a long time. I don't think he wants to mess it up. Although I'm not a regular artist, I'm a little famous. With my sister, the female lead, and the second male lead, the lineup isn't bad. The director was in a dilemma. But the other investors? You're in charge of this. If it doesn't work, get them out. Qinzhe looked like a domineering CEO. If you need money, just ask Boss Su. In China, a movie with hundreds of millions of investment was considered large-scale. The most expensive part of a movie was the actors and special effects. But Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach wasn't that expensive. The special effects budget was almost negligible. Tens of millions of yuan was nothing to Qinzhe. Li Yanhong saw Qin Baobao staring at her brother. Her eyes were blurred and she waved her hand in front of her face. Baobao? What's the matter? Qin Baobao blushed. Remember to add more scenes for yourself when the deal is done, Li Yanhong whispered. The director's brain was working at high speed, weighing the pros and cons. Although it was very hurtful to change the protagonist at the last minute, there were many such examples. It wasn't unacceptable. Now the money was the key. Without money, the movie couldn't be made. All the efforts would be wasted. If the budget was reduced and the quality was greatly reduced, then it would ruin his reputation and be detrimental to his career. Present, the movie was halfway through. It would take at most 2 or 3 days to reshoot the scenes of the male lead. The director gritted his teeth. Okay, we'll do as Boss Qin says. There was another burst of discussion in the crew. Guo Jingyu couldn't believe it and widened his eyes. Director. Director Su waved his hand. Guo Jingyu said angrily. Okay, we have a contract. Your crew breached the contract. I'll let the studio's people deal with the compensation. He left angrily with his 3 assistants. Qinzhe glanced at his sister's hot body in a cheongsam. We may not be able to shoot today. Let's go back first. I'll let Suyu talk here. In terms of breadth of knowledge, Suyu beat him. Qinzhe was very relieved to leave things to Suyu. At most, he would call the employees of the legal department. The company has been established for a month, and the framework has been set up. The director personally sent the sister and brother out of the set with an attentive attitude. Don't send us off. Qinzhe put his arm in front of his sister. Qin Bao was just about to take her brother's arm when she suddenly heard Su Teddy's voice from behind. Qinzhe, do you want to have dinner together tonight? His sister's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Another day, I'll go home and read the script. Qinzhe raised the script given by the director. Then I'll say it. Suyu smiled happily. Speaking of which, Suyu was quite clingy these days. She ran to his office when she had nothing to do. It was not enough to have lunch together, and she also wanted to have dinner together. Although Qinzhe had 0 experience in love, at least he was not a fool. He had a bold idea. When Qinzhe handed his arm to his sister again, his sister scolded, "No, get out." The vinegar jar was overturned again. Qinzhe sat in his sister's nanny car. Li Yanhong also wanted to come in, but Qinzhe sent her away. Sisterly, you sit in the front. I have something to talk to her about. Li Yanhong had to go with the driver. Sister, do you want a lollipop? No, get out. Baby Qin crossed her arms and turned her face to the side, crossing her legs. Don't go too far. I just spent a birthday with Suyu. Do you have to ignore me for a week? Qin Zhe was not happy. His sister turned her face sideways out of the window and snorted. I apologize, I was wrong, forgive me. Qin Zhe read the lines. He said similar words to his sister and Wang Zijin. His sister ignored him. I'll roll on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Qin Zhe made a big move. His sister stretched out her slender white finger and pointed at her feet. Roll on the ground. After you roll, I'll consider whether to forgive you or not. Hey, if he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know what it means to be a younger brother. Qin Zhe poked his sister's waist with his fingers like a sword. Roll on the ground, right? Every time he poked, his sister screamed and rolled on the spacious seat. Her hands, which were actually very suitable for playing the piano, pushed her brother in vain. He bullied his sister for nearly 5 minutes, and his sister's screams lasted for 5 minutes. During this time, Li Yanhong called them a few times from the co-driver's seat. Especially because of the partition, she couldn't see the scene here. She only heard the movement. Qin Zhe said, It's okay, Sister Su, we're just playing. Baby Qin was crying and laughing at the same time, begging for help. Li Yanhong was helpless. She was used to it. Many times when they got along, the style was not right. At this time, his sister was lying on the chair like a dead dog. Her hair was messy, her chest was heaving, and she was gasping for breath. She sniffled, curled herself up in the spacious seat, and then hugged her chest in an aggrieved and hurt posture. You only know how to bully me. She choked on her sobs and began to cry. Originally it was a fake cry, but when she saw that her brother didn't come over to coax her, she really cried. Qin Zhe took a few tissues and helped her wipe her tears. You want me to bully others? Then I'll fight you. Qin Baobao's nasal voice was thick. Qin Zhe didn't speak. He carefully wiped her tears and pushed away the hair covering her cheeks. Qin Baobao's charming face was about to cry. Her eyes were wet, and there was a touch of grievance and tenderness. She sniffled and said, What's going on between you and Suyu? You like her, don't you? Qin Zhe said in a low voice. Sister Xian should be the one asking that question. Qin Baobao's tears suddenly gushed out. She raised her foot and kicked him. Chapter 272. His sister's kick was so powerful that even Qin Zhe could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that kick had been a few centimeters lower, Qin Zhe felt that he could have typed GG for the rest of his life. Thus, he still had to thank his sister for her kindness. They were silent all the way home. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they reached home. The minivan was parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Qin Zhe said softly, Let's go home. Qin Baobao silently put on her mask, glasses and large-brimmed hat. When she got out of the car, Qin Zhe held her hand. He could clearly feel that she was stiff for a moment, then softened and obediently let him hold her hand as they walked into the neighborhood. The system, which was supposed to be a lazy fish, sighed in his mind for the first time. Why bother, host? I feel so conflicted for you. You humans' emotions are so complicated. Qin Zhe was silent for a moment, then sighed and agreed. He said, Why did your tone change? I upgraded and expanded my functions. I added some emotional colors to make my voice more lively. The system changed into a happy tone. Your upgrade only increased your computing power and added emotional colors. Qin Zhe sighed. May I know which manufacturer you are from? I want a refund. The system threatened. Don't look down on the system. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Qin Zhe was speechless. He turned his head and looked at his sister who was holding her hand. He could not see her face clearly, but he was sure that she was expressionless. Her eyes were red and she had been sobbing all the way. Sometimes he would think, why bother? Why bother? Why bother? Since I'm so tired, I should just let go. I should beat my stubborn heart into ashes and happily throw myself into the arms of Miss Zijin. Isn't that better? But he could not let go of the past. The shooting was set for Friday, which was 3 days later. In order to play the role better and not mess up this investment, he used the system to cheat and redeem the advanced acting mastery. Acting was not omnipotent. Qinze needed to figure out the role himself. For the past 3 days, he was reading the script while leading his own stock trading team. Regarding the sudden change of lead actor, the crew simply released a notice saying that Guo Zhengyu had other arrangements. Behind the scenes, the crew spent a lot of money to hype up the scandal. In the past few days, the news on the internet was overwhelming. Guo Zhengyu offended the investors. Guo Zhengyu took advantage of a female star on the set and was kicked out by the investors. Shocking, the leading actor is Qinze. All kinds of news were flying around, but Guo Zhengyu was unusually calm. He only posted on Weibo to clarify that he had another job and did not take advantage of the female star. Naturally, he hated it to death in his heart, but he definitely wouldn't post on Weibo to condemn it, because that would be equivalent to helping the production crew gain fame. Think about it, an A-lister fighting with a production crew. How big would the news be? Wouldn't the exposure be too high? He was an industry insider and knew the ropes. In this day and age, people would do anything for the sake of exposure. It was not uncommon to see people slandering themselves. Songjiang Film and Television Park. Qinze and his sister arrived in a car. The crew had been waiting for them for a long time. The director left the crew and came up to them. "Mr. Qin, how did the script go?" "There's no problem with the lines. We can start now." Qinze's gaze swept across the set. Speaking of which, the female lead had not appeared yet. She only appeared in the second half of the movie. The first half was the story of the male lead's struggle. Before the female lead appeared, the male lead's emotional world only had one woman, Yun Yan. According to the script Qinze read, the male leads were his childhood friends. They were two poor boys living in the slums. They had nothing to do all day and were always stealing. Later, they accidentally saved a gang leader who was being hunted by his enemies. They were recognized by the gang leader and hugged his thigh. Then the male lead started his career. Qinze completed the first few scenes well. The main thing was that it was not too difficult. Guo Zhengyu managed to act it out with a zombie face. However, the next scene was a small climax. The gang leaders gathered and argued. "Cut!" The director shouted and ran to Qinze. "Mr. Qin, from now on you have to be more flamboyant and arrogant. Especially when you're smashing bowls. The more disobedient you are, the better." The director explained a few details in detail. Qinze said, "There's no problem. I've tried this scene many times. I love such a pretentious scene." The assistant director came up and whispered, "Director, can he do it? This is a test of his acting skills. If he can't do it, we can do it again. I think he won't do it well after 1 or 2 tries. Pay attention to his posture and expression. If there's anything lacking, help me point it out." A layman acting as the male lead. Does he have nothing better to do? The assistant director muttered. He's the sponsor. If he has money, he's the boss. Why does he have so much nonsense to say? The director criticized and sighed. If he can be half as good as Guo Zhengyu, I'll be satisfied. The scene started and the gang leaders started arguing. Because the male lead's boss's table manners were ugly, a few experienced seniors criticized him one after another. At this time, according to the script, Qinze, as the male lead, had to stand up and shout, charging and breaking through the lines for the big boss. Qinze stepped forward. He gently smashed his cup to the ground, attracting the attention of all the elders present. But he didn't blush with anger. After smashing the bowl and cup, he lowered his head and played with his fingernails. His expression was casual, and there was a bit of a ruffian air about him. The assistant director said anxiously, "I don't think he can do it. He's neither arrogant nor rash. At this time he should be scolding someone." The director frowned and was about to shout "cut" when Qinze finally spoke. He still lowered his head and played with his nails in a carefree manner. He sneered and said, "If the territory is stolen, then take it back. You all only know how to curse. Are you a gangster? I'm not targeting a senior. I'm saying that everyone here is trash." He raised his face and smiled disdainfully. "I'm Shanji. If you're a brother, then come and chop me. By the way, the male lead's alias in the underworld. Shanji." The director's eyes lit up. Perfect, perfect. That disdainful tone, that arrogant expression, and the fearless spirit of a newborn calf made people want to hit him. This was the attitude that the male lead should have at this moment. That's the feeling, that's the feeling. The director ran over and said excitedly, Chairman Qin, you just brought this character to life. You're much better than Guo Jingyu. Keep it up. You must keep it up. In this market where little fresh meats with no acting skills were everywhere, the occasional movie or TV series with good acting would generally become popular. Even if the box office sales weren't good, the reviews would be good. Li Yanhong noticed that Qin Baobao's eyes were blurred again. Baobao? Baobao? Oh, your acting is not bad. Qin Baobao put on a disdainful expression. Then she blushed. The plot finally reached the first meeting between the male lead and Yun Yan. The male lead made a fool, and someone really came to chop him up that night. Then, he escaped into the brightly lit Yihong brothel. This part of the scene had to be shot at night. It was getting dark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the red lights of the Yihong brothel were hung high. The director called dozens of extras to act as prostitutes and prostitutes. Here the male lead met Yun Yan and was saved by her. Here they used a stunt double. The director skipped a few scenes and asked Qin Zhe to change his clothes. He went straight to the scene of the first time they thanked each other. From the looks of it, if the actor was in good condition, the director wanted to finish the story between the male lead and Yun Yan. The male lead played by Qin Zhe sat at a round table covered with a red cloth and drank. His face was cold and his arrogance was gone. He became gloomy and introverted. Qin Baobao appeared in a cheongsam. She walked gracefully and rested her chin on her hand. Oh, pfft. She just said one word and her sister laughed. Although she imagined Qin Zhe sitting opposite her, when he actually sat opposite her, Qin Baobao felt different. She felt that her brother was so familiar. It was funny to see him act like a domineering CEO. Be careful. You have to be professional even if you're a guest star. Qin Zhe lectured his sister seriously. His sister glared at him and raised her slender arm to hit him. The cheongsam sleeves were like short sleeves. Fortunately, there was air conditioning. Otherwise, it wouldn't have held up. The second time passed. Oh, little brother, you're especially lonely today. How about I spend the night with you? Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up from the table. He put one hand on her waist and the other on her wrist. He smiled wickedly. Tonight, I'll show you my real skills. Their eyes met and their faces were very close. His warm breath blew on Qin Baobao's face. On the side, 2 cameramen were watching. Then baby Qin's face turned red, and a layer of intoxicating crimson appeared on her face. Stop, stop, stop. The director stopped them and said in distress, Miss Qin, why are you blushing? You're playing a prostitute and you're experienced. I don't expect you to laugh like a barbell, but at least don't blush. I am not used to it. Qin Baobao was tongue-tied. What's there to be uncomfortable about? He's your brother. Why are you blushing? The director was puzzled. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao. It was such a simple scene, but it took 6 takes. His sister was finally thick-skinned. His sister entered a certain state. She raised Qin Zhe's chin with her finger and said seductively, Who's afraid of who? Next was the kissing scene. Qin Zhe's heart was pounding and his breathing was heavy. He thought to himself, Don't be nervous. I'm sacrificing myself for an artist. Everything is for the movie. It's not what I want. No, no. At the same time, he could feel his sister's body tensing up through the arm around her waist. Just then there was a loud shout. Cut. It interrupted the atmosphere between the siblings and poured a basin of cold water. The director clapped his hands excitedly and said, Good, good. I feel that every scene is a classic. Perfect. Qin Zhe had the urge to make the director spiral into the sky with a fuel consumption move. The director didn't notice and waved to the stunt double. Miss Qin, take a break first. The stunt double will come on. No stunt double. No stunt double. The 2 of them said in unison. The stunt double had just taken a step when she paused, feeling wronged. Chapter 273. Don't want a double? The director was stunned. What's going on? You were still arguing about the double before. And now you're telling me that you don't want a double? Are you playing with me? You must be playing with me. No, are you testing me? Are you trying to see if I'm obedient? Do you have any resentment? Of course I'm obedient. I can't wait to suck up to you. The director said seriously, Let's use a double. Miss Qin is not a professional after all. It's better to use a double. Isn't a double supposed to deal with this kind of situation? Qin Baobao stared at him with sharp eyes, full of murderous intent, and said clearly, "No double. No, use a double, use a double." The director insisted. Another murderous gaze fell on him. Qinzhe said, "No, get lost." The director was so tired. The double who took the second step shrank back, feeling wronged. Qinzhe had kissed his sister 3 times before. Once after drinking, once for a sneak attack, and once for a trick kiss, but he seemed to have been rejected by her. This was the 4th time. He didn't feel nervous. Instead, his sister was very nervous. Filming a kissing scene in front of so many people, his sister's heart was beating wildly. "I'm a little nervous," Qin Baobao said in a low voice, feeling wronged. "It's okay. With a heart dedicated to art, you'll feel much better." Qinzhe comforted. He gave his sister a few minutes to adjust. He reached out and grabbed her small waist, pulling her into his arms. The other hand lifted Qin Baobao's sharp chin. Their eyes met. His sister's eyes were full of charm. A faint blush appeared on her porcelain-white delicate face, and her eyelashes trembled. 2 cameramen rushed over. One took pictures of Qinzhe's face, and the other of Qin Baobao's face. Qinzhe hugged his sister and slowly approached her small bright-colored lips. Qin Baobao suddenly laughed. "You're hugging me too hard and you say you're not nervous." As soon as she said that, they took pictures for nothing. The 2 cameramen were helpless. "Don't be nervous. Don't be shy. You have to focus and be serious. I'll give you a few minutes to adjust your mentality." The director gave them a few more minutes to make adjustments. There were too many people, so Qinzhe couldn't hug his sister's waist anymore. "After this shoot, don't shoot anymore. Just sing in peace, okay?" Qinzhe said. "Acting is quite interesting." Qin Baobao blinked her eyes. "It doesn't matter if you're just a cameo, but with your fame you're still the second female lead. The role is important and you'll have a lot of scenes. It's inevitable that you'll have to film some romantic scenes, so there'll be a lot of kissing scenes and bed scenes," Qinzhe said with a frown. Qin Baobao's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "What's wrong? You don't want me to do a kissing scene?" Qinzhe nodded and admitted, "No. If you dare to film a kissing scene, I'll beat you to death." The smile on Qin Baobao's face deepened. She subconsciously reached out to hug his neck. Suddenly, she paused and patted his shoulder with both hands. "How about big sister act in a kissing scene?" Qinzhe pulled a long face. "No." Qin Baobao smiled brightly and acted up again. "How about big sister act in a kissing scene?" "No." He really liked hearing that. He continued to court death. "How about big sister act in a kissing scene?" But this time Qinzhe didn't play by the rules. He said loudly, "Okay, director, I'll use a stunt double." Qin Baobao doesn't need one. His annoyed sister kicked him. His sister glared at the director. "No stunt double, shoot again." This time it didn't go well. Qinzhe was about to kiss her when Qin Baobao seemed to have thought of something. When the movie is released, our parents will see it. See their son and daughter acting in bed and kissing scenes. A basin of cold water was poured over Qinzhe's head. His legs were inexplicably cold. He was done for. One had to know that the Qin family had always been proud of their family's integrity. At least that was what Old Master Qin thought. It was very likely that Old Master Qin would kill his children in the name of righteousness. Qin Baobao had an idea. At this time, the stunt double's function will be revealed. We can say that it was the stunt double who did it and we didn't do anything. So this was the correct way to use a stunt double. Elder sister is still the smartest. "I've lost." Qinzhe put his arm around his sister's waist and pulled her hard. She fell into his arms. Wait. His sister was nervous again. Women's skin was never as thick as men's. When there was no one around, Qin Baobao was all kinds of bold. But when there were many people around, she wouldn't dare to seduce her brother even if she had 10 guts. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I've been taking off my pants for a long time. You're still talking nonsense with me," Qinzhe said and kissed his sister's lips. Their conversation was so low that only they could hear each other. The cameraman immediately followed and recorded this scene with strict professionalism. This was the taste. This was the taste of Master Abe. Bah, this was the taste of his sister's little mouth. Such a fragrant breath was incredible. Paired with the moist touch, it made people want to taste it again and again. First of all, it was the elastic outer skin. It had the elasticity of QQ candy, the fragrance of rose dew, and the sweetness of mother's warm milk. It was inexplicably touching. Secondly, the stuffing inside was also very delicious. When the tip of your tongue swept across it, it would shy away. But you must not give up tasting it because of this, because it would gradually yield under your continuous efforts. The so-called delicious food was to let people enjoy it to their heart's content. Qinze felt that in this kissing scene, his kiss had reached a new level and deepened. On the set, the siblings were immersed in the kissing scene and competing with their tongue skills. Unknowingly, Qin Baobao's hands hooked around Qinze's neck. Qinze picked up his sister and went straight to the carved bed. The cameraman followed behind and shot with a strict attitude. The director put down his hand that was shouting cut. Qinze put the target on the bed, jumped on them, and then lifted the quilt to cover them. The moment the quilt covered them, the director shouted excitedly, "Cut! Don't lift the quilt." Under the quilt, his sister grabbed Qinze's hand. "What's wrong?" Qinze was stunned. "It's so hot under the quilt." "No." Qin Baobao was about to cry. My mouth is burning." "What's wrong? Is it swollen? This is embarrassing." "It's all your fault." Qin Baobao pinched his waist and cried. Qinze made up his mind and lowered his head. Perhaps because of the quilt, Qin Baobao was very open. She hugged his neck and responded fiercely. At this moment, Qinze had a thought in his mind. "I also want to be a star and shoot a kissing scene with my sister." At this moment, Qin Baobao had a thought in her mind. "I want to have more kissing scenes. Let the little red guy do it." Don't lift the quilt yet." This time, Qin Baobao felt stuffy and wanted to lift the quilt, but Qinze stopped her. Qin Baobao suddenly understood and said anxiously, "Damn pervert. There are so many people on the set." Qinze found joy in the bitterness. After saying that, his angry sister pinched his waist. "Don't keep thinking about my waist." Qinze grimaced. Later, Qin Baobao couldn't stand it anymore. The quilt was too stuffy and she was panting. She lifted the quilt, and 4 cameras were aimed at them. The director stood by the bed and clapped his hands. "Wonderful, continue under the quilt. It's not over the line, and the content is enriched. This is a good addition, a good addition." Qinze and Qin Baobao got down from the bed. The sister's face was slightly red, and she was tidying up her messy hair. The director looked at her slightly swollen lips and said flatteringly, "I really didn't expect, Miss Qin and Mr. Qin to show such deep professionalism on their first shoot." The kiss was passionate and unpretentious. There was no awkwardness at all. They overcame their psychological barriers very well. This kissing scene is really the highlight. The director gave a thumbs up. "Professional. Qinze. Qin Baobao." The director bragged about the siblings' awkwardness. The crew members applauded. Fortunately, this was a movie and the kiss was too realistic. Everyone would only applaud and say, "Teacher, you have good acting skills." Next was the bed scene. No, the bed scene was already over. Nowadays, TV dramas and movies were very strict. Pressing down on the bed and kissing was almost the limit. At most, the actress would show her back or something. In the next scene, Qinze and the stunt double were lying on the bed. The stunt double's snow-white shoulders were covered with a quilt, but in fact, she was wrapped in clothes. Qinze was shirtless and he was sitting on the bed and smoking. The stunt double's fingers stroked Qinze's well-defined abdominal muscles. Her eyes were shining as the two started to talk. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth in anger. Usually, if a woman dared to take advantage of her brother like this, Qin Baobao would teach her a lesson. Now she could only watch. Baobao was furious. Chapter 274. In Qin Baobao's scenes there were 3 kissing scenes, 2 bed scenes, and a diving scene in the Huangpu River. Except for the last scene, she finished all the other scenes. Qinze filmed 3 kissing scenes with his sister and 2 bed scenes with the stunt double. His sister's legs were weak from the kissing. If it weren't for Qinze holding her waist, she would have fallen to the ground. The stunt double was also aroused and her eyes became more and more charming. Unfortunately, they were on set. Although the stunt double wanted to, She couldn't really have a deep conversation with Qin Zhe. His perfect body, sexy abs, and the muscles on the side of his waist were all trained. This was the legendary electric motor or pile driver. It was a famous tool among men. At the same time, the stunt double felt a faint murderous aura. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Qin Zhe gradually got into the good mood. Under the director's pleas, he stayed and continued acting. Qin Baobao left after finishing the role of Yun Yan. She didn't even wait for Qin Zhe. The director patted his chest and promised to send boss Qin home after filming. Qin Baobao was wearing a mask and a pair of calfskin boots. She walked very fast. Baobao, you're not waiting for your brother? Li Yanhong followed her closely. Slow down, slow down. My mouth. I'm not waiting. He will come back. Qin Baobao strode forward. My mouth is swollen from the kissing. I don't have the face to stay on set. The two got into the nanny van. The van backed out of the parking space. After getting enough space, they rushed out like a wild horse. Qin Baobao took off her mask and curled up in the seat. She was tall and had a pair of long legs. Even though the seat was wide, it couldn't accommodate her. It was a bit tiring to curl up like this. Qin Baobao stared at the night view outside the window. Sometimes she was in a daze, sometimes she was giggling, sometimes she was frowning, and sometimes she was happy. Li Yanhong took out a bottle of mineral water from the small fridge and glanced at her swollen lips. Drink some water. It will reduce the swelling. Qin Baobao took it with a red face and took a sip. Why did he kiss her so fiercely? It wasn't like he hadn't kissed her lips before. Baobao, tell your brother to add more scenes for you. Li Yanhong said. No need. It's not good to always do kissing scenes. Qin Baobao's cold fingers touched her lips. Kissing scene? Does the extra scene have to be a kissing scene? Li Yanhong was speechless. Are you really addicted to kissing your brother? Don't talk nonsense, Qin Baobao scolded guiltily. Li Yanhong didn't notice it. Instead, she discussed it with great interest. Your brother is really handsome. Just now on the set, I heard many girls praise your brother's good figure. I really want to shoot a kissing scene with him. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him. Qin Baobao sneered in her heart. If you were 20 years old, I wouldn't need you. Get out of here. Why are there always so many cabbages thinking about my pig? I'm so tired. By the way, how does it feel to do a kissing scene with your brother? Is it exciting? It's okay. Not only did she eat chicken, but her heart was about to explode. It's strange. You don't do kissing scenes with strangers. Why do you kiss with your brother? Li Yanhong said. Brother. I'm more familiar with him. Qin Baobao was so guilty that she felt like she was going to be squeezed out of her skin. Under normal circumstances, there should be no psychological burden to do a kissing scene with strangers. Oh, you're so annoying. Qin Baobao shrank into the corner. She had nowhere to retreat and was angry. Okay. I won't talk about it. Li Yanhong thought of something and said, go back and tell your brother to be more careful. Don't let anything leak out. For example, baby Qin's lips were swollen during her first kissing scene, and the kiss was with her brother's news. Qin Baobao was stunned. If this kind of thing was exposed, the audience wouldn't care, but it would be hard to explain to her parents. Her father would take out a huge feather duster to beat her brother again. Back home, Wang Zijin ate dinner alone. It was the leftovers from last night. Although she could order takeout, it was filled with gutter oil and all kinds of dirty food. Wang Zijin never ate takeout. When there were no leftovers and she had something to do at night, Wang Zijin would rather wait for Qin Zhe to come back and cook for her. She was a young lady who didn't do household chores. Even if she wanted to cook, she couldn't do it. On the day of Qin Zhe's birthday for Suyu, he said to his sisters that he would not come back to cook overtime. Qin Baobao proposed to order takeout. Wang Zijin was not happy. Qin Baobao planned to eat the noodles. Qin Baobao's noodles were difficult to eat. The noodles were half-cooked, and the vegetables were tasteless. Wang Zijin ate Qin Bao's noodles in tears. She felt like she was poisoned. Qin Baobao, have you eaten? Wang Zijin asked. I ate a box lunch in the crew, Qin Baobao said. Wang Zijin stared at Qin Baobao. Hey, why is your mouth swollen? Qin Baobao has always been a girl who can lie. Her face didn't change. The box lunch in the crew is too spicy. You know I can't eat spicy food. Although this was a good opportunity to attack the wolf in the house, Qin Baobao was thin-skinned. Because of her sister's identity, she couldn't say something like, "A's kissed my mouth swollen." If it was Suyu, she would make trouble. Oh, it's all because of Qin Zhe, that dead ghost. He hugged me and kissed me fiercely. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Oh. Wang Zijin rubbed her white oval face and continued to eat. This bloody battle of Shanghai Beach was prepared for more than a year. The shooting started a month ago. The director thought that the shooting would be finished in 2 months. Who would have thought that the shooting would be finished by the end of the month? All this was attributed to Qin Zhe's extraordinary energy and pure acting skills. At one point, the director suspected that this guy graduated from a film and television school. Qin Zhe just didn't have time to waste on the crew. His company was making a lot of money every day and it was too late to make money. The key was that his sister didn't have many scenes. Without the kissing scene, everything was dull. Although he and the female lead had a kiss scene in the heavy rain. Oh yes, in that scene the female lead refused the stunt double for the first time and personally had a passionate scene with Qin Zhe. He didn't know why, but he always felt that his little mouth wasn't as sweet as his sister's. Qin Zhe didn't dare to let his sister know about this. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. On this day, Qin Baobao came to work at Star Art. As usual, she practiced dance in the morning and sweated. After washing up, she curled up on the sofa and ate snacks to replenish her strength. In the afternoon, she practiced for 2 hours. Basic skills couldn't be lost. His sister's life was monotonous and simple. During the day, she danced and practiced singing. At night, she went home and flirted with her brother. She didn't take any jobs for half a month. When Li Yanhong walked in, Qin Baobao was lying sideways on the sofa. Her legs in pencil pants were extremely seductive. She had taken off her short red windbreaker and was only wearing a thin black knitted top. There was a thin gap between the bottom of the knitted top and the pencil pants, revealing her white and tender belly. Qin Baobao hurriedly pulled her sweater and said angrily, "Sisterly, remember to knock." "Baobao, I asked the leaders. They said they didn't take any jobs and told people to continue waiting." Li Yanhong's face was full of worry. Compared to her manager's annoyance, the person involved was very relaxed. She didn't care and continued to eat her snacks. Li Yanhong was helpless. Only she had the confidence. If other artists were banned by the company and didn't have the ability to stand on their own, it would be like the end of the world and they would be in a constant state of panic. She, on the other hand, was happier without a job. She practiced dance, sang, and ate snacks all day. When it was time to get off work, she couldn't wait to go home. The reason was that he had a capable younger brother. "By the way, has the money from my movie arrived?" "It arrived yesterday. I even gave you an extra $2 million. Your brother gave it to me." Li Yanhong revealed a smile. "This is your pocket money. Baobao, you're so lucky." "That's great. I have something to do." Qin Baobao pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. She then took out the contract termination agreement that she had prepared a long time ago. "Sister Li, I'm going to terminate my contract with Star Art. Thank you for taking care of me for so long." "Terminate? Terminate your contract?" A bolt of lightning struck Li Yanhong's head. She was dumbfounded and her mind went blank. Why is this happening?" Li Yanhong became emotional. "President Huang will be back soon. He has been taking care of you. When he comes back, your job will be back on track. Don't be impulsive. Baobao, I beg you." She said the last 3 words in a pleading tone. The middle-aged woman was about to cry. Her face was filled with fear and anxiety. She had been in the industry for 7 to 8 years and had failed for 7 to 8 years. She had always persevered and believed that one day she would succeed. Qin Baobao's appearance was like a ray of light that illuminated her dark career path. When she became Qin Baobao's manager, she was still a newly debuted artist. She could only say that her potential was not bad. After appearing on a variety show, she soared into the sky and was unstoppable. She became a hot new star. In the manager's circle, everyone said that Li Yanhong was lucky to have picked up a piece of gold. Moreover, it was 24K gold. "Don't tell me your brother wants to take you away?" Li Yanhong thought of a possibility. "No, I want to open my own studio and develop on my own." "But Sister Li, you're from Star Art. I can't take you away." Qin Baobao shook her head. Don't be impulsive. Do you know how many artists have left their companies because of a moment of impulse? In the end, they realized that they couldn't get any jobs. Their fame dropped and they disappeared into the crowd. I don't care. I still have my brother. His money is in my hands. In this life, he's mine. Qin Baobao took the termination agreement and strode out of the office. Chapter 275. As for the termination of the contract, Qin Baobao had already thought about it. In the past, she could still endure it, but after the concert incident, she understood that it was better to be independent than to rely on someone else. A few minutes later, she knocked on the door of the Vice President Kang Xian's office. Kang Xian was in the office doing his thing. When he heard the knock on the door, he didn't panic at all. He first asked Su Lu, who was under the table, to come out. He tidied up his clothes and said loudly, "Come in." Qin Baobao pushed the door open and came in. She was surprised to find that Su Lu was also in the office. Her face was suspiciously red, but she didn't care. She was too lazy to care. "President Kang, this is my termination agreement. Please take a look." Qin Baobao threw the agreement on the table. Su Lu was stunned. She almost couldn't control the joy on her face. Kang Xian was in a suit and black gold-rimmed glasses. A sharp light flashed through the lenses. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Baobao, the company will not agree to terminate your contract." Su Lu naturally wanted Qin Baobao to leave, but Kang Xian didn't. His original intention was not to force Qin Baobao to leave. Everything he did, he only had one purpose: to let Qin Bao know the power of his iron rod. He didn't expect Qin Baobao to be so unyielding. He didn't even have time to draw his sword, and she had already flipped the table. "This won't do. I'm determined to grind an iron rod into a needle. I just started to perform. And you're already flipping the table? Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Although you're an A-lister, you've only been famous for a short time. You can't play at all if you leave the studio. Moreover, the company spent a lot of effort to cultivate you. Now that you're famous, you want to terminate the contract? Have you thought about it? This will have a great negative impact on your reputation." Kang Xian was like a high school teacher, earnestly teaching a naughty student. Su Lu stared at him. "Damn, so this is what you're thinking. I've eaten your lollipops for so many years in vain. Crazy guy." After all, Su Lu had been around for so many years. Seeing Kang Xian's attitude, how could she not understand his thoughts? "Thank you for your concern, President Kang." Qin Baobao smiled. She placed her hands on the desk and looked down at Kang Xian condescendingly. "Then treat it as a breach of contract. I will compensate Star Art for the breach of contract." Kang Xian narrowed his eyes. "Which family would be willing to pay for you? You don't have to worry about that, President Kang. I'll get my lawyer to come over and deal with it another day. If you want to sue, I'll accompany you to the end." Qin Baobao smiled sweetly and said, "See you again." Before she made this decision, Qin Baobao consulted with a lawyer. After the lawyer looked over the contract, he said that there was no problem. As long as she could pay the penalty, she could regain her freedom. Even if Star Art sued her, she wouldn't be afraid. Qin Baobao walked in her high heels, her hips swaying gracefully, and her chestnut-colored curly hair swaying in the wind. She left. Su Lu angrily slammed the desk. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kang Xian, do you have feelings for her?" Kang Xian ignored her and took out a cigar from the cigar box. He lit it with a lighter and the strong smell of the cigar spread throughout the office. "I understand now. No wonder you've been helping me to make things difficult for Qin Baobao. I was too naive. I thought you were doing it for me, he?" Su Lu sneered. "Kang Xian, you're a scumbag. I've slept with you for so many years in vain." This was a common trick in the entertainment industry. First, suppress and polish the edges. When the female or male artist was at their wits' end, then jump out and give them a sweet date. She herself was a victim. No, calling her a victim was too pretentious. Su Lu also benefited a lot. "Don't talk like a whiny wife." Kang Xian exhaled smoke. "I do have feelings for Qin Baobao. Who doesn't have feelings for such a beautiful woman? But what right do you have to call me a scumbag? We're just taking what we need. Don't think I don't know that you have a few godfathers outside. Otherwise, how could you make tens of millions in the stock market?" Su Lu was speechless. At this time Kang Xian's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and frowned. It was Huang Yizong, that show-off. The whole company knew about the discord between the CEO and CEO of Xingyi Entertainment. Under normal circumstances, Huang Yizong would never call Kang Xian and vice versa. Yo CEO Huang. Why are you calling me today? Aren't you on your honeymoon in Australia? Kang Xian put on a fake smile. Honeymoon my ass. I've only been gone for half a month. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? You bastard. Huang Yizong scolded. Surnamed Huang, watch your words. Kang Xian said loudly. F***ck off. I haven't even been on the show for 3 episodes and you want me to take a meal? I'll deal with you for forcing Qin Baobao away when I come back. I'll ask the board of directors to remove you. Qin Baobao had just called Huang Yizong and said that she was very grateful for CEO Huang's care. But she was leaving and they would still be friends. Kang Xian hung up. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Of course it was impossible to remove him. He wouldn't remove his position as CEO just because a celebrity left. Qin Baobao didn't have that kind of power. But if Huang Yizong didn't let it go, he would be in trouble. Su Lu frowned. How do you plan to deal with it? At most I'll write a reflection. But Qin Baobao. Kang Xian snorted. She wants to leave? It's not that easy. Arrange for the legal department to sue her. Also, release an explanation on the official platform. Just say that Qin Baobao unilaterally terminated her contract. You know what to do. Qin Baobao returned to her office. She packed her things and left. She put some personal belongings in her backpack. Of course, she didn't forget her favorite snacks. Li Yanhong stood at the side and watched. Her heart was about to break. She's really leaving? Yes. Sister Li, what do you plan to do from now on? Li Yanhong wanted to say something but she stopped. Qin Baobao looked at her and smiled. If Sister Li doesn't want to stay here, why don't you come with me? Li Yanhong's expression was very conflicted. After struggling for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll resign today. Qin Baobao carried her backpack and waved at her. I'll go home first. The news that Qin Baobao wanted to terminate her contract with Star Art spread quickly in the company and caused a huge commotion. The whole company was shocked. There weren't many A-listers in Star Art. It would be strange if they weren't shocked when one suddenly left. The higher-ups of Star Art held a short meeting about this. This Qin Baobao doesn't know when to stop. Too arrogant, too arrogant. I told you it was easy for her to climb to the A-listers. She's so arrogant that she almost forgot her surname. She didn't think about it. If the company didn't help her, would she be able to sit in the A-listers in such a short time? She's so ungrateful. Do you know which company poached her? It doesn't seem like other companies poached her. She wanted to set up her own company. A calf isn't afraid of a tiger. She's a newcomer with no connections and no experience. What right does she have to set up her own company? Exactly. Let's wait and see her make a fool of herself. What fool? She's just like that. Let her sink. Star Art's employees were also discussing this matter. That's impossible. Qin Baobao really wants to terminate her contract? I also think it's impossible. But this was revealed by Su Lu's manager. Also, someone saw Li Yanhong going to resign. What is she going to do? She just suffered a little and she's going to quit? Then we're going to suffer every day. How are we going to live? You're wrong. How can you compare to her? She's a superstar. If she doesn't want to stay here, there are plenty of places for her to stay. Maybe some company poached her. The penalty for breaching the contract isn't small. It's not poaching. Otherwise, why would Li Yanhong resign? Have you ever heard of a company poaching someone and even their manager? Could it be she wants to set up her own company? She's crazy. She's only been in the industry for half a year. How could she have the capital to set up her own company? At night, Qin Baobao's contract termination with Star Art was already on the news. In the age of information explosion, anything that happened to a celebrity would be exposed immediately. The netizens were discussing the truth of the matter. Some even went to Qin Baobao's Weibo to ask about the situation. So fast? I thought you'd wait at least until next year. At home, the three of them were eating when Qin Zhe brought up the matter. I'm not happy. I quit. Qin Baobao spat out a chicken bone and squinted her eyes happily. It's delicious. It's all yours. It's all yours. Wang Zijin was annoyed. I'm sick of eating chicken stewed with mushrooms. That's why I said you're a bad woman who likes the new and hates the old. You should see her true colors. Qin Baobao took the opportunity to slander her best friend. Are you going to start a studio next? Qin Zhe asked. No, you'll have to support me. Qin Baobao stared at him with her bright eyes. I'll take care of you. Qin Zhe nodded. A's is the best. A's eat. Qin Baobao beamed and put some food into Qin Zhe's bowl. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Xingyi Entertainment's official platform made an announcement. The original text was as follows. Regarding the recent rumor that artist Qin Baobao had terminated her contract with Xingyi Entertainment, we hereby announce. On November 28, 2017, Qin Baobao unilaterally issued a lawyer's letter of termination to our company. Currently, our company has filed a lawsuit with the Shanghai People's Court. Before the outcome of the lawsuit is announced, our company's contract with Qin Baobao is still valid until December 30, 2020. Qin Baobao signed the contract on June 19, 2017. Under the premise that she has no singing or acting experience, our company diligently trained and arranged for her to participate in the variety show, I Am a Singer, and actively sought out external work for her. Our company's training of Qin Baobao and wholeheartedly planning and arranging for her career is obvious to all in the industry. However, when everyone worked together and gradually achieved results, Qin Baobao proposed to terminate the contract without any prior communication or negotiation. This caused our company to be deeply disappointed and surprised. Our company took the risk of the market to train a newcomer and invested a lot of effort, manpower, and resources in the process. When we were about to see results, a third party coveted the fruits of others' labor and tempted them with high profits. The artist's will was not strong enough, and she disregarded the spirit of the contract and forcefully terminated the contract. The company deeply regrets. The long announcement stirred up a huge wave on the internet. When Qin Baobao saw the announcement, she was so angry at home that she almost stomped her feet. This dirty water was poured, she had to take all the blame? What third party interfered? What exploitation of others' labor? What artist's will was not strong enough and was tempted by benefits? These were all untrue things. It was clearly Xingyi who first shelved her and suppressed her. Chapter 276. Today happened to be the weekend, so there were a lot of people who had nothing better to do. After a short period of shock, the people had different reactions. But Star Art's announcement was too subjective, implying that Qin Baobao was ungrateful. A third party was shamelessly taking advantage of her, and Star Art was the victim. This Qin Baobao is really shameless. Star Art put in so much effort to cultivate her. But now that she's famous, she's burning the bridge. Qin Baobao, your character won't make you famous again. Qin Baobao's image has collapsed. I really think she's low swaying just because of some money. What an ungrateful person. Qin Baobao, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I'm disappointed. Qin Baobao. With her level, she wants to run away before she even knows how to walk. How long has it been since she debuted? Her popularity still has a lot of room for improvement. Now that this happened, her image is gone. I really like Qin Baobao's songs, but I didn't expect her character to be so bad. I suggest she be banned. I support Star Art's lawsuit. Under Qin Baobao's Weibo, countless fans at her. Her fans were very anxious. Baobao, why did you suddenly cancel the contract? Is there a reason? Say something, the internet is defaming you. Is there really a third party poaching you? Don't do anything stupid, your career is on the rise. Your image is very important. Baobao, say something, give a response. What's the big deal? I just want a divorce. If I can't live anymore, then I won't. At home the TV was on. Qin Zhe's sister and sister Wang were sitting on his left and right. The three of them were looking down at their phones, reading the comments online. Qin Baobao rubbed her temples and said helplessly, another war of words, another paid water army. Sigh, I just want to be a quiet beauty. She placed her head on her brother's chest, burrowing in and out, pretending to be weak and pitiful. I feel so wronged. I want to be hugged and lifted up high. Ever since they filmed the kissing scene, His sister had become even more clingy and would act coquettishly from time to time. Sibling intimacy plus 200% Wang Zijin had already endured for a long time. Not only did her flirtatious best friend not restrain herself, she even went from bad to worse. She couldn't take it anymore. She first glared fiercely at Qin Zhe, telling him to stop hugging her sister's waist. Then she sneered. "Is such a useless sister. You should just hand her over to the country." Qin Zhe said, "All right, hand it over to the country." Qin Baobao raised her head and punched him with her little fists. "What did you say? What did you say?" Every time he spoke he would throw a punch. Qin Zhe was easily swayed by the wind. He held his sister's little fists. "I'm just kidding. You're so cute. You can't bear to hand her over to the country." Qin Baobao raised the corner of her mouth and cast a provocative look at Wang Zijin. She leaned against her brother and sighed. "Li Yanhong's side has been settled. I deliberately left it until the end to talk to her about the termination of the contract. I was afraid that she would hesitate at the last moment. This woman is indecisive and has no courage. If I don't push her, she won't know how to make up her mind." Qin Zhe muttered. "I also want to F***ck her." Qin Baobao didn't hear him clearly and continued. "She has been in the industry for so many years. With her help in the studio, it's better than sister managing it alone. Today, sister will look for the address and contact the Internet Water Army." Qin Baobao went back to her room to change her clothes. Only Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were left in the living room. After coaxing his sister, he still had to coax Sister Ziwei. It was tiring just thinking about it. "Sister Ziwei, you're right. Qin Baobao should be handed over to the country." He moved closer to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval face had a dignified smile. She said, "Ace, I'll give you 4 words." Okay. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly and gathered qi at the tip of her tongue. Wuingo. The little sister of the Wang family didn't look at salted fish anymore. She twisted her slender waist and charged into the room. A moment later, there were banging sounds in the room. "Wang Zijin, you dare to sneak attack me? Qin Baobao, let's have a showdown today. This Baobao likes to attack self-righteous people. I've learned a new breast-grabbing dragon claw. It's specially made to deal with you." Wang, you're so scheming. Watch me break you." Qin Zhe lit a cigarette and thought about life in the smoke. "I really want to go in and play with my sisters. My sisters are so cute and playable. Greater than over equal to slash. No, now isn't the time to think about this. I'm still too weak. The most important thing now is to toughen up in front of my sisters. If a man can't be tough, how can there be a harmonious family? I must toughen up. Other people's protagonists all have the aura of a bastard. The girls are willing to throw themselves at them and live in harmony. I'm the only one who's lowly, being sandwiched in front of my 2 sisters. It's all the lowly system's fault. Host, I won't take the blame for this. The system came back to life. Why did you come out? Aren't you afraid of being found by the system? The system loves to attack lowly systems." Qin Zhe tried to scare it. "It's mainly because the system detected a strong desire in the host's heart. No, I don't want to go in and play with my sisters. System, please let me go." Qin Zhe was shocked. If he went in, he would be beaten to death by his sisters. "Oh." The system was silent for a moment and sighed. "I finally understand why I would randomly bind to you in the vast sea of people. There's no need to hurt each other." Qin Zhe sighed. "What mission? Ding. Please become a big shot in the domestic entertainment industry within 2 years. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount." After the system's official notification, it said happily, "Host, you finally triggered the main mission. Sure enough, only the matters of your sisters can make you slightly more attentive. Become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years. Host, remember to help me keep an eye out for any people who are going to cause trouble. If there is, it must be the system." The system said, "I'll leave first." Qin Zhe finished his cigarette and called Nan Manpei, saying that he had something to discuss. Nan Manpei said concisely, "Come to my house." He knocked on his sister's door, and the fighting inside stopped. His sister panted, "What? No, I just wanted to tell you that I have something to do outside. Order takeout for lunch or cook noodles. Qinzhe took a taxi to Nan Man Pei's house. He wanted to drive himself, but after thinking about it, his sister might need a car in the afternoon. Boss Qin's net worth was a few $100 million, and he had to take a taxi when he went out. Su Taidi was very busy recently, and did not have time to help him look for a car. Qinzhe only hoped that he could get a new car before the new year. When he arrived at Nan Man Pei's neighborhood, Li Donglai stood at the guard post, looking forward to it. Qingge. Li Donglai handed him a cigarette, and the master and disciple stood at the guard post, smoking and chatting. Qinzhe asked about his recent studies. Thanks to Qinzhe's 2 months of teaching, Li Donglai had solidified his foundation. Li Donglai had also turned over a new leaf and was willing to work hard on his studies. His grades had steadily improved from the last place to the upper middle of the class. With this momentum, it would not be a problem to compete with Fudan University next year. Qingge came at the right time. Auntie is cooking. Li Donglai gloated. Damn, I forgot about this. Qinzhe's face stiffened and he took out his phone to call Nan Man Pei. Sister Man, I have something to do. I'll come back in the afternoon. From Sister Pei to Sister Man, Qinzhe had endured for half a year. Then you don't have to come. Nan Man Pei's tone was cold. I'll put aside my work, I'll be there soon. Qinzhe sadly hung up the phone, recalling the fear of spicy food. Li Donglai laughed. Every time Pei Ziki and I look at each other speechlessly, we can only cry and feel unbalanced. Drag your sister's words. Qingge, fortunately you came today. Li Donglai's expression was serious and he whispered. My uncle is at home, Pei Ziki and I can't control him and we feel unhappy. You came at the right time, you can support us. Sister Man's husband? Qinzhe's expression was strange. They divorced long ago. Ziki and I can't stand him pestering Auntie. Li Donglai curled his lips. Then he must meet him, who could control a strong woman like Sister Man. Oh no, she still couldn't control him and they divorced. They smoked another cigarette and walked into the villa at the right time. They came to Sister Man's exquisitely decorated house. In the living room, Pei Ziki was watching TV with her arms around her knees, wearing a pair of small white socks. When she heard the sound, she turned her head, and a trace of joy flashed through her bright eyes. Qinzhe didn't look at her. When he stepped into the living room, he saw the man sitting at the dining table and reading the newspaper at first glance. He was a very handsome man with an elegant temperament. If he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he would definitely be a high-quality cultural person. However, he was tall and had a dignified temperament, giving people a feeling that he was hiding his sharpness. Qinzhe's loftiness was pretended, but his loftiness was natural. In the age of 30 to 35, Qinzhe had only seen his uncle who could surpass him in terms of appearance. After all, when his uncle was young, he was a well-known handsome man, and when he was middle-aged, he even charmed countless young girls and mistresses. However, in terms of temperament, it was the difference between a salted fish and a flood dragon. Salted fish was not a good metaphor, and it was a bit self-deprecating. It should be the difference between a mantis shrimp and a flood dragon. The man felt something and his gaze moved from the newspaper, carefully sizing up Qinzhe, and nodded slightly at him. Nan Man Pei walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes and said with a smile, "You're here? Just in time, Sister Pei made a big meal today, you're in luck." Qinzhe swallowed his saliva, and his nose itched from the spicy smell, and he wanted to sneeze. Pei Ziki's eyes turned and she said in a very excited and sweet tone, "Uncle, come and eat." The air suddenly became quiet. Chapter 277. Li Donglai's eyes widened. For the first time he wanted to give a thumbs up to this girl. Is there such a thing? Why didn't I think of it? Women are the most vicious and so are girls. Chao Bing's eyebrows twitched. He looked at Qinzhe carefully again. The young man in front of him always gave him a very strange feeling. It was not that he was handsome, but he did not think that Nan Man would be interested in him just because he was handsome. The fact that this young man could enter this villa and sit at this table was enough to explain the problem. But it was still not enough to make him feel strange. Yes, temperament. His temperament was very strange. At first glance he looked ordinary like a passerby. At second glance he would find something different. His ordinary temperament was very calm. Regardless of whether it was Nan Man or him, the young man's face remained calm and indifferent. He didn't believe that someone who could enter this villa didn't know about Nan Man's family background. Hiding his chi in his chest, not moving, not panicking, not showing off. This young man seemed to have something to rely on. Nan Man Pei's hand paused. Her expression didn't change. She smiled faintly. Let's eat. The atmosphere at the table was very quiet. Of course, not everyone believed in the old rule of not talking when eating. Only the old stubborn like the old man liked this old rule. The atmosphere at the table was a little awkward. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki lowered their heads and ate. Occasionally, they would take a bite of the food and swallow it. Then they would desperately eat to drive away the painful spiciness in their tongues. The brother and sister looked at Qin Zhe, and then looked at their ex-uncle. They were disappointed that they didn't fight. Qin Zhe observed some details of Sister Man's ex-husband. He ate elegantly and took a few chopsticks for every dish. It was very evenly distributed. It could be seen that he had slight OCD. He was definitely a Virgo. In addition, there were bruises at the corner of his mouth and face. He must have been beaten not long ago. Man, who is this young man? Introduce him. Chao Bing swallowed the food in his mouth and finally broke the silence. Man, Qin Zhe felt goosebumps all over his body. He's my uncle. Pei Ziki suddenly interrupted. Chao Bing glared at her and she obediently shrank back. He's my uncle. Li Donglai forced himself to say. Chao Bing turned to look at Qin Zhe with sharp eyes. Nan Man Pei did not say anything. He was happy to watch the show. Qin Zhe, Qin as in Qin Shi Huang, but you don't have to transfer money to me. Qin Zhe joked. Unfortunately, it was awkward. No one at the table laughed. Chao Bing nodded. Chao Bing. Qin Zhe didn't feel too much hostility from him. That's right, he wasn't an adolescent boy. His emotions were all exposed. Ex-husband, Qin Zhe said suddenly. The atmosphere at the dining table became quiet again. Nan Man Pei looked at him with a smile. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were full of admiration. The veins on Chao Bing's forehead throbbed. Nan Man Pei seemed to think that the tension wasn't strong enough. She personally served Qin Zhe a bowl of pork trotter soup and smiled gently. I know you don't like spicy food. The pork trotter was specially stewed for you. Qin Zhe took it and thanked Sister Man. He took a sip and tasted the bitterness of life. The pork trotter was stewed and the taste was strong, but it didn't seem to get rid of the fishy smell. Sizzled Chao Bing smiled. I want to try the pork trotter stewed by Man. He filled a bowl for himself, took a sip and praised, it's delicious. He drank it in one gulp. Qin Zhe was stunned. What the F***ck true love? Nan Man Pei stared at him with a pair of charming eyes, shining with anticipation. Is it delicious? Qin Zhe said against his will. It's delicious. Sister Man showed a little girl's happy smile. Her acting skills were amazing. After dinner, Chao Bing put on the windbreaker hanging on the hanger and said softly, I have something to do. Man, I'll come to see you another day. He looked at Qin Zhe deeply and turned to leave. Qin Zhe looked at his back. Different from his elegant temperament, his back was strong and vigorous. He either trained in the gym or practiced martial arts. Nan Man Pei put down the bowl and chopsticks and said lightly, Donglai Ziki, clean up the dishes. Don't quarrel. She looked at Qin Zhe again. Let's talk in my study. Nan Man Pei's study. It was the first time he came in. It had warm elm floors and white paint. There was no antique shelf that the nouveau riche loved, no bookshelf for scholars to show off their knowledge. There wasn't even a computer. There was an expensive sandalwood desk, a few bonsai plants, and a coffee table with a tea tray. Nan Man Pei elegantly boiled the tea, her eyes focused. She smiled and said, I'll use you as a shield. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter if I'm a shield, but I'm afraid I'll be shot into a sieve afterwards. Sister Man said domineeringly, I'm not that unstylish. I'm really annoyed by him. If he dares to trouble you afterwards, just call me. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, I can handle it. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Your ex-husband seems to love you. Why did he divorce you? Nan Man Pei's face was in a trance and she didn't answer. A 30-year-old woman, without the naivety of a girl, was intellectual and mature. Her aura was strong. Nan Man Pei was more suitable than Suyu. Because Suyu was cold and arrogant, her aura was not as strong as Nan Man Pei. What did your ex-husband do? Nan Man Pei sighed and said, in the words of the underworld, he was my father's disciple. In fact, he was my father's apprentice. He was adopted by my father since childhood and helped him do things. If he didn't help me, the industry left by the old man would have collapsed. Qin Zhe imagined a melodramatic love story between a senior brother and junior sister. Do you kill and set fire? What era are we in now? It's not that bad. Pei Nanman joked. Occasionally, we'll just throw a few gunny sacks into the Huangpu River. Qin Zhe smiled. Nanman Pei blinked her bright eyes. Are you not afraid? Qin Zhe proudly said. It's not that I look down on your ex-husband. Even if he knows the 18 dragon palms, as long as I don't use guns, I can beat 10 people with one hand. My second set of radio gymnastics for primary school students was not in vain. After a pause, he boldly said, Sister Man, you too can do it with one hand. He wanted to say that he could do it with an iron rod, but he didn't want to make such a joke. After all, he had a favor to ask. Nanman Pei said softly, You're so confident. She really felt the confidence in Qin Zhe's tone. When she first met the young man in front of her, she was only amazed by his skills. Other than that, there was nothing good about him. His appearance was good, but his temperament was not good. However, in just half a year, she witnessed Qin Zhe's transformation. The changes were always refreshing, so Nanman Pei always had a sense of curiosity and expectation about Qin Zhe. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Sister Man, you already know my limits. Qin Zhe laughed dryly. There's a small matter I want to discuss with you. You don't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. With your character, if you don't want my help, you won't take the initiative to be my shield. Nanman Pei said in a slightly reproachful tone. I remember Sister Man mentioned before that you have a half-dead entertainment company. I want to ask, is it still alive now? Qin Zhe told her the purpose of this visit. Opening a studio was definitely not as good as opening a company. The difference was like heaven and earth. Although Nanman Pei's company was not doing well, it had the necessary equipment and channels, which could save him a lot of complicated steps. Moreover, with Bao's company, if there was another entertainment company, he and Nanman Pei would be more entangled and tied together. The best way to win over a target was to tie him to the same boat. This principle was taught to him by his scheming sister Ziwei. Sister Ziwei played this trick very well in the past. It's still half dead. There are more than a dozen beautiful female artists in the company. It's just burning money. I want to buy a share. Nanman Pei was stunned and frowned. Are you serious or just for fun? I'm serious. For your sister? The tea was ready. Nanman Pei skillfully poured a cup for him. It seems that Sister Man also cares about the hot news. Qin Zhe picked up the teacup and blew on it. He didn't drink it and put down the teacup. She's my wife. I can't watch her being bullied. My wife. Nanman Pei was stunned. My sister is not married. She's the wife of the Qin family. Let's talk about business. Qin Zhe changed the topic. I really want to buy a share. The bull market can't last long. The entertainment industry is different. There are stupid and rich fans everywhere. A little fresh meat with no acting skills dares to bid 100 million yuan. I can't miss such a promising industry. Nanman Pei was indeed changed the topic. He was too lazy to remind him that it should be the daughter of the Qin family, not the wife. The wife referred to a married woman. Do you have the confidence to run it well? Money is easy to make, but not everyone can make it. Nanman Pei said. And your investment company is just on the right track. Can you spare some energy? The investment company is managed by Suyu. She's very capable. Qin Zhe said confidently, as for how to rise in the entertainment industry, my power is beyond your imagination. Nanman Pei shook his head. He was really sad for Suyu to meet such a hands-off boss. The company's shares are all in my hands. How do you want to buy a share? I'll pay 200 million yuan for 60% of the shares, but let me repay it in installments. I know 200 million yuan is not enough. If it's not enough, I'll buy it as technology. Anyway, your company is half dead. It's just burning money. I'll help you turn losses into profits. You'll earn anyway. Nan Man Pei was speechless for a long time. Do you know how much money I invested in this company? If it were someone else who boasted in front of me, I would have sunk him into the Huangpu River. Sunk into the Huangpu River was Nan Man Pei's catchphrase. Nan Man Pei drank tea and was silent. She sat in a very ladylike posture, but when she thought about things, she naturally exuded a strong and fierce aura, which made people feel a little depressed. The minimum repayment per month is 20 million yuan, no less, she said. Indeed, the performance of the entertainment company was very poor. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to abandon it. Qin Zhe was able to make her sister famous. Pei Nanman recognized his ability. Moreover, there was an A-list star like Qin Baobao joining, which was the talent the company needed most. Good. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and called Suyu. Suyu, help me prepare a contract, the sooner the better. Suyu complained on the other end of the phone. Today is a rest day, I don't want to work. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. You are not an ordinary employee. You have a pivotal place in my heart, very important. I can't live without you. Qin Zhe said. Well, what contract do you need? I'll find the template. Suyu's voice was happy. Nan Man Pei. Suyu rushed to Nan Man Pei's house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and delivered the printed contract. Suyu naturally sat next to Qin Zhe, her soft body close to him. The small details made Nan Man Pei raise her eyebrows. Not long after, Nan Man Pei's people sent the official seal of the entertainment company. Qin Zhe looked at it. The name of the company, Tianfeng Film and Television Company, Limited. Qin Zhe got the stamped contract, but he didn't sign it. He agreed to talk about the details another day and left in a hurry. So you didn't go with him. She hadn't seen Nan Man Pei for a long time. She wanted to stay and talk with her best friend. Well, I wanted to take a ride with Suyu, but now I have to take a taxi home. In the car, Qin Zhe took a few photos of the contract with his mobile phone, wrote a long article and posted it on Weibo. Chapter 278. The comments online were in a frenzy. Everyone was saying things like, I didn't expect Qin Bao to be this kind of person, I'm so disappointed. Ungrateful, let down Star Art's cultivation. Her image has collapsed. Get out of the entertainment industry. Onlookers are here to watch. Etc. There were 3 types of comments. The first type were fans who changed their ways, the second type were professional haters, and the third type was obvious onlookers. Qin Baobao's fans couldn't handle it and struggled to hold on. While competing with the haters in terms of vocabulary, they at Qin Baobao, wanting her to come out and clarify. She should at least say something. The fans raised their swords and went into battle to kill the enemy. But the star as the backbone shrunk her balls. Shrunk her milk. Qin Baobao just contacted the Water Army in the afternoon. The editor was probably still writing a rebuttal article. The earliest they could start the counterattack would be at night. Baobao, come out and say something. Did you suffer in Star Art? Star Art has already attacked you, and you're not saying anything? Don't tell me you're also in Japan. The haters are so powerful, the public opinion is in their favor. How many water armies are there? Qin Baobao, say something. F*CK, I helped you scold for so long. The emperor is not worried, but the eunuch is. Don't tell me she was really tempted and abandoned her old company to gain some fame. Haters. Qin Baobao, get out. Qin Baobao is ungrateful and has a bad character. She should be banned. She has no contract spirit and no professional ethics. Star Art Entertainment is also unlucky. They worked so hard to make a newcomer famous, but they turned around and got tricked. Qin Baobao must be severely punished. If every artist does this, the market will be in chaos. Sympathy. Wang Zijin curled up into a ball on the sofa. Her light white jeans wrapped around her thighs and indescribable parts. She was exquisite and her 10 toes were fighting in boredom. She scrolled through the comments online and frowned. Star Art really had a lot of problems. She didn't know if Qin Baobao had any connections. Did the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau's leader call in vain? Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? No matter how powerful I am, I won't be bullied by any Tom, Dick or Harry. Although Wang Zijin has recently been very displeased with her coquettish best friend who frequently shook her but at her younger brother. Only I can bully my best friend. If outsiders dare to jump up and down, I have to let them know how to write the word death. She opened the address book and dialed the number her father had left for her. She didn't know that although Huang Yizong had always been protecting Qin Bao, he didn't reveal to anyone that there was someone above Qin Bao. Old Huang was able to get to the position of CEO at such a young age. It was impossible for him to get there just by having sex with women. At home 20 kilometers away. It was the weekend. Grandpa Shang did not go to school today. He slammed the table angrily in the study. Mother Qin came in with a plate of sliced apples. She was puzzled. Why are you so angry? Grandpa Shang pointed at the computer screen and said angrily, Our daughter is in trouble again. Look, look, look. Grandpa Shang doted on his daughter the most. His daughter was his little sweetheart. His daughter was his personal little jacket. She was not like his son, who was a gift from topping up his phone. Grandpa Shang was very upset when he saw his daughter become the target of public criticism online. She terminated her contract with Star Art? Qin Ma glanced at it and complained, This child, she didn't even tell us. The point isn't the termination of the contract. The point is that she was scolded. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Bao Bao, the penalty for breach of contract is not 3 million. Didn't she say a while ago that her contract was upgraded? How much will she have to pay? The husband and wife focused on different things. Grandpa Shang said loudly, Money is a small matter. As this company has plenty of money. Qin Zhe was listless. He took a picture of the company's monthly income report and sent it to Grandpa Shang. He pretended to be considerate and said, Dad, you should quit your job at the University of Finance and Economics. Take Mom out to have some fun and retire in peace. Grandpa Shang looked at the income report and started to doubt his life. He remembered the bitterness of being overtaken by his son and the fear of losing his position as the head of the family. He once again doubted his education policy. Qin Zhe was proud and elated. His father had controlled him for so many years. It was time for him to be the master. The head of the family is mine. Mom is mine. Sister is mine. As this money belongs to A's. What does it have to do with her? Qin Ma didn't agree with her husband's view. We're a family. What are you talking about? Grandpa Shang was unhappy. They're both adults. They'll have their own family sooner or later. It's better to be clear about their finances. Qin Ma was unusually insistent. Hey, our daughter and son have a good relationship. As a father, I taught them well. Grandpa Shang's only comfort was that his son and daughter were very harmonious and affectionate. Qin Ma was even more upset. She didn't know which side her son and daughter were leaning towards. What did Ace say? He didn't cheer for my sister on Weibo? Qin Ma asked. Let me see. Grandpa Shang opened Qin Zhe's Weibo. He saw that 5 minutes ago. Qin Zhe posted a total of 4 Weibo posts. With one glance, Grandpa Shang started to doubt his life again. Qin Ma came over to take a look. Her eyes widened in shock. In just 5 minutes, Weibo was bustling. Most of the people who followed Qin Zhe saw his latest Weibo post. Regarding Qin Baobao's termination of her contract with Star Art Entertainment, first of all, I want to clarify that a third party does exist. Qin Baobao will soon terminate her contract with Star Art and change to another company. However, it's not like what Star Art said. The third parties taking the fruits of labor is not valid. Why is that? Because this company is called Tianfeng Film Company Limited. Qin Baobao didn't join this company as an artist. She joined as a major shareholder. So the question is, if she opened a company, would she still need to work for others at Star Art? That doesn't make sense. Qin Baobao, sign this contract and this company will be yours. Lastly, I don't agree with Star Art's statement. Let me ask everyone a question. Why did Qin Baobao become so popular so quickly? They were all excellent songs, right? Starting from the program I Am a Singer, to the sales of her singles that broke all the major records. Who was the one who wrote all of her songs? Is it Star Art? No, it's just me. Then please tell me, how did you painstakingly cultivate her? Since Qin Baobao's debut, what has Star Art done? If it's just marketing and packaging, then it's obvious that any company can do it easily. How much money has Qin Baobao earned for Star Art? Now that she wants to go solo, she doesn't need Star Art's blessings or anything. But she should at least have some dignity. Doesn't she feel embarrassed to smear Qin Baobao's reputation? Remember, the person who made Qin Baobao famous is me. Get lost. Star Art Entertainment Company Limited. Qin Zhe intermittently posted 4 Weibo posts before he finally finished writing this paragraph. Every Weibo post was accompanied by the same picture of the share transfer contract. Following that, the netizen statuses were, in Qin Zhe's own words, "I instantly blew up the whole place." Now it was lively. From Star Art tearing apart Qin Baobao, it became Qin Zhe tearing apart Star Art. *CK That makes sense. I have no words to refute it. Really does make sense. Qin Baobao is so popular because her brother wrote songs. My brother is the best. There's nothing wrong with that. That's right, that's right. It looks like Star Art didn't do much for Qin Baobao. With so many good songs, anyone can become famous. Qin Baobao's popularity has nothing to do with Star Art. Qin Zhe 666. Is this Tianfeng Entertainment Company, Ltd real or fake? I just checked online. This company does exist, but it's not very famous. I've never heard of it before. But I can't confirm if the contract is real or fake. The contract is real. There's an official seal on it. If it's fake and exposed on Weibo, Qin Zhe will have to take legal responsibility. Oh my god. Qin Baobao started her own company. No. Based on the current situation, Qin Zhe invested in Tianfeng Entertainment Company, Ltd and gave it to sister. Look at the picture. There's no signature on the contract. Wow, give me a bunch of younger brothers like this. The country owes me a brother. Star Art is so disgusting. They're playing the blame game. What did they do for Qin Baobao? Even if the deal doesn't work out, Qin Baobao still made a lot of money for Star Art. There's still a penalty for breaching the contract. This company is evil. I won't watch the movies they invest in or listen to the concerts of their artists. I'll boycott Star Art. Boycott Star Art +1. Boycott Star Art +2. The internet trolls continued to defame Qin Baobao, but the fans started to fight back and started a war of words. Moreover, the onlookers also started to change their minds. The netizens also started to defame Qin Baobao. Whenever a third party tried to poach someone, Qin Baobao would be ungrateful. Star Art played the victim and said that the artists they worked so hard to nurture were not poached. They also accused Qin Baobao of being ungrateful. But after Qin Zhe posted on Weibo, the claims of a third-party poaching were no longer valid. Starting your own company and being poached were two different things. It was like quitting your job and starting your own business. It was a natural thing to do. As a result, the situation turned around and Star Art became unforgiving as they attacked and defamed their artists. Qin Zhe's Weibo caught Star Art off guard. They were defaming Qin Baobao and claiming that a third party was involved. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Even if Qin Baobao said that she wasn't involved, who would believe her? After all, everyone had a mouth and could say whatever they wanted. But Star Art didn't expect to deal with an entertainment company directly. You say a third party is involved? Fine, I'll start my own company. Let's just ask you if you're afraid. Star Art's PR department started to fight back. They claimed that some people were maliciously spreading rumors and tarnishing the company's image. The netizens continued. How did they tarnish your reputation? Hurry up and use legal weapons. We're watching. Don't just talk without doing anything. Shameless. Boycott Star Art. There were also internet trolls hired by Qin Baobao. There was no need to write any articles. The task of the internet trolls was very easy now. They just had to lead Star Art. Qin Zhe had just returned home when he received a call from his sister. My precious son, where are you? It was his sister's excited voice. Qin Baobao inherited Qin Ma's tricks and occasionally liked to tease Qin Zhe with my precious son. In the past, the Qin couple used a stick and a carrot. After the old man beat up his son, Qin Ma would clean up. Qin Ma would coax little Qin Zhe. My precious son, mommy will kiss you. Don't cry, don't cry. Qin Baobao watched from the side for a long time and understood her mother's tricks. Chapter 279. I just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Qin Zhe scolded. Son, my ass. Qin Baobao, don't always think about taking advantage of me. Aren't you the one who has been taking advantage of me? Qin Baobao's voice was full of joy. Woo woo woo. Qinze walked home briskly. Thinking of his sister's admiring eyes, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. I said that I would be the man behind my sister and protect her. Now I finally did it. Now I am the man behind my sister. I don't know when I became the man above Sister Ziwei. Sister Ziwei was born in a rich family. It was a bit tricky to be above her. I'll take it one step at a time. He took out the key to open the door. His sister was practicing yoga in the living room. She was lying on the yoga mat in a very flexible posture. Her legs were open, her waist was straight, and her hands were on the ground. There was a yoga teaching video on the TV. Qin Baobao occasionally practiced yoga. Qinze thought it was good. The biggest advantage of yoga was to train the body's flexibility. This was not important at all. What was important was that it could unlock a lot of super difficult postures. A woman who practiced yoga would be popular wherever she went. Just like a man with a collar lined with gold, he would be favored wherever he went. Wang Zijin sat in a dignified and elegant posture of a mature woman with a book on her knees. Her beloved brother came home. Qin Baobao climbed up happily. She jumped up and hooked her legs around his waist. She generously gave him a hug and said in a soft voice, "My little sweetheart is finally back." Moi. The sister's eyes were soft and charming. She didn't care about the third wheel and forced herself to be intimate with her brother. When she saw Weibo, she was coming out of a real estate agency with Li Yanhong. It was Li Yanhong who screamed in surprise and said, "Bao bao bao bao, look at Weibo." She opened the worrisome Weibo and saw Qinze's 4 long posts. At that time she was standing on the bustling street. Her eyes were blurred. She was hit by the emotion called moved. Her happiness was overwhelming like a tide. No matter what you did, it doesn't matter if you are condemned by thousands of people. There will always be someone standing behind you, silently supporting you. Although he was a cowardly and salty-salted fish, he would occasionally play the role of a domineering CEO, just like now. Qin Baobao squatted by the street and cried a little. It had a nice fragrance, soft and bouncy texture. Even if he ate his sister's grapes now, Sister Xian probably wouldn't notice. But Qinze couldn't be such a bastard. He was very upright. The upright man didn't move for a few minutes. Then he dragged his sister's ass and threw her on the sofa. Let go, let go. I can't breathe. Only those who were good at swimming could survive. What the ancients said made sense. Ace, you're so good to sister. Sister can't wait to repay you with her body. Qin Baobao's legs around Qinze's waist were so tight that Qinze couldn't break them apart. Wang Zijin could no longer remain indifferent to this scene. Wang Zijin coughed. A's sister will make noodles for you tonight. You don't have to cook. Qin Baobao smiled charmingly. Wang Zijin coughed twice. A's sister will reward you with a kiss. A loud kiss was heard. Wang Zijin coughed 3 times. A's is the best. Qin Baobao pouted and acted cute. If she put a pair of cat ears on her, she would definitely look like a sexy cat girl from anime. Wang Zijin stopped coughing and kicked Qin Baobao. Stop it. Can't you act like a sister? What? Qin Baobao blinked her innocent eyes and said innocently, "It's none of your business when I'm being intimate with my brother." Wang Zijin threw the book on the coffee table and said angrily, "I'm going back to my room." MP. Qinze looked at the book on the coffee table. The title was, How to Defeat a Flirtatious Mistress. The title of the book was terrifying. Why was Sister Ziwei reading this book? Who was she trying to defeat? Mistress? Sister Ziwei. Did she see something? Qin Baobao looked at Wang Zijin's back and smiled. Stop it, stop it. Qinze covered his sister's beautiful face with his palm and pushed her away. He slapped her butt and said in a bad mood, "You only know how to fool around all day long. Do you dare to serve me in bed?" Qin Baobao spat. Disgusting. Do you dare to let sister serve you in bed? This topic is too sad. Let's skip it. Humph. Qin Baobao let go of her long legs and her face lit up again. Where's the contract? Is what it said on Weibo true? Qinze took out the contract and showed it to her. This is much better than your studio. Everything is ready-made. There are professionals in your own channels. Although it's not as good as Star Art, as long as you manage it well, you can work behind the scenes even if you don't want to show your face. It's time to work harder. Qin Baobao muttered. What? Qinzhe didn't hear it clearly. His sister looked away from the contract and turned her head. She looked at Qinzhe's handsome side profile and was absent-minded. "Ace," she said softly. When her brother looked over, she said softly, "How long has it been? You opened an investment company and an entertainment company. Sister should be happy. Sister's little bumpkin is promising and capable. How good is that? But the more outstanding you are, the more I'm afraid." She didn't say what she was afraid of. She forced a smile and her naturally seductive face was a little sad. "Look, all the songs I sang were written by you. I also need you to pay for the house. Now I still need you to buy shares for me. I'm getting more and more useless as I grow up. You used to follow behind me. You didn't know how to do your homework, so you came to me to help you. If sister held your arm and walked around the school, you would be so proud. Sister was so proud of that time. Little bumpkin listened to me and couldn't do anything without me. Sister was full of a sense of superiority. Ace, in the future, do you think sister is no longer a little fairy? Wang Zijin is so good. She's the daughter of a rich family. No matter how far you go, she can keep up with you and take care of your career. But sister can't. Sister has nothing, only you." Qin Baobao's eyes turned red. Qinzhe was stunned. "So, I've been pressuring sister? Am I leveling up too fast? Sister, you're already very strong. But my situation is a little different. I'm a hack." But he knew that his sister was sad and worried about not only being crushed by his brother. He understood. Just like himself in the past, he often thought that his sister was so outstanding and beautiful. She was the school belle in junior high and high school. But before he knew it, she was already in university. University was a corrupt place. Men and women couldn't hold back their restless hearts. What if one day, his sister and a man secretly called each other and sent sweet messages? What should he do? He had been anxious and conflicted for so many years. Even if he was now the man behind his sister, he still didn't dare to pursue the truth. Everyone only had one home. If it was broken, it couldn't be repaired. Home was one thing, identity was another. No one dared to break this window paper. For so many years, his sister must have thought the same. So when she knew that he had a girlfriend, she sabotaged it with deep malice. "Innocent years can't be bullied, youth is absurd. I won't let you down." These were the lyrics that Qinzhe sang to his sister. But it seemed that they had never let each other down. Based on Qinzhe's style, when faced with his sister's little confession, he should pretend that he didn't understand and then pretend to look at the scenery around him. But recently, he had earned a lot of money and was confident that he could beat the old master. He was arrogant. At this moment, looking at his sister's pitiful and sad appearance, Qinzhe's heart ached. His brain twitched and he blurted out, Then, can you come and serve me tonight?" His words didn't make sense, but Qin Baobao understood. Qinzhe looked at her and saw that her beautiful face was flushed red and charming. After a long time, Qin Baobao looked back. If they were filming a movie, there should be lyrical music at this moment. But the music stopped abruptly. Wang Zijin opened the door. His sister's answer was an ellipsis. "What? Are you guys playing a game of staring?" Wang Zijin asked blankly. In the living room, the brother and sister looked at each other and stared at each other. Qin Baobao finally mustered up her courage, but it was like a punctured balloon. Instead of deflating, it exploded. Her sister shouted, "I'm not doing it." Scram. The biggest mistake in this life was to invite a wolf into the house. A single slip leads to everlasting regret. When I look back, my brother is not mine anymore. I regret it. Chapter 280. That night, Qinzhe really got to eat his sister's noodles. His sister's noodles were guided by her younger brother and taught her every step. She couldn't just go straight to the point. There had to be foreplay. First, the water had to be boiled. Before the foreplay, there had to be a lot of preparation work such as cutting scallions, meat, etc. Under her younger brother's careful guidance, Qin Baobao experienced the most carefree first time in her life. The process of eating noodles couldn't be rushed. If it was too rushed, it would burn the tongue. First, she had to push aside the clumps of vegetables. At this time, she couldn't directly stick out her tongue. She had to use her lips to test the temperature. After feeling the warm and moist breath, she could take a sip. Then she closed her eyes and used the tip of her tongue to feel the beauty of the soup. Eating noodles was different from eating rice. The latter was chewing while the former was sucking. Qinze picked up some noodles and slurped it into his mouth. He praised, "Sister's noodles are really delicious." Wang Zijin also changed her opinion of her best friend's cooking. She gave a thumbs up and said, "Bao Bao's noodles are really delicious." Qin Bao Bao squinted her eyes. She had an expression of enjoyment and satisfaction. This meal of noodles was worth it. Before going to bed at night, Qinze remembered what he said in the living room. He waited with a heart full of anticipation and apprehension. Unfortunately, his sister didn't come to sleep with him. Qinze didn't know whether his sister was shy or couldn't leave for some other reason. He had a lot of things to say to his sister. He wanted to chat with her under the quilt and teach her how to run a company and write a business plan. Forget it, he would talk about it in the future. On the third day of Qinze tearing Star Art apart, the popularity of the internet didn't decrease at all. Star Art was scolded like a dog. Tieba forums Weibo were all clamoring. If you went to watch a movie and saw a lot of comments, "Boycott Star Art" or "Star Art get out," then the movie was either made by an artist under Star Art or funded by Star Art. Qinze knew that more than half of the people here were paid by his sister to stir up trouble. Wang Zijin's online media company was also helping out. Qinze was both gratified and helpless that his sisters were so scheming. Actually, he was looking forward to the naive and sweet girls. The naive and sweet girls were delicate and easy to coax. After saying a few touching words, they would cry and say, "You're electricity, you're light. You're the only legend, I only love you." But he didn't have that kind of luck. His sister seemed easy to coax, but she was actually a jealous person. Sister Ziwei looked gentle and generous, but she was actually cunning and scheming. Siyu seems to be the easiest to control, but she is a masochist inside. She likes that tone, but it doesn't mean that she is silly and sweet. She is the best at causing trouble. There was no need to talk about elder sister man. She was not fated to be a naive girl. Chen Qingyuan was a naive and sweet girl, at least from what I could see, but girls younger than me couldn't fall in love at all. Siyu was also naive and sweet, but she was his cousin. Qinze felt very tired. The only girl who met Qinze's taste and had the potential to be naive and sweet was Zhang Ye. This is Zhang Ye's engagement invitation. Next Friday. The sister wearing sunglasses and a big brimmed hat smiled and said thank you to the courier. She opened the package and put the invitation in front of Qinze. The courier's mental activity. Psycho wearing sunglasses and a hat at home. The recipient was Qinze. Zhang Ye was very thoughtful. It was too ostentatious to write Qin Bao Bao. In comparison, Qinze's reputation was much smaller and less eye-catching. Next Friday, today was Monday, and there were still 2 weeks left. Qinze looked at the engagement invitation, a little disappointed, a little helpless, and a little free and easy. He had 2 girlfriends in his life. His deskmate in junior high school was a nominal boyfriend and girlfriend, but he had never held hands. He had held hands with the little cabbage in college. He didn't like her. At most, he had a little affection for her. He had been struggling with a question. Was he in love? Zhang Ye was the girl he wanted to pursue. She was his sister's best friend and had a boyfriend before she met him. It was nothing to have a boyfriend. Which pretty girl didn't have a few boyfriends these days? But his sister didn't agree. She didn't want anything unspeakable to happen between her brother and her best friend. In the past, he always had a fluke mentality. Having a boyfriend didn't mean anything as long as they weren't married. There would always be a chance. But reality was not a novel. Pretty sister, if you didn't pursue someone, someone else would. No one would wait forever. In fact, he didn't feel too sad or too reluctant. He just felt a little emotional. There were always a few girls in a man's life that he liked. Zhang Ye invited us to go together. I'm thinking, should we give 1 or 2 red packets? The sister said in distress. When we were married. Wang Zijin turned pale with fright. You too? Save the words. Qin Bao Bao said in a panic. You're so stupid. Why don't you just split a red packet into 2? Qinze was speechless. Good idea. Qin Bao Bao beamed. We'll go to Tianfang Entertainment in the afternoon. As the big boss, it's time for you to go to work, Qinze said. The day before yesterday, he and Qin Bao Bao went to Nan Manpei's house again to finalize the transfer of shares. At this time, Star Art Entertainment was in a passive situation. Vice President Kong was angry in the office. How could it not be approved? Are the people in your department useless? You can't even do such a small thing. Kang Xian slammed the table. The manager of the logistics department stood in front of the table with a bitter face. We've already cut it according to the requirements of the SARFT, but it still didn't pass. The reason this time is metaphorical politics. Cut it according to their requirements again. Kang Xian rubbed his temples and sighed. Wait a minute, this is the third or fourth time. The fifth time, Vice President Kang, the manager of the logistics department, whispered. A period drama that Star Art invested in was blocked by the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Every time they would use various reasons to reject it. The first time was because the actress exposed her cleavage, so the logistics department cut off everything below the actress's neck. The second time was that they randomly tampered with historical figures and didn't pass. The last time was related to sensitive politics. What sensitive politics? It was just a palace drama. Star Art had invested a lot of money into it. They couldn't die before they even started. Kang Xian pondered for a moment and stood up from his chair. He put his hands in his pockets and paced around the antique shelf. Finally, he looked up at the ceiling. Is someone messing with us? The logistics department lowered their heads in silence. This wasn't a question that a logistics manager like him could answer. His rank wasn't high enough. Who did I offend? Kang Xian was also thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have offended anyone recently. Go out and do your work. Kang Xian waved his hand. At this time, the door opened again and a staff member from the logistics department came in. Vice President Kang, Manager Qian. The staff member placed a document on the table. The 3D animation that we invested in didn't pass the censors. Kang Xian frowned. What's wrong with your logistics department? Do you still want to work? What's going on this time? The staff member felt wronged. The SARFT said that there was too much content that wasn't suitable for children, so they rejected it. F***CK. Kang Xian felt blood rush up his throat. If the people from the SARFT were here, he would spit out 3 liters of blood on the spot and splatter it all over their faces. When I was filming a period drama, you guys said that I tampered with history. After all, you guys don't know what it means to make history. When you guys said that cleavage shouldn't be exposed, we also agreed. If there's cleavage, it's not popular anymore. I'll change everything. But when I was filming a hot-blooded animation, you guys said that it wasn't suitable for children. His chest hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. 10 a.m. A passenger plane from Sydney International Airport landed at Pudong Airport. 10 minutes later, Huang Yitsong brought his little wife out of the airport and got into the CEO's car. Huang Yitsong was 32 years old and his little wife was 22 years old. She hadn't even graduated from university. Before they got married, they could only be considered acquaintances. They weren't very close. Huang Yitsong was an experienced driver. He was a womanizer and had already gotten over relationships. Therefore, when he saw that his parents wanted to introduce him to a petite little girl, he quickly agreed. Although the little girl's cultivation was still shallow and her kung fu wasn't perfect, she could still be trained. It was better for a woman to be flirtatious in his hands than to be flirtatious in the hands of others. His little wife sat in the back seat and snuggled in CEO Huang's arms. She was looking at her phone when she suddenly exclaimed, "Hubby, look at Weibo. They're all scolding Star Art." I know. Huang Yitsong was also looking at his phone. Look at Qin Zhe. He's so awesome. He even started a company to support his sister. His little wife was envious. Is my 15 centimeters not awesome? Huang Yitsong was unconvinced. It has size but not hardness. What's the use? If I didn't save you, your kidneys would have been eaten by a kangaroo. This dainty little wife of his had too much personality. Young people were full of energy. But the old driver was exhausted. He stepped on the accelerator but the engine couldn't. Back then it had 6 cylinders. Now it was only left with 1 cylinder. What's going on in the company recently? Huang Yitsong didn't want to continue talking about this sad topic. He asked his assistant come driver. I already know about Qin Bao Bao. Tell me something I don't know.